Section 24 of The Mysteries of London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Markham's occupations. Since the period when Markham had made so great a sacrifice of his pecuniary resources in order to effect the liberation of Count Alteroni from a debtor's prison, he had devoted himself to literary pursuits. He aspired to the honours of authorship and composed a tragedy. All young authors, while yet nibbling the grass at the foot of Parnassus, and how many never reach any higher, attempt either poetry or the drama. They invariably fixed upon the most difficult tasks, and yet they did not begin learning Greek with Euripides, nor enter upon their initiation into the mysteries of the Latin tongue with Juvenal. There is also another fault into which they invariably fall, and that is an extraordinary tendency to those meretricious ornaments which they seem to mistake for fine writing. Truth and nature may be regarded as a noble flock, furnishing the richest fleece to mankind. But when a series of good writers have exhausted their fleece in weaving the fabrics of genius, their successors are tempted to have recourse to swine for a supply of materials, and we know besides that in this attempt, as in the rude dramas called moralities in the Middle Ages, there is great cry and little wool. It is also liable to the objection that no skill in the workmanship or adjustment in the machinery can give it the beauty and perfection of the raw material which nature has appropriated to the purpose of clothing her favoured offspring. Too many writers of the present day, instead of attempting to rival their predecessors in endeavouring to fabricate the genuine fleece derived from this flock of truth and nature into new and exquisite forms, are engaged in shearing the swine. In this labour they can obtain at best nothing more than erroneous principles of science, worthless paradoxes, unnatural fictions, tinsel poetry and prose, and unnumbered crudities. Richard Markham was not exempted from these faults. He wrote a tragedy, abounding in beauties and abounding in faults. The most delicious sweets, used in undue proportions with our food and drink, soon become in a high degree offensive and disgusting. Markham heaped figure upon figure, crammed his speeches with metaphors, and travelled many thousands of miles out of his way in search of a similitude, when he had a much better and more simple one close at hand. Nevertheless, his tragedy contained proofs of a brilliant talent, and with much judicious pruning every element of triumphant success. Having obtained the address of the private residence of the manager of one of the principal metropolitan theatres, Richard sent his tragedy to the great man. He, however, withheld his real name, for he had determined to commence his literary career under a feigned one, so that, in case he should prove unsuccessful, his failure might not become known to his friends the Munros, or reach the ears of his well-beloved Isabella. For the same reason he did not give his proper address in the letter which accompanied the drama, but requested that a reply might be sent to Edward Preston, to the care of Mr. Dyson, his solicitor. He did not mention to a single soul, not even to Munro or the faithful Whittingham, the circumstances of his authorship. He reflected that if he succeeded, it would then be time to communicate his happiness, but that if he failed, it would be useless to wound others by imparting to them his disappointments. He had ceased to be sanguine about anything in this world, for he had met with too many misfortunes to anticipate much success in life, and his only ambition was to obtain an honourable livelihood. Scarcely a week had elapsed after Markham had sent his drama to the manager when he received a letter from this gentleman. The contents were laconic enough, but explicit. The manager had perused the tragedy with feelings of extreme satisfaction. He congratulated the writer upon the skill with which he had made his combinations to produce stage effect. He suggested a few alterations and considerable abbreviations, and concluded by stating that he should be most happy to introduce so promising an author to the public. A postscript appointed a time for an interview at the manager's own private residence. At 11 o'clock the next morning, Markham was ushered into the presence of the manager. The great man was seated in his study, dressed in a magnificent Turkish dressing gown, with a French skull-cap upon his head and red morocco slippers upon his feet. He was a man of middle age, gentlemanly and affable in manner, and possessed of considerable literary abilities.
"Sit down, sir. Pray, sit down," said the manager when Markham was introduced. "I have perused your tragedy with great attention, and am pleased with it. I am, moreover, perfectly willing to undertake the risk of bringing it out, although tragedy is at a terrible discount nowadays. But first and foremost, we must make arrangements about terms. What price do you put upon your manuscript?"
"I have formed no idea on that subject," replied Markham. "I would rather leave myself entirely in your hands."
"Nay, you must know the hope you have entertained in this respect," said the manager.
"To tell you the candid truth, this is my first essay," returned Markham, "and I'm totally unacquainted with the ordinary value of such labour."
"If this be your first essay, sir,"
said the manager, surveying Markham with some astonishment, "I can only assure you that it is a most
promising one. But once again, name your price."
"The manner in which you speak to me shows that if I trust to your generosity, I shall not do wrong."
"Well, Mr. Preston," cried the manager, pleased at this compliment, "I shall use you in an equally liberal manner. You must be informed that you will have certain pecuniary privileges in respect to any provincial theatres at which your piece may be performed, should it prove successful, and you will also have the benefit of the publication of the work in a volume. What then should you say if I were to give you 50 guineas for the play, and 5 guineas a night for every time of its performance, after the first fortnight?"
"I should esteem your offer a very liberal one," answered Richard, overjoyed at the proposal.
"In that case the bargain is concluded at once, and without any more words," said the manager.
Then, taking a well-filled canvas bag from his desk, he counted down 50 guineas in notes, gold, and silver. Markham gave a receipt, and they exchanged undertakings specifying the conditions proposed by the manager. "When do you propose to bring out the piece?" inquired Richard, when this business was concluded.
"In about 6 weeks," said the manager. "Shall you have any objection to attend the rehearsals and see that the gentlemen and ladies of the company fully appreciate the spirit of the parts that will be assigned to them?"
"I shall not have the least objection," answered Markham, "but I am afraid that my experience—"
Well, said the manager, smiling, "I will not press you. Leave it all to me. I will see justice done to your design, which I think I understand pretty well. If I want you, I will let you know, and if you do not hear from me, you will see by the advertisements in the newspapers for what night the first representation will be announced."
Markham expressed his gratitude to the manager for the kindness with which he had received him, and then took his leave, his heart elated with hope, and his mind relieved from much anxiety respecting the future. When he left the manager's residence, he repaired to an adjacent tavern to procure some refreshment, and there, while engaged in the consumption of a sandwich and a glass of sherry, he cast his eyes over the Times newspaper. A particular advertisement arrested his attention. A gentleman or widower required a daily tutor for his 2 sons, whom he was desirous of having instruction in Latin, history, drawing, arithmetic, etc. The boys were respectively 9 and 11 years old. The advertiser stated that any individual who could himself teach the various branches of education specified would be preferred to a plurality of masters, each proficient only in one particular study. Personal application was to be made between certain hours. The residence of the advertiser was in Kentish Town, and this vicinity to Markham's own abode induced him to think seriously of offering his services. He did not feel disposed to pursue his literary labours until after the representation of his drama, as he was as yet unaware of the reception it might experience at the hands of the public, and he was also by no means inclined to remain idle. The occupation of a daily tutor in a respectable family appeared congenial to his tastes, and he resolved to proceed forthwith to the residence of Mr. Gregory in Kentish Town. Arrived at the house, he was admitted into the presence of a gentleman of about 50, with a serious and melancholy countenance, prepossessing manners, and a particular suavity of voice that gave encouragement to the applicant. Markham told him in a few words that he was once possessed of considerable property, the greater portion of which he had lost through the unfortunate speculations of his guardian, and that he was now anxious to turn the excellent education which he had received to some advantage. Mr. Gregory had only lately arrived in London with his family from a very distant part of the country, where he had a house and small estate. But the recent death of a beloved wife had rendered the scenes of their wedded happiness disagreeable to him, and this was the cause of his removal and his settlement in London. He lived in a very retired manner, and had previously known nothing of Markham, not even his name. He was therefore totally ignorant of Richard's trial and condemnation for forgery. The young man felt the greatest possible inclination to reveal the entire facts to Mr. Gregory, whose amiable manners gave him confidence, but he restrained himself, for it struck him that others were dependent upon him, that he ought not to stand in his own light, and that his innocence of the crime imputed to him, and the consciousness of those upright and honourable intentions which on all occasions filled his breast, were a sufficient extenuation for his silence. Mr. Gregory, who was himself a highly educated man, soon saw that Markham was competent to teach his children all that it was desirable for them to acquire, and he agreed to engage the applicant as his son's tutor. Richard offered to give him a reference to his solicitor, but Mr. Gregory declined to take it, saying, "Your appearance, Mr. Markham, is sufficient." On the following day, Richard entered upon his new avocation. He was engaged to attend at Mr. Gregory's house from 10 till 3 every day. The employment was a pleasant one, and the pecuniary terms were liberal in the extreme. Gustavus and Lionel Gregory were two intelligent and handsome youths, and they soon became greatly attached to their tutor. From the mere fact of having never been accustomed to tuition, Richard took the greater pains to explain all difficult subjects to them, and so well did he adapt his plan of instructions to their juvenile capacities that in the short space of a month Mr. Gregory was himself perfectly astonished at the advance which his sons had made in their studies. He then determined that the advantages of the tutor's abilities should be extended to his daughter in respect to drawing, and Miss Mary Ann Gregory was, accordingly, added to the number of Markham's pupils. Mary Ann was, at the time of which we are writing, 16 years of age, delicate in constitution, and of a sweet and amiable disposition. She was an object of peculiar interest to all who knew her. Her long flaxen hair, soft blue eyes, pale countenance, and vermilion lips gave her the appearance of a wax figure, and her light and airy form, flitting ever hither and thither in obedience to the innocent gaiety and vivacity of her disposition, seemed that of some fairy whose destinies belonged not to the common lot of mortals. Although she was 16, she was considered but a mere girl, and she romped with her brothers and with the young female friends who occasionally visited her, with all the joyousness and glee of a child of 10 years old. The animation of her countenance was, on these occasions, radiant and brilliant in the extreme. A spectator could have snatched her to his arms and embraced her fondly, not with a single gross desire, not with the shadow of an unhallowed motive, but in the same way as a man who, being a parent himself, is attached to children, suddenly seizes upon a lovely little boy or girl of 2 or 3 years old and covers its cheeks with kisses. Mary Ann was by no means beautiful, and not even pretty, and yet there was something altogether unearthly in the whole character and expression of her countenance. It was a face of angelic interest, indicative of a mental amiability and serenity truly divine. Without possessing the ingredients of physical beauty, without regularity of features or classical formation of head, there was still about her an abstract loveliness, apart from shape and features, which was of itself positive and distinct, and seemed an emanation of mental qualities, infantile joyousness, and winning manners. It produced a sort of atmosphere of light around her, enveloping her as with a halo of innocence. Her face was as pale, as colourless as the finest Parian marble, but also, like the surface of that beautiful material, spotless and devoid of blemish. Her pure forehead was streaked with small azure veins. Her lips were thin and of the brightest vermilion, and these hues, placed in contrast with that delicate complexion, gave a sentiment and expression to her countenance altogether peculiar to itself. Her eyes, of a light and yet too positive a blue to be mistaken for grey, were fringed with long dark lashes, which imparted to them, ever gay and sparkling as they were, a magic eloquence as powerful as that of the most faultless beauty. And again, in strange contrast with those dark lashes, was her flaxen hair, the whole of which fell in ringlets and waves over her shoulders and her back, no portion of it being collected in a knot behind. Then her form. It was so slight as to appear almost etherealized, and yet there was no mistaking the symmetry of its proportions. Thus, without being actually beautiful, Mary Ann was a creature of light and joy, who was calculated to interest, fascinate, and win in a manner which produced feelings of admiration and of love. Her appearance, therefore, produced upon the mind an impression that she was beautiful, very beautiful, and yet, if anyone had paused to analyze her features, she would have been found to possess no real elements of physical loveliness. She was charming, fascinating, bewitching, interesting, therefore lovely in one sense, and lovable in all respects. Mary Ann was a very difficult pupil to teach. In the midst of the most serious study, that charming and volatile creature would start from her chair, run to her piano, and commence a lively air, which she would leave also unfinished, and then narrate some sprightly anecdote, or utter some artless sally, which would create a general laugh. The seriousness of the tutor would not be disturbed in spite of himself, and even her father, if present, could not find it in his heart to scold. The drawing would at length be resumed, and for half an hour the application of Mary Ann would be intense. Then away would be flung the pencil, and a new freak must be accomplished before the study could be resumed. Richard could not help liking this volatile but artless and innocent creature, as a man likes his daughter or his sister, and she, on her part, appeared to become greatly attached to her tutor. Although Mr. Gregory followed no profession, being a man of considerable independent property, he was nevertheless much from home, passing his time either at the library of the British Museum or at his club. Richard and Mary Ann were thus much together, too much for the peace of that innocent and fascinating girl. She speedily conceived a violent passion for her tutor, which he, however, neither perceived nor returned. She was herself unaware of the nature of her own feelings towards him. She knew as much of love and its sensations as a beauteous savage girl in some far-off isle knows of Christianity, and hers was an attachment which could only be revealed to herself by some accident, which might excite her jealousy or awaken her grief. One morning, before the usual lessons of the day commenced, Mr. Gregory entered the study, and addressing himself to Markham, said, "We must now give the young people a holiday for a short time. Proper relaxation is as necessary to their bodily welfare as education to their mental well-being. We will suspend their studies for a month, if you be agreeable, Mr. Markham. I shall, however, be always pleased to see you as often as you choose to call during that interval, and every Sunday, at all events, we shall expect the pleasure of your company to dinner as usual."
"What?"
cried Mary Ann.
"Is Mr. Markham to discontinue his visits for a whole month?"
"Certainly, my dear," said her father. "Mr. Markham requires a holiday as well as you."
"I want no holiday,"
exclaimed Mary Ann, pouting her lip in a manner that was quite charming, and which might remind the reader of the petite moue that Esmeralda was accustomed to make in Victor Hugo's admirable novel Notre Dame de Paris. "But you always take a holiday, my dear," returned her father with a smile, "and therefore you fancy that others do not require a temporary relaxation. Gustavus and Lionel want a holiday, and Mr. Markham cannot be always poring over book and drawings."
"Well, I wish Mr. Markham to take trouble to come every morning and give me my drawing lesson,"
said the young lady, with a little air of decision and firmness which was quite comic in its way.
"And if he will not, then I shall never learn to draw any more, and that is decided."
Mr. Gregory surveyed his daughter with an air of astonishment. Probably he had half penetrated the secret, for her passion could not be called a secret, because she was totally unconscious of the nature of her feelings and sought to conceal nothing. Had she been aware of the real sentiments which she experienced, she would have at once revealed it, for she was guileless and unsuspicious, ignorant of all deceit, devoid of all hypocrisy, and endowed with as much simplicity and alertness as a child of 6 years old. "Mr. Markham must have a holiday, my dear," said Mr. Gregory at length, with a peculiar emphasis, "and I beg that no further objection may be offered." Mary Ann instantly burst into tears, exclaiming in a voice almost choked with sobs,
"Mr. Markham may have his holiday if he likes, but I will not learn anything more of him when the studies begin again."
And she retired in a pet to another apartment. Markham was himself astonished at this singular behaviour on the part of his interesting pupil. He was, however, far from suspecting the real cause, and took his leave with a promise to return to dinner on the following Sunday, until which time there was then an interval of 5 days. 3 days after the one on which the above conversation took place, Markham was about to issue from his dwelling to proceed into town for the purpose of calling upon the manager, as he had that morning seen his drama advertised for early representation, when Whittingham informed him that a young lady desired to speak to him in the drawing-room. The idea of Isabella instantly flashed through the mind of Richard, but would she call upon him alone and unattended? No, for Isabella was modesty and prudence personified. Then who could it be? Markham asked this question of his butler.
"A remarkable sweet creature," said Whittingham, "and come quite spontaneous like. Beautiful flaxy hair, blue eyes, pale complexion." "Impossible! You do not say that, Whittingham," cried Markham, on whom a light now broke. "Do I look like a man that speaks evasively, Master Richard?" demanded the butler, shifting his inseparable companion, the white napkin, from beneath one arm to the other. Markham repaired to the drawing-room. His suspicions were verified. The moment he entered the apartment, he beheld Miss Gregory seated upon a sofa. "Well, Mr. Markham," she said, extending to him her hand, and smiling so sweetly with her vermilion lips, which disclosed a set of teeth not quite even, but as white as ivory, that Richard could not find it in his heart to be angry with her. "I was resolved not to pass the day without seeing you, and as you would not come to me, I was compelled to come to you." "But, Miss Gregory," said Markham, "are you not aware that you have taken a most imprudent step, and that the world would highly censure your conduct?" "Why?" demanded Mary Ann in astonishment. "Because ladies, no matter whether single or married, never call upon single gentlemen, and society has laid down certain rules in this respect, which—" "My dear Mr. Markham, you're not giving me a lesson now, remember, in my father's study," interrupted Mary Ann, laughing heartily. "I know nothing about the rules of society in this respect or that respect or any other respect. All I know is that I cried all night long after you left us the other day, and I have been very miserable until this morning, when I suddenly recollected that I knew your address and could come and call on you." "If your father were to know that you came hither," said Richard, "he would never forgive you nor ever see me again." "Well, then, all we have to do is not tell my father anything about the matter," said Mary Ann, with considerable ingenuousness. "But how cross you look, and I thought," she added, ready to cry, "that you would be as pleased to see me as I am to see you." "Yes, Miss Gregory, I am pleased to see you. I am always pleased to see you," answered Markham by way of soothing the poor girl. "But you must allow me to assure you that this step is the most imprudent, the most thoughtless in the world. I really tremble for the consequences, should your father happen to hear of it." "I tell you over and over again," persisted Miss Gregory, "that my papa shall never know anything at all about the matter. Now, pray don't be cross, but tell me that you are glad to see me. Speak, Mr. Markham, are you glad to see me?" "How shall I ever be able to convince this artless young creature of the impropriety of her conduct?" murmured Richard within himself. To argue with her for too long and too forcibly upon the subject would be to instruct her innocent mind in the evils and vices of society, and to imbue her with ideas which are as yet like a foreign and a strange tongue to her. Innocence, then, is not a pearl of invaluable price to its possessor in this world, since it can so readily prepare the path which might lead to ruin. You do not answer me. You are thoughtful. You will not speak to me, said Mary Ann, rising from the sofa with tears in her eyes, and preparing, or rather affecting, an intention to depart. Markham still gave her no reply. He was grieved, deeply grieved, to wound her feelings, but he thought that it would be better to allow her to return home at once, with sentiments of pique and wounded pride which would prevent a repetition of the same step, than to initiate her into those social mysteries which would only give an impulse to her lively imagination that would probably prove morally injurious to her. But Mary Ann was incapable of harbouring resentment, and she burst into an agony of grief. "Oh, how unkind you are, Mr. Markham!" she exclaimed. "After all my endeavours to please you, I thought you would have experienced as much joy to see me as I felt when I saw you enter the room. Since the day that I lost my dear mother, upwards of 9 years ago, I have never loved anyone so much as I love you, not even my father, for I feel that at this moment I could dare even his anger if you were to shelter me. I have long thought that I had no friend but God to whom I could communicate my little secrets, and now I feel as if I could bestow all my confidence upon you. Since the death of my mother, I have never sought my couch without resigning my soul into the hands of God, and without demanding of him an insight into truth and virtue. And I would rather learn all I should know from your lips than from those of any other. You ought, therefore, to treat me with more kindness and consideration than you have done up to this moment. You should bestow upon me an additional share of your attention and notice, because I am anxious to please you. I would do anything to save you pain. I would lay down my life to ensure a prolongation of yours." Mary Ann had never spoken so seriously, nor in so impassioned a manner, in her life before. She was even astonished herself at the very ideas which she was now expressing for the first time, and which seemed to flow from some inward fountain whose spring she could not check. Markham was astounded. He suddenly comprehended the true situation of the innocent and artless girl in respect to himself. A pang shot through his heart when he considered the impossibility of her happiness ever being ensured by his means, and he thought within himself, "Alas, poor child, she does not rightly comprehend the state of her own mind." But how could this love of hers be stifled? How could that passion be suppressed? All the remedies yet essayed to quench and annihilate love have changed into poisons. Even violent and unexpected lessons will not always make the heart reflect. The more the slave bends, the heavier becomes the yoke. The more a man employs an unjust force, the more will injustice become necessary to his views. No one should attempt to exercise tyranny upon proud souls, for he will readily learn that it is not easy to triumph over and trample on a noble love. Error succeeds error, outrage follows upon outrage, and bitterness increases like a torrent whose embankments have given way. Who can define the termination of these ravages? Will not the tender and affectionate woman, whose love man may endeavour to stifle by coldness or neglect, perish in the ruin? She will succumb to tears and to devouring cares, even while the love which she cherishes still preserves all its vigour and loses nothing of its ardour through intense suffering. Markham knew not how to reply to that affectionate girl whose spirit he dared not break by his unkindness, whose passion he could not return because his heart was devoted to another, and whose mind he was afraid to enlighten with regard to those social duties which originated in reasons and motives totally unknown to her. "Mr. Markham," said Mary Ann, wiping away her tears, "tell me that you are not angry with me for calling, and as you say it is not right, I will never come again." "Angry with you, Miss Gregory, I cannot be," exclaimed Markham, "but I ought to tell you that you must not give way to that feeling of preference towards me. "Oh, I suppose that the rules of society also prevent a single lady from liking a single gentleman," interrupted Mary Ann pettishly. "No rules can control volition, Miss Gregory," said Richard, cruelly embarrassed how to explain himself to the young lady. "But if you tell me that you prefer me to your father—" "And so I do," exclaimed Mary Ann quickly. "Then you are wrong," replied Markham. "Wrong, indeed, and yet you have just told me that no rules can control volition." "True, but we must endeavour to conquer those feelings. You say that you like me. Suppose that we were never to meet again. Would you not then learn to forget that you ever knew such a being?" "Impossible! Never, never!" cried Mary Ann enthusiastically. "I am always thinking of you. But the time must come some day or another, whether now or a year or 10 years hence, when we must cease to meet. I may be married, or you yourself may marry." "Married?" ejaculated Mary Ann. "Do you think of marrying, then, Mr. Markham?" "I am certainly attached to a young lady," replied Richard, "but there are circumstances which—" "You are attached to a young lady? Is she beautiful?" "Very beautiful." "Very beautiful," answered Richard. Mary Ann remained silent for some moments. She appeared to reflect profoundly. A sudden glow of animation flushed her cheek. Was it a light that dawned in upon her soul? Richard sincerely hoped so. "Mr. Markham," said Mary Ann, rising from her seat, and speaking in a tone so serious that Richard could scarcely believe he was now listening to the once volatile, sprightly, thoughtless, and playful creature he had known. "Mr. Markham, I have to apologize most sincerely for the trouble I have given you, and the intrusion of which I have been guilty. A veil has suddenly fallen from my eyes, and I now comprehend the impropriety of my conduct." "Ah, I see what you mean by the laws of society. But God, and you also, Mr. Markham, well know the innocence of my motives in calling this morning upon you, and if my friendship for you has betrayed me into error, I beseech you to forget that such a scene has ever taken place." She shook hands with Richard with her usual cordiality and warmth, and then took her departure, no longer skipping like the young fawn, but with steady and measured pace. And still that young girl did not dream that love had influenced her conduct. She continued to believe that the sentiment she experienced was one of friendship. The idea of Richard's marriage with another had only enlightened her in respect of those laws which, as social and sympathetic beings, we have conventionally enacted. On the ensuing Sunday, Markham dined, according to engagement, with Mr. Gregory. Mary Ann was present, and striking was the change which had taken place in her. Her manners were no longer gay, joyous, confiding, and full of animation. As sickness chases from the cheek the flush of hoyden health, so had a new sentiment banished that sprightliness of disposition and that liveliness of temperament which so lately had characterized this child of nature. Love, then, is omnipotent if he can effect such changes as these. Alas, love can work much for our unhappiness, but little for our felicity. He may make the gladsome companion melancholy and serious, but he seldom covers the countenance of the morose one with smiles. Mary Ann endeavoured to seem as reserved as possible with Richard, and yet from time to time, when she thought he did not notice her, she fixed her eyes upon him with an expression of such heart-devoted tenderness that it seemed as if she were pouring forth her entire soul to the divinity whom she worshipped. In the grotesque and colossal sculptures and the mountainous architectural piles of the East, we seem to behold the products of an imagination struggling with conceptions too vast for its compass, and hence endeavouring to make some approximation to the reality by heaping up the irregular and huge invisible forms. And thus did the tortured and embarrassed mind of this poor girl, unacquainted with the precise nature of the sentiment it cherished, maintain a conflict with the feelings which oppressed it, and offer up an idolatry of its own invention to the object of its unbounded veneration. Mr. Gregory could not but perceive this change in his daughter's behaviour, and he was more or less at a loss to conceive the cause. He had entertained for a few days previously a faint suspicion that Mary Ann had peradventure formed an attachment which would thus account for her altered demeanour. For since her call upon Markham had her manners changed, but
The good-hearted father was still loath to believe that his daughter's young heart had been smitten, and for the simple reason because he did not wish it to be so. Although he respected Markham, he was like all parents who, possessing fortunes themselves, are anxious that the suitors for their daughters' hands should also be enabled to produce a modicum of this world's lucre. He was therefore unwilling to admit in his own mind the conviction that his suspicion was well-founded. He fancied that changes of scene or amusement would probably operate favourably upon his daughter's mind and bring her spirits back to their proper tone. And in this resolution was he confirmed when in the course of that Sunday evening he saw the confirmation of his suspicion. He could no longer doubt. 1,000 little incidents proved to him the attachment of his daughter to Richard Markham, and his quick glance convinced him that she was not loved by her tutor in return. That night Mr. Gregory lay awake, pondering upon the best course to pursue. At one moment he thought of communicating to Markham the state of his daughter's heart, for he could not suppose that Richard was aware of the passion of which he was the object, and permitting the young couple to look upon each other as destined to be one day united. At another moment he imagined that it would be better to allow things to take their chance for a short time, and thereby ascertain whether the attachment gained ground on the part of his daughter, and whether it would become mutual, for he was entirely ignorant of Markham's love for another. And at length he resolved upon dispensing with the services of Richard, and trusting to time to eradicate the seeds of the unfortunate passion from the heart of Mary Ann. This plan Mr. Gregory put into execution in the course of a few days, indeed the very next time that Richard called at his house. "Mr. Markham," said the father, "I deeply regret that certain circumstances, which it is not necessary for me to explain to you, compel me to dispense with your further attendance upon my children." "I hope," said Markham, "that I have given you no cause—" "Not at all, not in the least," interrupted Mr. Gregory, shaking Richard cordially by the hand. "I shall see no visitors for some time." Markham was satisfied. Mr. Gregory had heard nothing prejudicial to his character, but he had evidently penetrated into the state of Mary Ann's feelings. Richard was delighted to be thus dismissed from a house where his presence was only calculated to destroy the more profoundly the peace of one of its inmates. Indeed, he himself had already entertained serious ideas of severing his connection with that family. "If I can at any time be of service to you, Mr. Markham, in any way, you may command me," said Mr. Gregory, when the former rose to depart. "And do not think that I am merely uttering a cold, ceremonial phrase, when I desire you to make use of me as a friend, should you ever require one." Richard thanked Mr. Gregory for his kindness, and took leave of him. He also bade adieu to Gustavus and Lionel, both of whom were deeply affected at the idea of losing the visits of their tutor. But Mary Ann had been purposely sent to pass a few days with some friends in the country. End of section 24. Section 25 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Tragedy. At length, the evening upon which the tragedy was to be represented for the first time arrived. Markham, in the meantime, had seen little of the manager, and had not attended a single rehearsal, his presence for that purpose not having been required. Moreover, true to his original intentions, he had not acquainted a soul with his secret relative to the drama. The manager still knew him only as Edward Preston, and the advertisements in the newspapers had announced the forthcoming tragedy as one that had emanated from the pen of a young author of considerable promise, but who had determined to maintain a strict incognito until public verdict should have been pronounced upon his piece. A short time before the doors opened, Richard proceeded to the theatre and called upon the manager, who received him in his own private apartment.
"Well, Mr. Preston," said the theatrical monarch, "this evening will decide the fate of the tragedy. A few hours, and we shall know more."
"I hope you still think well of it," returned Markham.
"My candid opinion is that the success will be triumphant,"
said the manager.
I have spared no expense to get up the piece well, and I am very sanguine. Besides, I have another element of success."
"What is that?" inquired Richard.
"My principal ballet dancer, who was a beautiful creature and a general favourite, Miss Selina Fitzherbert."
"I have heard of her fame," said Markham, "but have never seen her. Strange as it may appear, I never visit theatres. I have not done so for years."
"You will visit them often enough if your productions succeed," observed the manager with a smile. "But, as I was saying, Miss Fitzherbert has lately manifested a passionate desire to shine in tragedy, and she will make her debut in that sphere tonight in your piece. She will play the Baron's daughter."
"Which character does not appear until the commencement of the third act," said Markham.
"Precisely," observed the manager. "But time is now drawing on. Where will you remain during the performance?"
"I shall proceed into the body of the house," returned Markham, "and take my seat in one of the central boxes. I mean those precisely fronting the stage. I should be able to judge of the effect better in that part of the house than elsewhere."
"As you please," said the manager. "But mind and let me see you after the performance."
Richard promised compliance with this request, and then proceeded into the house, where he took a seat in the centre of the amphitheatre. The doors had been opened a few minutes previously, and the house was filling fast. By 6:30 it was crowded from pit to roof. The boxes were filled with elegantly dressed ladies and fashionable gentlemen. There was not room to thrust another spectator into any one point at the moment when the curtain drew up. The overture commenced. How long it appeared to Markham, passionately fond of music though he was. At length it ceased, and the first act commenced. For some time a profound silence pervaded the audience. Not a voice, not a murmur, not a sigh gave the slightest demonstration of either approbation or dislike. But at length, at the conclusion of a most impressive soliloquy which was delivered by the hero of the piece, one universal burst of applause broke forth, and the theatre rang with the sounds of human tongues and the clapping of hands. When the first act ended, the opinion of the audience was decisive in favour of the piece, and the manager felt persuaded that it was a hit. This was one of the happiest moments of Markham's existence, that existence which had latterly presented so few green spots to please the mental eye of the wanderer in the world's desert. His veins seemed to run with liquid fire. A delirium of joy seized upon him. He was inebriated with excess of bliss. Around him the spectators were expressing their opinions of the first act, little suspecting that the author of the piece was so near. All those sentiments were unequivocally in favour of the tragedy. The second act began, progressed, terminated. No pen can describe the enthusiasm with which the audience received the development of the drama, nor the interest which it seemed to excite. Inspired by the applause that greeted them, the performers exerted all their efforts, and the excellence of the tragedy, united with the talent of the actors and the beauty of the scenery, achieved a triumph not often witnessed within the walls of that or any other theatre. The third act commenced. Selina Fitzherbert appeared upon the stage, and her presence was welcomed with rapturous applause. She came forward and acknowledged the kindness of the audience with a grateful curtsy. Markham surveyed her with interest, in consequence of the manner in which her name had been mentioned to him by the manager. But that interest grew more profound, and was gradually associated with feelings of extreme surprise, suspense, and uncertainty, for he fancied that if ever he saw Ellen Munro in his life, there was she, or else her living counterpart, before him, an actress playing a part in his own drama. He was stupefied. He strained his eyes. He leant forward. He borrowed the opera-glass of a gentleman seated next to him, and the more he gazed, the more he felt convinced that he beheld Ellen Munro in the person of Selina Fitzherbert. At length the actress spoke. Wonder upon wonder, it was Ellen's voice, her intonation, her accent, her style of speaking. Markham was amazed, confounded. He inquired of his neighbour whether Selina Fitzherbert was the young lady's real name or an assumed one. The gentleman to whom he spoke did not know. "How long has she been on the stage?"
"Between 2 and 3 months, and strange to say, it is rumoured that she only took 2 months to render herself so proficient a dancer as she is. But she now appears to be equally fine in tragedy. Listen."
Markham could ask no more questions, for his neighbour had become all attention towards the piece. Richard reviewed in a moment in his mind all the principal appearances and characteristics of Ellen's life during the last few months. The lateness of her hours, the constancy of her employment, and the variety of circumstances which only now struck him, but which tended to ratify his suspicion that she was indeed Selina Fitzherbert. His attention was withdrawn from his own piece, and he determined to convince himself at once upon this head. Taking advantage of the termination of the first scene in the third act, he left the box and proceeded behind the scenes of the theatre. But while he was on his way thither, it struck him that if his suspicions were correct, and if he appeared too suddenly in the presence of Ellen, he would perhaps so disconcert her as to render her unfit to proceed with the part entrusted to her. He accordingly concealed himself in a dark corner behind some scene-boards, and whence he could see plainly, but where he himself could not be very readily discovered. He did not wait long ere his doubts were cleared up, in a few minutes after he had taken his post in the obscure nook. Ellen passed close by him. She was conversing with another actress.
"Have you seen the author?"
said the latter.
"No, not yet," replied Ellen, "but the manager has promised us that pleasure when the curtain falls. He has made a brilliant hit."
"Yes," said Ellen. "He need not have been so bashful if he had known his own powers or foreseen this success.
The greatest mystery has been preserved about him. He never once came to rehearsal, and the prompter, who copied out my part for me from the original manuscript, tells me that he is convinced the author is quite a novice in dramatic composition, by the way in which the piece was written. I mean, there were not in the manuscript any of those hints and suggestions which an experienced writer would have introduced." "I really long to see him," said Ellen's companion. "He must be quite—"
The two ladies passed on, and Richard heard no more. His doubts were, however, cleared up. Ellen Munro was a figurant and an actress. He was not so annoyed at this discovery as Ellen had imagined he would have been when she took such precautions to conceal the fact from the knowledge of him and her father. Richard could not help admiring the independent spirit which had induced her to seek the means of earning her own livelihood, and which he now fully comprehended. At the same time, he was sorry that she had withheld the truth, and that she had embraced the stage in preference to any other avocation. Alas, he little suspected what scenes the poor girl had passed through. He knew nothing of her connection with the statuary, the artist, the sculptor, the photographer, Greenwood, and the mesmerist. Having satisfied himself that Selina Fitzherbert and Ellen Munro were one and the same person, and still amazed and bewildered by the discovery, Markham returned to the body of the theatre, but instead of proceeding to his former seat, he repaired to the author's box, which he found unoccupied, and which, being close to the stage, commanded a full view of the scene. The tragedy proceeded with unabated success. The performance of Ellen was alone sufficient to give it an extraordinary éclat. Her beautiful countenance, the noble and dignified manner in which she carried her classic head, her elegant form, the natural grace and suavity of her manners, her musical voice, and the correct appreciations he evinced of the character in which she appeared. These were the elements of an irresistible appeal to the public heart. The tragedy would have been eminently successful by reason of its own intrinsic merits, and without Ellen. But with her, that success was brilliant, triumphant, unparalleled in the annals of the modern stage. The entire audience was enraptured with the charming woman who shone in two ways so essentially distinct, who had first captivated the sense as a dancer, and who now came forth a great tragic actress. Her lovely person and her talents united formed a passport to favour which not a dissident voice could question. And when the curtain fell at the close of the fifth act, the approbation of the spectators was expressed with clapping of hands, waving of handkerchiefs, and shouts of applause, all prolonged to an unusual length of time, and frequently renewed with additional enthusiasm. The moment the curtain fell, Markham hastened behind the scenes and encountered Ellen in one of the slips. Hastily grasping her by the hand, he said in a low but hurried tone,
"Do not be alarmed. I know all. I am here to thank you, not to blame you."
"Thank me, Richard!" exclaimed the young actress, partly recovering from the almost overwhelming state of alarm into which the sudden apparition of Markham had thrown her.
"Why should you thank me?" "Thank you, Ellen. Oh, how can I do otherwise than thank you?" said Markham. "You have carried my tragedy through the ordeal." "Your tragedy, Richard?" cried Miss Munro, more and more bewildered. "Yes, my tragedy, Ellen. It is mine. But there is a call for you."
A moment's silence had succeeded the flattering expression of public opinion which arose at the termination of the performance, and then arose a loud cry for Selina Fitzherbert. This was followed by a call for the author, and then 1,000 voices ejaculated, "Selina Fitzherbert and the author! Let them come together!" The manager now hastened up to the place where Ellen and Richard were standing, and where the above hurried words had been exchanged between them.
"You must go forward, Miss Fitzherbert, and you too, Mr. Preston."
Ellen glanced with an arch smile towards Richard, as much to say, "You have also taken an assumed name." Markham begged and implored the manager not to force him upon the stage. But the call for Selina Fitzherbert and the author was peremptory, and the gods were growing clamorous. Popular will is never more arbitrary than in a theatre. Markham accordingly took Ellen's hand. The curtain rose, and he led her forward. The appearance of that handsome couple, a fine, dark-eyed and genteel young man, leading by the hand a lovely woman, a successful author and a favourite actress, this was a signal for a fresh burst of applause. Richard was dazzled by the glare of light, and for some time could see nothing distinctly. Myriads of human countenances, heaped together, danced before him, and yet the aspects and features of none were accurately delineated to his eyes. He could not have selected from amongst those countenances even that of his long-lost brother, or that of his dearly beloved Isabella, had they both been, or either of them, prominent in that multitude of faces. And Isabella was there with her parents, impelled by the curiosity which had taken so many thither that evening. Her surprise and that of her father and mother may therefore well be conceived, when, in the author of one of the most successful and beautiful dramatic compositions of modern times, they recognized Richard Markham. The applause continued for 3 or 4 minutes, uninterrupted and enthusiastic, as if some mighty conqueror who had just released his country from the thraldom of a foreign foe was the object of adulation. At length this expression of approbation ceased, and the spectators waited in suspense, and with curiosity depicted upon their countenances, the acknowledgment of the honours showered upon the author. At that moment the manager stepped forward and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honour to inform you that Mr. Edward Preston is the author of the successful tragedy upon which you have been pleased to bestow your approval. I consider it to be my duty to mention a name which the author's own modesty which you will agree with me in pronouncing to be unnecessary under such circumstances, would not probably have allowed him to reveal to you." The manager bowed and retired. Fresh applause welcomed the announcement of the tragic author's name, and 1,000 voices exclaimed, "Bravo, Edward Preston!" By this time Markham had recovered his presence of mind and self-possession, and his joy was extreme when he suddenly recognized Isabella in a box close by the stage. Oh, that was a glorious moment for him. She was there. She beheld his triumph, and doubtless she participated in his own happy feelings. "Bravo, Edward Preston!" was re-echoed through the house, and then a dead silence prevailed. All were anxious to hear Richard speak, but just at the moment when he was about to acknowledge the honour conferred upon him and his fair companion by the audience, a strange voice broke upon the stillness of the scene.
"It is false. His name is not Preston."
"Silence!"
cried numerous voices.
"His name is—"
"Turn that brawler out! Turn him out!"
"His name is—"
"Hold your tongue!"
"Silence! Turn him out! Turn him out!" "His name is Richard Markham, the forger."
A burst of indignation, mingled with strong expressions of incredulity, rose against the individual who, from an obscure nook in the gallery, had interrupted the harmony of the evening.
"It is true, I say. He is Richard Markham, who was condemned to 2 years' imprisonment for forgery,"
thundered forth the hoarse and unpleasant voice. A piercing scream, the scream of a female tone, echoed through the house. All eyes were turned towards the box whence it issued, and a young lady with flaxen hair and pale complexion was seen to sink senseless in the arms of the elderly gentleman who accompanied her. And in another part of the house a young lady also sank, pale, trembling, and overcome with feelings of acute anguish, upon her father's bosom. So deeply did that dread accusing voice affect the sensitive and astonished Mary Ann and the faithful Isabella. All was now confusion. The audience rose from their seats in all directions, and the theatre suddenly appeared to be converted into a modern Babel. Overwhelmed with shame, and so bewildered by this cruel blow that he knew not how to act, Markham stood for some moments like a criminal before his judges. Ellen, forgetting where she was, clung to him for support. At length the unhappy young man seized Ellen abruptly by the hand and led her from the public gaze. The curtain fell as they passed behind the scenes. The audience then grew more clamorous. None scarcely knew why. Some demanded that the man who had caused the interruption should be arrested by the police, but those in the gallery shouted out that he had suddenly disappeared. Others declared that the accusation ought to be investigated. People in the pit maintained that, even if the story were true, it had nothing to do with the success of the accused as a dramatic author, and gentlemen in the boxes expressed their determination never to support a man in a public institution and in a public capacity who had been condemned to infamous penalties for an enormous crime. Thus all was noise, confusion, and uproar. Argument, accusation, and recrimination, the buzzing of hundreds of tongues, the clamour of thousands of voices. Some called shame upon the manager for introducing a discharged convict to the notice of Englishmen's wives and daughters, although the persons who thus clamoured did not utter a reproach against the immoral females who made no secret of their profligacy, and who appeared nightly upon the stage as its brightest ornaments. Nor did they condescend to recall to mind the vicinity of that infamous saloon, which vomited forth numbers of impure characters to occupy seats by the sides of those wives and daughters, whose purity was now supposed to be tainted because a man who had undergone an infamous punishment, but who could there set no bad example, had contributed to their entertainment. And then commenced a riot in the theatre. The respectable portion of the audience escaped from the scene with the utmost precipitation, but the occupants of the upper region and some of the tenants of the pit remained to exhibit their inclination for what they were pleased to term a lark. The benches were torn up and hurled upon the stage. Hats and orange peel flew about in all directions, and serious damage would have been done to the theatre had not a body of police succeeded in restoring order. In the meantime, Markham and Ellen had been conducted to the green room, where a glass of wine was administered to each to restore their self-possession. The manager was alone with them, and when Richard had time to collect his scattered ideas, he seemed to awake as from a horrible dream. But the ominous countenance of the manager met his glance, and he knew that it was all a fearful reality. Then did Markham bury his face in his hands and weep bitterly, bitterly.
"Alas, young man," said the manager, "it was an evil day for both you and me when you sought and I accorded my patronage. This business will no doubt injure me seriously. You are a young man of extraordinary talent, but it will not avail you in this sphere again. You have enjoyed one signal triumph. You have experienced a most heart-rending overthrow.
Never did defeat follow upon conquest so rapidly. The power of your genius will not vanquish the opinion of the public. I do not blame you. You were not compelled to communicate your former history to me. It was I who forced you to go forward."
Markham was consoled by the language of the manager, who spoke in a kind and sympathizing tone of voice. Thus, the only man who would suffer in a pecuniary point of view, or at least he who would suffer most by the fatal occurrence of that evening, was the only one who attempted to solace the unhappy Markham. As for poor Ellen, she was overwhelmed with grief.
"You gave me 50 guineas for that fatal drama," said Richard, after a long pause. "The money shall be returned to you tomorrow."
"No, my young friend, that must not be done," exclaimed the manager, taking Richard's hand. "Your noble conduct in this respect raises you 50% in my opinion."
"Yes, he is noble, he is generous," cried Ellen. "He has been a benefactor to myself and my father. It is at his house that we live, and never until this evening were we aware of each other's avocations in respect to the stage."
"How singular a coincidence!" exclaimed the manager.
"Yes," said Ellen firmly. "I shall never more appear in public in that capacity of which I was so lately enamoured, but for which I have suddenly entertained an abhorrence.
A few days' repose and rest will induce you to change your mind,
I hope," said the manager, who was really alarmed at the prospect of losing a figurant of such talent and an actress of such great promise. "We shall see. I will reflect," returned Ellen, unwilling to add to the annoyances of the kind-hearted manager.
"You must not desert me," said this gentleman, "especially at a time when I shall require all the attractions possible to restore the reputation of my house."
Markham now rose to take his departure.
"I should not advise you to leave the house together," said the manager. "There may be a few malcontents in the street, and at all events it would be as well that the ladies and gentlemen of my company should not know of your intimate acquaintance with each other. Such a proceeding might only compromise Miss Fitzherbert."
Markham cordially acceded to this suggestion, and it was agreed that he should depart by the private door, and that Ellen should return home in the usual manner by herself. But before they separated, the two young people agreed with each other that the strictest silence should be preserved at the place, not only with respect to the events of that evening, but also in regard to the nature of the avocations in which they had both lately been engaged. Markham succeeded in escaping unobserved from the theatre, and humiliated, cast down, heartbroken, bending beneath an insupportable burden of ignominy and shame, with the fainting form of Isabella before his eyes and the piercing shriek of Mary Ann, whom he had also recognized, in his ears, he pursued his precipitate retreat homewards. But what a dread revelation had been made to him that evening! His mortal enemy, his inveterate foe, had escaped from the death which it was hitherto supposed the miscreant had met in the den of infamy near Birdcage Walk, some months previously. His ominous voice still thundered in Markham's ears, and our unhappy hero once more saw all his prospects ruined by the unmitigated hatred of the Resurrection Man. End of section 25. Section 26 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Italian Valet. Ellen retired to her private dressing-room and hastily threw aside her theatrical garb. She assumed her usual attire and then stole away from the establishment without waiting to say farewell either to the manager or any of her acquaintances belonging to the company. As she left the private door of the theatre, she saw several persons loitering about, probably in hopes of catching a glimpse of the author who had been so signally disgraced that evening, and whose previous departure from the house was unperceived. She drew her veil closely over her countenance, but not before one fellow, more impudent than the rest, and whose cadaverous countenance, shaggy eyebrows, and sinister expression struck a momentary terror into her soul, had peered beneath her bonnet.
"Cabman,"
said he as Ellen approached. Ellen answered in the affirmative, mentioned her address, and stepped into the vehicle. The driver banged the door and mounted his box. The man with the cadaverous countenance watched Ellen into the vehicle and exchanged the sign of intelligence with the driver. The cab then drove rapidly away. Another cab was standing at a little distance, and into this the man with the cadaverous countenance stepped. There was already an individual in it, who, when the former opened the door, said, "All right." "All right," was the reply. This second cab, containing these two individuals, then followed rapidly in the traces of the first. Meantime, Ellen had thrown herself back in the vehicle and had given way to her reflections. The events of that memorable evening occupied her attention. A coincidence of a nature fitted only for the pages of a romance had revealed to Markham and herself the history of each other's pursuits. While she had been following the occupation of a figurant, he was devoting his time to dramatic composition. He had retained his employment a secret. She had dissembled hers. He had accidentally applied for the patronage of the same manager who had taken her by the hand. He had assumed a false name. So had she. Chance led her to take a part in his drama. Her talent had materially contributed to its success. A triumph was achieved by each. And then came the overwhelming, crushing denunciation which turned his joy to mourning, his honour to disgrace, his glory to shame. She felt as if she were identified with his fate in this one respect. He was her benefactor. She esteemed him, and she seemed to partake in his most painful emotions as she pondered upon the incidents of that evening. And then she retrospected over the recent events which had checkered her own life. The cast of her countenance embellished statues. Her likeness lent its attraction to pictures. Her bust was preserved in marble. Her entire form feasted the eyes of many a libertine in the private room of the photographic department of a gallery of science. Her virtue had become the prey of one who gave her a few pieces of paltry gold in exchange for the inestimable jewel of her purity. Her dreams had been sold to a mesmerist, her dancing had captivated thousands, her tragic talent had crowned the success of a drama. What remained for her now to sell? What talent did she possess which could now be turned to advantage? Alas, she knew not. Her meditations were painful, and some time elapsed ere she awoke from her reverie. At length she glanced towards the window. The night was beautifully clear, though piercing cold, for it was now the month of December, and the year 1839 was drawing to a close. The vehicle was proceeding along a road skirted only by a few leafless trees, and wearing an aspect strange and new to her. The country beyond, on either side, seemed to present to her view different outlines from those which frequent passage along the road leading to Markham Place had rendered familiar to her eyes. Again she gazed wistfully forth. She lowered the window and surveyed the adjacent scenery with redoubled interest. And now she felt really alarmed, for she was convinced that the driver had mistaken the road. So she called to him and expressed her fears. "No, no, ma'am," he exclaimed, without relaxing the speed at which the vehicle was proceeding. "There's more ways than one of reaching the place where you live. Don't be afraid, ma'am. It's all right." Ellen's fears were hushed for a short time, but as she leant partially out of the window to survey the country through which she was passing, the sounds of another vehicle behind her own fell upon her ears. At any other time this circumstance would not have produced a second thought, but on this occasion Ellen felt a presentiment of evil. Whether the mournful catastrophe of the evening, or her recent sad reflection, or both united, had produced this morbid feeling, we cannot say. Sufficient is it for us to know that such was the state of her mind. And then she remembered the warning contained in the letter so mysteriously sent to her a short time previously at the theatre. Again she addressed the cabman, but this time he made no answer, and in a few minutes he drove up to the door of a small house which stood alone by the side of that dreary road. Scarcely had he alighted from his box when the second cab came up and stopped also.
"Where am I?"
demanded Ellen, now seriously alarmed. An individual who had alighted from the second cab hastened to open the door of the first and assist Ellen to alight.
"You must get down here, miss,"
he said in a dialect and tone which denoted him to be a foreigner. Ellen saw at a glance that he was a tall, elderly man with dark olive complexion, piercing black eyes, but by no means an unpleasant expression of countenance. He was dressed in black and wore a large cloak hanging loosely over his shoulders.
"Get down here," repeated Ellen. "And why? Where am I? Who are you? Speak."
"No harm will happen to you, miss," replied the stranger. "A gentleman is waiting in this house to see you."
"A gentleman?" cried Ellen. "Ah, can it be Mr. Greenwood?"
"It is, miss. You need fear nothing."
Ellen was naturally of a courageous disposition, and the circumstances of her life had tended to strengthen her mind. It instantly struck her that she was in the power of her persecutors' minions, and that resistance against them was calculated to produce effects much less beneficial for her than those which remonstrance and firmness might lead to with her employer. She accordingly accompanied the tall stranger into the house. But what was the astonishment of the poor creature when she encountered in the hall the very old hag whom she had known in the court in Golden Lane, and who had originally introduced her to the embraces of Mr. Greenwood. The horrible, wrinkled wretch grinned significantly as she conducted Ellen into a parlour, very neatly furnished, and where a cheerful fire was burning in the grate. Meantime, the tall stranger issued forth again, and ordered the driver of the cab in which Ellen had arrived to await further instructions. He then accosted the cadaverous-looking man who had accompanied him in the second cab, who was now loitering about in front of the house.
"Tidkins," said he, "we do not require your services any further. The young lady made no resistance, and consequently there has been no need for the exercise of your strong arm. Here is your reward. You can return to London in the same cab that brought you hither."
"Thank you, my friend," exclaimed the Resurrection Man. "Your master knows my address the next time he requires my services. Good night."
"Good night," said the tall man, and when he had seen the second cab depart, he re-entered the house. In the hall he met Mr. Greenwood.
"Well, Filippo, all right, eh?"
said this gentleman in a whisper.
"All right, sir. We managed it without violence, and the lady is in your power."
I thought you would do the business genteelly for me. Lafleur is a faithful fellow, and would do anything to serve me. But he is clumsy and awkward in an intrigue of this kind. No one can manage these little matters so well as a foreigner. A Frenchman is clever, but an Italian incomparable."
"Thank you, sir, for the compliment," said Filippo, with a low bow.
"Oh, it is no compliment," returned Greenwood. 3 or 4 little things that I have entrusted to you since you have been in my service were all admirably managed so far as you were concerned, and though every one failed afterwards, yet it was no fault of yours. I am well aware of that. And now I must present myself to this haughty beauty," said Greenwood.
"Am I to dismiss the vehicle which brought you hither, sir?" demanded Filippo.
"Yes, you will stay here tonight."
The Italian valet bowed once more and returned to the driver of the vehicle that brought Ellen thither.
"My good fellow," said Filippo in a hurried tone, "here is your money for the service rendered up to this moment. Are you now disposed to earn 5 guineas in addition?"
"Certainly, sir," replied the man.
"Then drive to the bend in the road yonder," continued Filippo. "There you will find a large barn belonging to my master's property here. You can house your horse and cab comfortably there, but do not unharness the animal. There is a pond close by, and you will find a bucket in the barn. There is also hay for your horse. Wait there patiently until I come to you."
The cabman signified acquiescence, and Filippo returned to the house. Meantime, the old hag, as before stated, had conducted Ellen to a parlour, where the young lady threw herself upon a sofa, her mind and body being alike fatigued with the events and anxieties of the evening.
"We meet again, miss," said the old woman, lingering near the table on which refreshments of several luxurious kinds were placed. "You came no more to visit me in the court, and yet I watch from a distance the brilliancy of your career. Ah, what fine things I have introduced you to since first I knew you."
"If you wish to serve me," said Ellen, "help me away from this place, and I will recompense you largely."
"For every guinea that you would give me to let you go, I shall receive 2 for keeping you in safe custody,"
returned the hag.
"Name the price that you are to have from your employer," cried Ellen, "and I will double it."
"That you cannot do, miss. Besides, have I not your interests to consider? Do I not know what is good for you? I tell you that you may become a great lady, ride in a magnificent carriage, have fine clothes and sparkling jewels, and never know again what toil is. I should not be so squeamish if I were you."
"Silence, wretch!"
cried Ellen, exasperated more at the cool language of calculation in which the old woman spoke than with the prospects she held out and the arguments she used.
"Ah, miss," continued the hag, "I was once young like you, and as beautiful too, wrinkled and tanned as I now appear, but I was not such a fool to my own interests as you. I lived luxuriously for many, many years. God knows how many. I can't count them now. I don't like to think of those happy times. I ought to have saved money, much money, but I frittered it all away as quick as I got it. Now, do you take my advice, accept Mr. Greenwood's offers. He is an handsome man, and pays like a prince."
The argument of the old hag was cut short by the entrance of the individual of whom she was just speaking.
"Sir, are you the author of this cowardly outrage which has been perpetrated upon me?"
demanded Ellen, rising from the sofa and speaking in a firm but cold tone.
"Call it not an outrage, dearest Ellen. It is nothing else, sir. If you have one spark of honour left, one feeling of respect for the mother of your child," added Miss Munro, sinking her voice, "you will allow me to depart without delay. On that condition I will forget all that has transpired this evening. My dear girl, you cannot think that I have taken all this trouble to be thwarted by a trifling obstacle at the end, or that I have merely had you brought hither to have the pleasure of letting you depart again after 1 minute's conversation. No, Ellen, listen to me. I have conceived a deep, profound, and fervent affection for—" "Cease this libertine's jargon, Mr. Greenwood," interrupted Ellen. "You must know that your sophistry cannot deceive me, as it has done to so many, many others. Then, in plain terms, Ellen, you shall be mine, wholly and solely mine, and I will remain faithful to you until death. I will become your wife for the sake of my child. On no other terms will I consort with you. As surely as you attempt to force me to compliance with your will, so certainly will I unmask you sooner or later. I will expose you. I will tell the world who you are. I will proclaim how you obtained your fortune by the plunder of your own—" "Silence, Ellen!" thundered Greenwood, his face becoming purple with indignation. "Remember that the least word calculated to betray my secret would lead to a revelation of yours, and the result would be the execrations of your father showered down upon your devoted head. I care not for that catastrophe. I care not for my own past dishonour. I care not for the existence of that child of whom you are the father," exclaimed Ellen in a rapid and impassioned tone. "I will not be immolated to your desires. I will not succumb to your wishes without revenge. Oh, full well do I comprehend you. Full well do I know how you calculated when you resolved to perpetrate this outrage. You thought that I must suffer everything at your hands, and dare not proclaim my wrongs. You fancied that my lips are sealed against all and everything connected with you. Mark me, you have reckoned erroneously upon the extent of my dread of my father and my benefactor. There is one thing that will make me fall at their feet and reveal all, and that is the consummation on your part of this vile outrage upon me."
"Be it so, Ellen," said Greenwood. "I am as determined as you. I will use no force against you, but I will keep you a prisoner here. And believe me, for I know the world well, your stern resolves will soon melt in the presence of solitude and monotony. You will then solicit me to come to you, if it be only to bear you company. Escape is impossible. My spies are around the house. Day and night will you be watched as if you were a criminal. When you consent to become mine, in all save the vain ties which priestcraft has invented, and the shackles of which shall never curb my proud spirit, then will I surround you with every luxury, gratify your slightest wishes, study your pleasures unceasingly, and do all to make you cling to me more fervently than if I were your husband, according to monkish ceremony. This is my resolve. In the meantime, if you choose to console your father for your absence, write a note telling him that you are happy, but that circumstances at present compel you to withhold from him the place of your residence, and that letter shall be delivered tomorrow morning at Markham Place. I now leave you. This is your sitting-room. Your sleeping apartment is above. The servant, the old woman whom you know so well," added Greenwood in a tone slightly ironical, "will attend upon you. The house contains every luxury that may gratify the appetite. All your wishes shall be complied with. But again, I say, think not of escape. That is impossible. And if you feel inclined to write the note of which I have spoken, do so, and give it to your attendant. It is now late. The clock has struck 1. I leave you to yourself."
Ellen made no reply, and Greenwood left the room. The moment she was alone, Ellen rose and hastened to the window. She drew aside the curtain and was somewhat surprised to perceive that the casements were not barred, for she had expected to find every precaution against escape adopted, after the confident manner in which Greenwood had spoken upon that head. But her heart sank within her, for she remembered his assurance that the house was surrounded by spies. She therefore made up her mind, after some reflection, to remain quiet until the next day, and then regulate her endeavours to escape by the aspect of the house and its locality when seen by daylight. She felt exhausted and wearied, and partook of a slight refreshment. She then took a candle from the table and proceeded upstairs to the bedroom prepared for her. Having carefully bolted the door, she sat down to reflect upon the propriety of writing to her father the note suggested by Greenwood. She felt most acutely on the old man's account, and she knew that she would not be permitted to communicate with him in terms more explicit than those mentioned by her persecutor. Such terms were too vague and equivocal to be satisfactory, and she concluded in her own mind that silence was the better alternative of the two. Having once more satisfied herself that the room was safe against all chances of intrusion, she thought of retiring to rest. She laid aside her bonnet and shawl, which she had hitherto kept on, and then took off her gown. She approached a long Psyche, or full-length mirror, that stood near the dressing-table, for the room was elegantly furnished, and for a moment contemplated herself with feelings of pride and pleasure, in spite of the vexatious position in which she found herself. But vanity was now an essential ingredient of her character. It had been engendered, nurtured, and matured by the mode of life she had been compelled to adopt. And assuredly, hers were charms of which she had full right to be proud. The mirror reflected to her eyes a countenance that had been deemed worthy to establish a Venus on the canvas of a great painter. In that same faithful glass was also seen a form, the beautiful undulations and rich contour of which were perfectly symmetrical, and yet voluptuously matured. The delicate white corset yielded with docile elasticity to the shape which no invention of art could improve. The form reduced that corset to suit its own proportions, and in no way did the corset shape the form. Those swelling globes of snow, each adorned as with a delicate rosebud, needed no support to maintain them in their full and natural rotundity. The curvatures which formed the waist were not drawn nearer to each other by the compression of the stay. The graceful swell of the hips required no art to improve or augment its copiousness. Ellen smiled in spite of herself, smiled complacently, smiled almost proudly, as she surveyed her perfect form in that mirror. But hark! What sound is that which suddenly falls upon her ear? She starts, looks round, and listens. Again that sound is repeated. This time she comprehends its source. Someone is tapping gently at the side window of the room. Ellen hastily put on her gown once more and advanced to the casement. She raised the blind and beheld the dark form of a man mounted upon a ladder at the window. A second glance convinced her that he was the tall Italian whom she had before seen. She approached as closely as possible and said in a low tone, "What do you require? What means this strange proceeding?" "I am come to save you," answered Filippo in a voice so low that his words were scarcely intelligible. "Do not be afraid. I am he who wrote the warning letter which—" Without a moment's further hesitation, Ellen gently raised the window. "I am he who wrote the warning letter which you received at the theatre," repeated Filippo. "Although ostensibly compelled to serve my master, yet privately I counteract all his vile schemes to the uttermost of my power." "I believe you, I trust you," said Ellen, overjoyed at the arrival of this unlooked-for succour. "What would you have me do?" "Tie the sheets of the bed together, fasten one end to the bedpost, and throw the other outside," returned Filippo, speaking in a rapid whisper. In less than a minute this was done, and Ellen once more assumed her bonnet and shawl. By the directions of Filippo, she then stepped upon the window-sill. He received her in his arms and bore her in safety to the ground. Then, taking the ladder on his shoulders, he desired her to follow him without speaking a word. They passed behind the house and stopped for a moment at a stable where Filippo deposited the ladder. He then led the way across a field adjoining the garden that belonged to the house. "Lady," said the Italian when they were at some distance from the dwelling, "if you consider that you owe me any gratitude for the service which I am now rendering you, all the recompense I require is a strict silence on your part with respect to the real mode of your escape." "Rest assured that I shall never betray you," answered Ellen. "But how is it that so bad a man as your master can possess so honest and a generous a follower as you?" "That, lady, is a mystery which is by no means difficult to explain," replied Filippo. "Chosen by a noble-hearted lady who by this time doubtless enjoys a sovereign rank in another clime, to counteract the villainies of Greenwood, I came to England, and fortunately I learned that he required a foreign valet. I applied for the situation and obtained it. He believes me faithful because I appear to enter heart and soul into all his schemes. But I generally succeed eventually in defeating or mitigating their evil effects upon others. This is the simple truth, lady, and you must consider my confidence in you as implicitly sacred. Any revelation, the slightest hint on your part, would frustrate the generous purposes of my mistress. And think not, lady, that I am merely acting the part of a base spy. I mean Mr. Greenwood no harm. I shall do him none. All I aim at is the prevention of harm springing from his machinations in regard to others. But we are now at the spot where a vehicle awaits to convey you back to London." Filippo opened the door of a barn which they had just reached, and the cabman responded to his summons. In a few minutes the vehicle was ready to depart. Ellen offered the Italian a recompense for his goodness towards her,
But he drew himself up haughtily and said, "Keep your guard, lady. I require no other reward than silence on your part." He then handed Miss Munro into the vehicle and ordered the driver to conduct the lady whithersoever she commanded him. Ellen desired to be taken home to Markham Place. The Italian raised his hat respectfully, and the cab drove rapidly away towards London. Miss Munro now began to reflect profoundly upon the nature of the excuse which she should offer to her father and Richard Markham to account for her prolonged absence. We have before said that she had ceased to shrink from a falsehood, and she had certain cogent reasons for never associating her own name with that of Greenwood. Much less would she acquaint her father or Richard with an outrage which would only induce them to adopt means to punish its perpetrator, and thus bring them in collision with him. At length she revolved upon stating that she had been taken ill at a concert where she had been engaged for the evening. This course would be comprehended by Markham, who would only have to substitute the word theatre for concert in his own imagination, and it would also satisfy her father. We need merely add to this episode in our eventful history that Ellen reached home safely at 4 o'clock in the morning, and that the excuse was satisfactory to both Markham and her father, who were anxiously awaiting her return. End of section 26. Section 27 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. News from Castelcicala. Return we once more to Diana Arlington, who still occupied the splendid mansion in Dover Street which had been fitted up for her by the Earl of Warrington. The routine of the life of the enchantress continued the same as we have described it in Chapter 51. The Earl of Warrington was unremitting in his attention and unchanged in his liberality towards his beautiful mistress, and on her part Diana was the faithful friend and true companion who, by her correct conduct, maintained the confidence which she had inspired in the heart of her noble protector. We must again introduce our readers to the enchantress at the hour of breakfast, and in the little parlour where we have before seen her. But on this occasion, instead of being occupied with the perusal of the Morning Herald, her entire attention was absorbed in the contents of a letter, which ran as follows. Montoni, December the 3rd, 1839. I sit down, my dearest Diana, to inform you that the ceremony of my union with His Serene Highness Angelo III was solemnized yesterday. You are aware that this ceremony was to have taken place some months ago, but the intrigues of certain persons holding high and influential offices in the state delayed it. Calumny after calumny against me was whispered in the ears of the Grand Duke, and although His Highness believed not a word of those evil reports, I steadily refused to accept the honour he was anxious to confer upon me, until he had satisfied himself of the falsity of each successive calumny. At length I implored His Highness to address an autograph letter to the Earl of Warrington, with whom His Highness was acquainted during the residence of that good English nobleman in Castelcicala. His Highness complied with my request, and dispatched his letter so privately that none of those who surround him suspected his proceeding. The Earl of Warrington, as you know, dearest Diana, hastened to reply. His answer was so very satisfactory, so frank, so generous, so candid, that the Duke declared he would visit with his severest displeasure anyone who dared breathe a word of calumny against me or my friends in England in future. The next step adopted by His Serene Highness was to dismiss the Marquis of Girano from the office of Minister of Foreign Affairs. Baron Ruperto, the Under-Secretary in that department, retired with his superior. The Duke adopted this measure in consequence of the intrigues of those noblemen to thwart His Highness's intention of raising to the ducal throne the woman whom he loved. You may suppose how grieved, how vexed, how distressed I have been through the conviction that I myself was the cause of these heart-burnings, jealousies, and intrigues.
and although I was innocently the source of such disagreeable proceedings, my sorrow and annoyance were but little mitigated by this impression. I implored the Grand Duke to allow me to leave the country and retire to Switzerland, but His Serene Highness remained firm, and assured me that, although he had many difficulties to overcome, he was not disheartened. Then he declared that his entire happiness was centred in me, and he thus overruled my scruples. At length the Duke remodelled his cabinet, a fact to which I alluded above, by appointing the Count of Friuli, who is deeply attached to His Highness and favourable to our union, to the Foreign Office in place of the Marquis of Gerano. Signor Pisani, another faithful dependent of His Highness, was appointed Under-Secretary in the place of Baron Ruperto. The Minister of War also retired and was succeeded by General Grachia. When these changes were effected, His Serene Highness communicated to the Council of Ministers his intention to unite himself to Ellen, Marchioness of Ziani, on the 2nd of December of the present year. This decision was made known on the 19th of last month. I did not write to communicate this important fact to you because I was apprehensive of new delays, and as I had already misled you once, although unintentionally on my part, I was unwilling to deceive either you or myself a second time. I know your friendship for me, Diana. I know that you entertain a sister's love for me, the same that I feel for you. And I also know that you anxiously watch the progress of my fortunes, as under similar circumstances I should yours. I therefore resolved to acquaint you with no more of my hopes until they should have been realized. That result has now been attained, and I need preserve a cold silence no longer. In the evening of the 19th of November, the Grand Chancellor of Castelcicala, the President of the Council, the Marquis of Vicenza, and the Archbishop of Montoni visited me at the villa to acquaint me with the royal decision. I endeavoured, and I hope succeeded, to convince their lordships of the profound sense which I entertained of the high honour intended to be conferred upon me, and my conviction that no merit which I possessed could render me worthy of such distinction. At the same time, I declared my readiness to accept that honour, since it was the will and pleasure of a sovereign prince to bestow it upon me. I can scarcely tell you the nature of the varied emotions and feelings which filled, indeed agitated my bosom when the memorable morning dawned. That was yesterday. I woke at a very early hour, before 6, and walked in the garden with the hope that the fresh air and the charming tranquillity of the scene would compose me. I could scarcely believe that I was on the point of entering upon such high destinies, that a diadem was soon to encircle my brow, that the thrilling words Highness and Princess would in a few hours be addressed to me. I could not reconcile with my former obscure lot the idea that I was shortly to sit upon a sovereign throne, command the allegiance of millions of human beings, and share the fortunes of a potentate of Europe. Was it possible that I, who was the daughter of a poor farmer and who had seen so much of the vicissitudes of life, I, who had thought myself happy with the comfort which I enjoyed through the Earl of Warrington's bounty at Clapton, I, who conceived myself to be one of the most fortunate of individuals, when, by the goodness of that same excellent peer, I arrived in this state, and took possession of the villa which he had placed at my disposal. I, who had then no more elevated aspirations than to dwell in tranquillity and peace, no loftier hopes than to deserve that kind nobleman's benefits by my conduct. Was it possible that I was, in a few hours, to become the Grand Duchess of Castelcicala? I could not fix my mind to such a belief. The idea seemed an oriental fiction, a romantic dream, and yet I remembered I had already received an earnest of this splendid promise of fortune. I had already been elevated from a lowly condition to an exalted rank. The distinction of a marchioness was mine. For months had I been accustomed to the sounding title of Your Ladyship, and for months had I been enrolled amongst the peeresses of Castelcicala. Yes, I thought, it was true. True that a prince, a powerful prince, intended to raise me to a seat upon his own ducal throne. At 7 precisely, the 3 lovely daughters of General Grachia arrived at the villa to assist me in my toilette, my nuptial toilette. They informed me that, if it were my pleasure, they were to remain in attendance upon me after my marriage. I embraced them tenderly and assured them that they should always be dear, dear friends. When the toilette was completed, I bade adieu to the villa. I wept tears of mingled joy and sorrow, as I said farewell to the abode where I had passed so many happy hours. At length I entered General Grachia's carriage, which was waiting, and accompanied by my 3 amiable friends, repaired to their father's private dwelling, not his official palace of the War Department, in Montoni. Here my letter must terminate. Enclosed is an account of the entire ceremony, translated into English by my private secretary, who is well acquainted with my native tongue, from the Montoni Gazette. Fain would I have erased those passages which are too favourable to myself, but I fancied that my friend, my sister, Diana, would be pleased to read the narrative in its integrity. In conclusion, let me say, and do you believe it as devoutly as I say it sincerely, that in spite of my rank and fortunes, in spite of the splendours that surround me, to you I am in heart, and always shall remain, the same attached and grateful being whom you have known as Eliza Sidney. It would be impossible to describe the feelings of delight with which Mrs. Arlington perused the latter portion of this letter. Pass we on, therefore, to the bridal ceremony, as it was described in the translated narrative which accompanied the communication of the Grand Duchess. The marriage of the Grand Duke. Yesterday morning was celebrated the nuptials of His Serene Highness Angelo III and Eliza, Marchioness of Ziani. From an early hour the capital wore an appearance of unusual gaiety and bustle. The houses looking on the Piazzetta of Contarini, leading to the ancient Cathedral of St. Theodosia, were decorated in a most splendid manner with banners, garlands, festoons of flowers, and various ornaments and devices appropriate to the occasion. The balconies were fitted up as verdant bowers and arbours, and the lovely characteristics of the country were thus introduced into the very heart of the city. The town hall was hung with numerous banners, and the royal standard waved proudly over the black tower of the citadel. The shops in those streets through which the procession was to pass were fitted up with seats, which were let to those who were willing to pay the high prices demanded for them. In other parts of the city the shops and marks of trade were all closed, as was the exchange. A holiday was observed in the Bank of Castelcicala, and the business of the Central Post Office closed at 11 o'clock in the forenoon. Nor was the port less gay than the city. All the vessels in the harbour and docks, as well as those in the roadstead, were decked with innumerable flags. The royal standard floated from the main of the ships of war of the Castelcicalan navy. The sight was altogether most imposing and lively. At 7 o'clock the bells of St. Theodosia and all the other churches in Montoni rang out merry peals, and the troops of the garrison got under arms. At 8:15 the mayor and corporation of the city, arrayed in their robes of green velvet edged with gold, proceeded to the palace and presented an address of congratulation on the auspicious day to His Serene Highness, who was pleased to return a most gracious answer. It being generally understood that the Marchioness of Ziani would in the first instance alight at the dwelling of General Grachia, the Minister of War, a crowd of highly respectable and well-dressed persons had collected in that neighbourhood. At 9 o'clock the General's private carriage, which had been sent to convey the future Grand Duchess from her own abode to the General's mansion, drove rapidly up the street, attended by 2 outriders. We shall never forget the enthusiasm manifested by the assembled multitude upon that occasion. All political feelings appeared to be forgotten, and a loud, hearty, and prolonged burst of welcome met the ear. The object of this ebullition of generous feeling bowed gracefully to the crowds on either side, and the cheering continued for some moments after the carriage had entered the courtyard of the General's mansion. At 10:30, the President of the Council, the Grand Chancellor, and the attendant of the ducal civil list arrived in their carriages at General Gracchia's abode, preceded by one of the royal equipages, which was sent to convey the bride and her ladies-in-waiting to the palace. In a few minutes, the President of the Council handed the bride, who was attended by the lady and 3 lovely daughters of General Gracchia, into the ducal carriage. The procession then repaired to the palace. The crowds that lined the streets and occupied the windows and balconies by which it passed, expressing their feelings by cheers and the waving of handkerchiefs. To these demonstrations the bride responded by graceful bows, bestowed in a manner so modest and yet evidently sincere that the conduct of this exalted lady upon the occasion won all hearts. The procession entered the palace square, and the Grand Duke, attended by the great officers of state and a brilliant staff, received his intended bride at the foot of the great marble staircase of the Western Pavilion. The illustrious company then entered the palace. Immediately afterwards, the 5 regiments of household troops, commanded by that noble veteran, the Marshal Count of Galeazzo, marched into the square and formed into 3 lines along the western side of the palace. At 11:30, the royal party appeared at the foot of the marble staircase and entered the numerous carriages in waiting. The bride occupied the carriage which had conveyed her to the palace, and was accompanied by the ladies in attendance upon her. His Serene Highness, attended by the President of the Council and the Grand Chancellor, entered the state carriage. The procession then moved onwards to the Cathedral of St. Theodosia. This was the signal for the roar of artillery from all points. The citadel and the ships of war in the roadstead thundered forth the announcement that His Serene Highness had just left the palace. The bells rang lithely from every steeple, the troops presented arms, the military bands played the national hymn, and the procession was welcomed with joyous shouts, the waving of handkerchiefs, and the smiles of beauty. The windows and balconies of the houses overlooking the streets through which it passed were crowded with elegantly dressed ladies, brilliant with their own beauty, gay with waving plumes, and sparkling with diamonds. The only indication of political feeling which we observed upon the occasion was on the part of the troops, and they were silent. The bride was naturally the centre of all interest and attraction. Everyone was anxious to catch a glimpse of her charming countenance, and certainly this lovely lady never could have appeared more lovely than on the present occasion. She was attired in a dress of the most costly point lace over white satin. Her veil was of the first-mentioned material and of the richest description. She was somewhat pale, but a charming serenity was depicted upon her countenance. She bowed frequently and in the most unpretending and affable manner as the procession moved along. At length the cavalcade reached the cathedral, where the Archbishop of Montoli, assisted by the bishops of Trevisano and Calato, was in attendance to perform the solemn ceremony. The sacred edifice was thronged by the elite and fashionable of the capital, who had been admitted by tickets. When the royal party had entered the cathedral, the doors were closed and the holy ceremony was solemnized. The roar of the artillery was again heard as the royal party returned to their carriages. This time the Grand Duchess was handed by His Serene Highness into the state carriage. The return to the palace was distinguished by demonstrations of satisfaction on the part of the spectators, more enthusiastic, if possible, than those which marked the progress of the cavalcade to the cathedral. A glow of animation was visible upon the countenance of Her Serene Highness, and the Grand Duke himself looked remarkably well and cheerful. In a short time the sovereign conducted his lovely bride into that palace which in future is to be her home. Thus ended a ceremony which, in a political point of view, may probably be attended with important results to the interests of Castelcicala. Should male issue proceed from this marriage, the contentions of rival parties in the state will be at once annihilated. The supporters of the Prince of Castelcicala, who is now an exile in England, are naturally indignant and annoyed at the marriage of His Serene Highness Angelo III with a lady young enough to encourage hopes that the union may not remain unfruitful. It is even evident that many of the former friends of the exiled prince pronounced in favour of this marriage the moment it was contemplated some months previously to its solemnization. This sentiment of approval will account for the entrance of General Grachia, who was notorious for his adhesion to the popular cause espoused by the prince, into the ministry. Probably the best friends of their country, aware that it was neither natural nor legal to attempt to control the inclinations and affections of His Serene Highness Angelo III, looked upon this marriage as the best means of securing peace and internal tranquillity to Castelcicala, inasmuch as it gives a prospect of an heir to the ducal throne, an heir whose right and title none could dispute. This is the view we ourselves take of the case, and we therefore hail the event as one of a most auspicious nature in our annals. Scarcely had the enchantress terminated this narrative of the ceremony which elevated her friend to a ducal throne, a narrative which she had perused with the liveliest feelings of satisfaction and the most unadulterated pleasure, when the Earl of Warrington was announced. Diana hastened to communicate to him the tidings which she had received, and the nobleman himself read Eliza's letter and the extract from the Montoni Gazette with an interest which showed how gratified he felt in the high and exalted fortunes of the daughter of her whom he had once loved so tenderly. "Yes, indeed," said the Earl when he had terminated the perusal of the two documents. "Eliza Sidney now ranks amongst the queens and reigning princesses of the world. From a humble cottage she has risen to a throne." "And this exalted station she owes to your lordship's goodness," remarked Diana. "I'll say to my justice," observed the Earl, "for I may flatter myself that I have behaved with justice to the child of my departed uncle's daughter. And this remarkable exaltation of Eliza Sidney shows us, Diana, that we should never judge of a person's character by one fault. Eliza has always been imbued with sentiments of virtue and integrity, although she was led into an error by that villain Stephens, and she now has met with a reward of a price high almost beyond precedent. But exclaimed the Earl, who was carelessly turning the letter of the Grand Duchess over and over in his hands as he spoke. "This is very singular, very remarkable," and he inspected the seal and postmarks of the letter with minute attention. "What is the matter?" inquired Diana. "Some treachery has been perpetrated here," answered the Earl, still continuing his scrutiny. "This letter has been opened before it was delivered to you." "Opened?" cried Diana. "Yes," said the Earl of Warrington. "Here is every proof that the letter has been violated. See, there is the English postmark of yesterday morning, and over it has been stamped another mark of this morning's date. Then contemplate the seal. There are two kinds of wax, the one melted over the other. Do you not notice a shade difference in their colours?" "Certainly," said Diana. "It is apparent. But who could have done this? Perhaps the Grand Duchess herself, for the ducal arms are imprinted upon the upper layer of wax." "The persons who opened this letter, Diana," said the Earl in a serious, almost a solemn tone, "are those who know full well how to take the imprint of a seal. But have you not other letters from Castelcicala?" "Several," replied Diana, and she hastily unlocked her writing desk, where she produced all the correspondence she had received from Eliza Sidney. The Earl carefully inspected the envelopes of those letters, and his countenance grew more serious as he proceeded with his scrutiny. "Yes," he exclaimed after a long pause, "the fact is glaring. Every one of these letters was opened somewhere ere they were delivered to you. The utmost caution has been evidently used in resealing and restamping them. Nevertheless, there are proofs, undoubted proofs, that the whole of this correspondence has been violated in its transit from the writer to the receiver." "But what object? What motive?" "I have long entertained suspicions," said the Earl of Warrington, interrupting his fair mistress, "that there is one public institution in England which is made the scene of proceedings so vile, so detestable, so base, as to cast a stain upon the entire nation."
Those suspicions are now confirmed."
"What mean you?" inquired Diana. "To which institution do you allude?"
"To the General Post Office," replied the Earl of Warrington.
"The General Post Office?"
cried Mrs. Arlington, her countenance expressing the most profound astonishment.
"The General Post Office," repeated the Earl. "But this is a matter of so serious a nature that I shall not allow it to rest here. You will lend me these letters for a few hours? I am more intimately acquainted with the Home Secretary than with any other of Her Majesty's ministers, and to him will I now proceed."
The Earl consigned the letters to his pocket, and, with an air of deep determination, took a temporary leave of Mrs. Arlington. Scarcely had the Earl left the house when Mr. Greenwood's valet Filippo was introduced.
"I have called, madame," said the Italian, "to inform you that last night I counteracted another of my master's plots and saved a young female from the persecution of his addresses." "You have done well, Filippo," exclaimed Mrs. Arlington. "Does your master suspect you?" "Not in the remotest degree, madame. I contrived matters so well that he believed the young person alluded to had escaped by her own means, and without any assistance, save that of a pair of sheets which enabled her to descend in safety from the window of the room in which she was confined." "I am delighted to hear that your mission to England has been so successful in thwarting the machinations of that bad man," observed Mrs. Arlington. "Have you heard any news from Castelcicala?" "I have this morning received a Montoni newspaper announcing the nuptials of the Grand Duke and the Marchioness of Ziani," replied Filippo. "And I also have heard these happy tidings," said Mrs. Arlington. "But have you any further information to give me relative to the schemes of your master? I am always pleased to learn that his evil designs experience defeat through your agency." "I have nothing more to say at present, madame," answered Filippo, "except, indeed," he added, suddenly recollecting himself, "that I have heard a few days ago a warm contention between my master and a certain Sir Rupert Harborough." "Sir Rupert Harborough?" ejaculated Diana, a blush suddenly overspreading her cheeks. "Yes, madame. From what I could learn, there was a balance of about £1,000 due from Sir Rupert Harborough to Mr. Greenwood on a bill that purported to be the acceptance of Lord Morden, but which was in reality a forgery committed by Sir Rupert himself." "A forgery?" cried Diana. "A forgery, madame. Sir Rupert bitterly reproached Mr. Greenwood with having suggested to him that mode of raising money, whereas Mr. Greenwood appeared to deny with indignation any share in the part of the transaction imputed to him. The matter ended by Mr. Greenwood declaring that if the bill were not paid tomorrow, when it falls due, having it appears been renewed several times, Sir Rupert Harborough should be prosecuted for forgery." "And what said Sir Rupert Harborough to that?" inquired Diana. "He changed his tone, and began to implore the mercy of Mr. Greenwood. But my master was inexorable, and Sir Rupert left the house with ruin and terror depicted upon his countenance." "This battle you must allow them to fight out between themselves," said Diana, after a moment's hesitation. "I know Sir Rupert Harborough, know him full well, but I do not think that he is so thoroughly black-hearted as your master. He was once kind to me. Once," she added, musing to herself rather than addressing the Italian valet. Then, suddenly recollecting herself, she said, "However, Filippo, that affair does not regard you." "Very good, madame," replied the valet, and he then took his departure. The moment he was gone, Mrs. Arlington threw herself into her comfortable armchair and became wrapped up in deep thought.
End of section 27. Section 28 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Home Office. In a well-furnished room on the first floor of the Home Office sat the Secretary of State for that department. The room was spacious and lofty. The walls were hung with the portraits of several eminent statesmen who had, at different times, presided over the internal policy of the country. A round table stood in the middle of the apartment, and at this table, which groaned beneath a mass of papers, was seated the minister. At the feet of this functionary was a wicker basket, into which he threw the greater portion of the letters addressed to him, and over each of which he cast a glance of such rapidity that he must either have been a wonderfully clever man to acquire a notion of the contents of those documents by means of so superficial a survey, or else a very neglectful one to pay so little attention to affairs which were associated with important individual interests or which related to matters of national concern. The timepiece upon the mantel struck 12 when a low knock at the door of the apartment elicited from the minister an invitation to enter. A tall, thin, middle-aged, sallow-faced person, dressed in black, glided noiselessly into the room, bowed obsequiously to the minister, and took his seat at the round table. This was the minister's private secretary. The secretary immediately mended a pen, arranged his blotting paper in a business-like fashion before him, spread out his foolscap writing paper, and then glanced towards his master, as much as to say, "I am ready." "Take that pile of correspondence, if you please," said the minister, "and run your eye over each letter."
"Yes, my lord,"
said the secretary, and he glanced cursorily over the letters alluded to, one after the other, briefly mentioning their respective objects as he proceeded.
"This letter, my lord, is from the chaplain of Newgate. It sets forth that there is a man of the name of William Lees at present under sentence of death in that prison. That William Lees, in a fit of unbridled passion which bordered upon insanity, murdered his wife. That the conduct of the deceased was sufficient to provoke the most temperate individual to a similar deed. That he had no interest in killing her, and that he committed the crime in a movement over which he had no control."
"Do you remember anything of the case?" demanded the Home Secretary. "For my part, I have no time to read trials."
"This William Lees is a barber, and his wife was of vile and most intemperate habits. He murdered her in a fit of exasperation, caused by the discovery that she had pledged everything movable in the house to obtain the means of buying drink."
"Oh, a barber?"
said the Home Secretary, yawning.
"Yes, my lord. Your lordship will remember that young Medhurst, who assassinated a schoolfellow in a fit of passion, was only condemned to 3 years' imprisonment."
"Ah, but that was quite a different thing," exclaimed the minister. "Medhurst was a gentleman, but this man is only a barber."
"True, my lord.
Very true," said the secretary. "I had quite forgotten that. Make a memorandum that the law in the case of William Lees must take its course."
"Yes, my lord."
And the secretary, having endorsed the note upon the letter, referred to another document.
"This, my lord, is a petition from a political prisoner confined in a county jail, and who sets forth that he is compelled to wear the prison dress, associate with felons of the blackest character, and eat the prison allowance. He humbly submits."
"He may submit till he is tired," interrupted the minister. "Make a memorandum to answer the petition to the effect that Her Majesty's Secretary of State for the Home Department does not see any ground for interfering in the matter."
"Very good, my lord. This letter is from a pauper in a trade union, stating that he has been cruelly assaulted, beaten, and ill-used by the master, that he has applied in vain to the Poor Law Commissioners for redress, that he now ventures to submit his case to your lordship."
"Make a note to answer that the fullest inquiries shall be immediately instituted," said the minister.
"Shall I give the necessary instructions for the inquiry, my lord?"
asked the secretary. "Inquiry?" repeated the minister. "Are you mad? Do you really imagine that I should be foolish enough to permit any inquiry at all? Such a step would be almost certain to end in substantiating the pauper's charge against the master, and then there would be a clamour from one end of the country to the other against the new poor laws. We must smother all such affairs whenever we can, but by writing to say that the fullest inquiry shall be instituted,
I shall be armed with a reply to any member who might happen to bring the case before Parliament. My answer to the charge would then be that Her Majesty's Government had instituted a full inquiry into the matter, and had ascertained that the pauper was a quarrelsome, obstreperous, and disorderly person who was not to be believed upon his oath.
True, my lord,
said the secretary, evidently struck by this display of ministerial wisdom.
The next letter, my lord, is from a clerk in the tax office, Somerset House. He complains that his income is too small, and that the commissioners of taxes refuse to augment it. He states in pretty plain terms that unless he receives an augmentation, he shall not hesitate to publish the fact that the dividend books of the Bank of England are removed to the tax office every 6 months, in order that an account of every fundholder's stock in the government securities may be taken for the information of the Treasury and Tax Commissioners. He adds that such announcement would convulse the whole nation with alarm at the awful state of espionage under which the people exist, and he states these grounds as a reason for purchasing his silence by means of an increase in salary.
This is serious, very serious, said the minister, but the letter should have been addressed to the Chancellor of the Exchequer. You must enclose it to my colleague.
Yes, my lord,
replied the secretary. At this moment a gentle knock was heard at the door of the apartment. The secretary hastened to respond to the summons and admitted 2 persons dressed in plain but decent attire. One was a short, stout, red-faced, consequential-looking man. The other was a tall, raw-boned, ungainly person, and seemed quite confounded at the presence in which he found himself. The former of these individuals was an inspector of police. The latter was a common police officer. Indeed, the reader has already been introduced to them in the 14th chapter of this narrative. Having ushered these individuals into the room, the private secretary hastened to breathe a few words in an undertone to the ear of his minister. "Oh, these are the men, are they?" said the minister aloud.
Yes, my lord,
replied the secretary. Then, addressing the police officers, he exclaimed,
Step forward, my men. Step forward. There, that's right. Now sit down at that side of the table, and let the one who can write best make notes of the instructions that will be immediately given to you.
Both the minister and secretary were cautious enough not to give those instructions in their own handwriting. The men sat down, as they were desired, and the inspector whispered to his companion an order to assume the duties of amanuensis on the occasion. "You are aware, my good fellows," said the minister, "that there is to be a great political meeting tomorrow evening somewhere in Bethnal Green."
"Yes, my lord,"
replied the inspector. "It is necessary to the purposes of Her Majesty's government," continued the minister, "that discredit should be thrown upon all political meetings where very liberal sentiments are enunciated."
"Yes, my lord," said the inspector. "Shall Crisp put that down, my lord?"
"There is no necessity to make a note of my observations, only of my instructions," answered the minister with a smile. "The best method of throwing discredit upon those meetings is to create a disturbance. You, Mr. Inspector, will therefore take care and have at least a dozen of your men in plain clothes at the assembly tomorrow evening."
"Yes, my lord. Put that down, Crisp."
"You will direct your men, Mr. Inspector, to applaud most vehemently all the inflammatory parts of the speeches made upon the occasion."
"Yes, my lord. Put that down, Crisp."
"You will contrive that Mr. Crisp, whom my secretary states to be a proper man for the purpose, shall himself make a speech tomorrow evening."
"Yes, my lord. Put that down, Crisp."
"This speech must be of the most violent and inflammatory kind. It must advocate the use of physical force, denounce the aristocracy, the government, and the Parliament in the most bloodthirsty terms. It need not even spare Her Most Gracious Majesty. Let the cry be blood, and let your men, Mr. Inspector, applaud with deafening shouts every period in this incendiary harangue."
"Yes, my lord. Put that down, Crisp."
"The well-disposed portion of the audience will remonstrate. Your men in plain clothes can thus readily pick a quarrel, and a quarrel may be easily made to lead to blows. Then let a posse of constables in uniform rush in and lay about them with their bludgeons most unsparingly. The more broken heads and limbs, the better. Be sure to have some of the audience taken into custody, and on the following morning appear against them before the police magistrate. You will take especial care to denounce the individuals so captured as the ringleaders of the riot, and the ones who made themselves most conspicuous in applauding the inflammatory speeches uttered on the occasion, especially those who advocated rebellion, bloodshed, and death to monarchy and aristocracy.
Yes, my lord. Put that down, Crisp.
If the magistrate asks you, as he will be certain to do, continued the minister, whether you are acquainted with the prisoners at the bar, you can say that they are well known to the police as most dangerous and disorderly characters.
Yes, my lord. Put that down, Crisp.
You see, said the minister, turning towards his own private secretary, it is 10 to 1 that the individuals so arrested will be respectable tradesmen, and as they will thus obtain a taste of the treadmill, for we must send our private instructions to the magistrate at Lambeth Street to that effect, the warning will be a most salutary one throughout the whole district, especially at a moment when the Spitalfield weavers are reduced to desperation by their dreadfully distressed condition.
Of course, my lord, replied the secretary. Such a proceeding will sicken men of political meetings. Has your lordship any further instructions for these officers?
None, said the minister. I may, however, add that if they acquit themselves well in this respect, the inspector shall become a superintendent, and the constable a sergeant.
Thank your lordship, exclaimed the inspector. You may put that down too, Crisp, and express your gratitude to his lordship for his kindness.
Mr. Crisp acted in all respects as he was desired, and having made each an awkward bow, the 2 officers retired. Now proceed with the correspondence, said the minister.
Here is a letter from a town mayor, stating that the experiment of making the prisoners, tried and untried, who are confined in the jail of that town, wear black masks whenever they are compelled to mingle together, works well. The mayor moreover states that out of the 200 prisoners subjected to the solitary system since the introduction of the plan into the jail, only 19 have gone mad, and of those only 3 have died raving. He therefore recommends the solitary system. He adds that all personal identity is now destroyed in the prison, and prisoners are known by numbers instead of their names. He concludes by inquiring whether these regulations shall continue in force.
Most assuredly, answered the minister. Make a note that a reply is to be sent to that effect. I am glad the system of solitary confinement, black cloth masks, and numbers instead of names works well. I shall gradually apply it to every criminal prison in England. At the same time, I must endeavour to throw the odium of the introduction of that system upon the justices in quarter sessions assembled, in case I should be assailed on the subject in the House.
Certainly, my lord. This letter is from the secret agent sent down to Manchester to inquire into the constitution and principles of the Independent Order of Rechabites. He obtained admission into a lodge and was regularly initiated a member of the Brotherhood. He finds that the Rechabites are about 80,000 in number, having lodges in all the great cities and towns of England, with their headquarters at Manchester. The order is not political, but it is formed of sections of the teetotal societies. The government need not entertain any fears of this combination. The agent sends up a detailed account of the secrets and signs connected with the order, accompanied by a copy of the rules and regulations. These teetotalers must not be encouraged. They are seriously injuring the excise revenues. Proceed. This letter, my lord, is from the principal agent sent down into the mining districts to encourage a spirit of discontent among the pitmen. He says that he has no doubt of being able to produce a disturbance in the north, and thus afford your lordship the wished-for opportunity of sending more troops in that direction. When once overawed by the presence of a formidable number of bayonets, the pitmen will be compelled to submit to the terms dictated by the coal mine proprietors, and your lordship's aims will be thus accomplished.
I am glad of that. The coal mine proprietors are rich and influential men whom it is necessary to conciliate, said the minister. What next?
Here is a letter, my lord, continued the secretary, from Sir Joseph Gosborne,
stating that his daughter, Miss Gosborne, was taken into custody yesterday morning on an accusation of stealing a jar of anchovies from an oilman's shop. The magistrate refused to take bail and remanded the young lady until next Monday. Sir Joseph is anxious that his daughter should be admitted to bail because, in that case, should he fail to settle with the prosecutor, he can keep his daughter out of the way when the day of trial arrives and pay the money for the estreated recognizances. He is, moreover, desirous that the case should be sent to the Sessions, because if by any accident the matter should go to trial, a verdict of acquittal is certain at the hands of a Clerkenwell jury, but by no means sure with an Old Bailey one.
Make a memorandum to write to the magistrate who will hear the case next Monday, to take bail, moderate bail, mind, and to refer the matter to the Sessions. We must not refuse to oblige Sir Joseph Gosborne. While the private secretary was still writing, a servant entered and informed the minister that Mr. Tainham was waiting, and solicited an audience. "Ah, the new magistrate at Marlborough Street," exclaimed the Home Secretary. "Show him in." Mr. Tainham, a middle-aged gentleman, attired in black, was introduced accordingly. He bowed very low to the minister, and when desired to take a chair, obsequiously seated himself upon the very edge. "I have recommended you to Her Majesty, Mr. Tainham," said the minister, "as a fit and proper person to fill the situation of police magistrate and justice of the peace at the Marlborough Street Court, and Her Majesty has been most graciously pleased to confirm the appointment." Mr. Tainham bowed very low, and became entangled in a labyrinth of acknowledgments, with which deep gratitude, sense of duty, impartial distribution of justice, and such like phrases were blended. "It is necessary," said the minister, after a pause, "that I should give you a few instructions with respect to the functions upon which you are about to enter. You are aware, Mr. Tainham, that the young gentlemen of the aristocracy are occasionally addicted to wrenching off knockers, pulling down bells, and other innocent little pranks of a similar nature. These are delicate cases to deal with, Mr. Tainham, but I need scarcely inform you that the treadmill is not for the aristocracy."
"I understand, my lord. A trifling fine with a reprimand and a little wholesome advice."
"Precisely, Mr. Tainham, precisely," cried the minister. "I see that you understand your business well. The nice discrimination which you possess will always teach you whether you have a gentleman to deal with or not. If a low person choose to divert himself with aristocratic amusements, punish him. Do not spare him. Send him to the treadmill. In the same way that game is preserved for the sport of the upper classes, so must the knockers and bells be saved from spoliation by the lower orders."
"I fully comprehend your lordship,"
said the newly made magistrate.
"I should like, however, to know your lordship's sentiments in one respect."
"Speak, Mr. Tainham," said the minister, with the most condescending affability, or the most affable condescension, whichever the reader likes best.
"Suppose, my lord, that a young nobleman or well-born gentleman wrenches off a knocker and throws it in the street. Then suppose, my lord, that a poor man passing by picks up the knocker and carries it off to a marine store dealer's to sell it for old iron in order to procure his family a meal. And then, if your lordship will be kind enough to suppose that both those persons are brought up before me, the nobleman for wrenching off the knocker and throwing it away, and the poor man for picking it up and selling it. How am I to act in such a case?"
Very ingenious indeed, Mr. Tainham," said the minister. "You will make an excellent magistrate. Your course in the case propounded is clear. The nobleman is fined 5 shillings for being drunk and disorderly, because all noblemen and gentlemen who wrench off knockers are drunk and disorderly, and the poor man must be committed to the House of Correction for 3 months. Nothing is plainer, Mr. Tainham."
"Nothing, my lord. Has your lordship any further instructions?"
"Oh, decidedly," returned the minister. "When any individual connected with a noble or influential family gets into a scrape and is brought before you, hear the case in private and exclude the reporters. Again, never commit such a person for trial
unless you are absolutely compelled. Let him go upon bail. It will be 10 to 1 if you are ever troubled any more with the case. There is another point to which I must direct your attention. The practice of shoplifting among ladies has increased lately to a fearful degree. But after all, it is only a little eccentricity. Indeed, one might almost call it an amiable weakness. The fact is that many ladies will go into a shop, purchase 100-guinea shawl, and secrete an 18-penny pair of gloves. Prudent husbands and fathers avert the tradesmen with whom their wives and daughters deal beforehand, and these trifling abstractions are duly entered in the running accounts. But now and then a lady does get taken up. In such a case you must show her every possible distinction. Order her a chair in the dock, and before the business comes on, permit her to remain with her friends in the magistrate's private room. Then, if the prosecutor hesitates in giving his evidence, fly into a passion. Tell him that he is prevaricating and not worthy to be believed upon his oath, and indignantly dismiss the case. The accused lady can then step into her carriage and drive off comfortably home.
Your lordship's instructions shall be complied with to the very letter,
said Mr. Tainham. In a word, continued the minister, you must always shield the upper classes as much as possible, and in order to veil their little peccadilloes, bring out the misdeeds of the lower orders in the boldest relief. This is the only way to support the doctrine that the poor must be governed by the rich. Whenever young boys or girls appear as witnesses, ask them if they know the value of an oath. But if they reply the negative, expatiate upon the frightful immorality prevalent among the poorer classes, so that the reporters may record your observations. This does good, and enables the bishops to make long speeches in the House of Lords on the necessity of religious instruction, and the want of more churches. If you attend to these remarks of mine, Mr. Tainham, you will make an excellent magistrate.
Your lordship may rely upon me.
There is one more point. I had almost forgotten it, said the Home Secretary. You must invariably take the part of the police. Remember that the oath of one police officer is worth the oaths of a dozen defendants. This only applies to the collusion of the police with the lower orders, mind. As a general rule, remember that the police are always in the right when the poor are concerned, and always in the wrong when the rich are brought before you. And now, Mr. Tainham, I have nothing more to say. The newly made magistrate rose, bowed several times, and withdrew, walking obsequiously upon the points of his toes, for fear his boots should creak in the awful presence of the Home Secretary. But if his worship were thus meek and lowly before his patron, he afterwards avenged himself of that constraint, when seated in the magisterial chair upon the poor devils that appeared before him. The private secretary was about to proceed with the correspondence addressed from different quarters to the minister, when a servant entered the room and placed a card upon the table before this great officer of state. "The Earl of Warrington," said the minister. "I will receive him." The servant withdrew, and the private secretary retired to an inner apartment. In a few moments the Earl of Warrington was announced. When the usual civilities had been exchanged between the two noblemen, the Earl of Warrington said, "I have called, my lord, on a matter which I hope, from the knowledge I have of your lordship's character, will be considered by you as one of importance to the whole nation. The estimate your lordship forms of any business can be no mean guide to my own opinion," answered the minister. "I am not quite sure whether I am acting in accordance with official etiquette to bring the matter alluded to under the notice of your lordship, or whether it would have been more regular in me to have addressed myself direct to the Postmaster General or the Prime Minister. But as I have the honour of being better acquainted with your lordship than with any of your colleagues in the administration, I made up my mind to come hither." "I shall be most happy to serve your lordship in any way in my power," said the minister. "Then I shall come at once to the point," continued the Earl of Warrington. "A friend of mine, a lady who resides in London, has corresponded for some months past with a lady living in the state of Castelcicala, and there is every reason to believe that the letters addressed to my friend in London have been opened during transit." "Indeed?" said the minister, not a muscle of whose countenance moved as he heard this communication. "May I ask what is the nature of the proofs that such is a fact?" "I believe," returned the Earl of Warrington, "that the letters have been opened at the English post office." "The English post office?" ejaculated the minister, with an air of great surprise. Whether real or affected, we must leave our readers to determine. "Yes, my lord, the English post office," said the Earl of Warrington firmly, and extracting the letters from his pocket, he pointed out to the minister the same appearances which he had ere now explained to Mrs. Arlington. "On this last letter," said the minister, "I perceive the ducal arms of Castelcicala. The present Grand Duchess of that state is the correspondent of Mrs. Arlington, to whom your lordship may perceive these letters are addressed. Now, as the documents are entirely of a private nature, and her Serene Highness is a relative of your lordship, I believe?" observed the minister inquiringly. "Which circumstance, united with my friendship for Mrs. Arlington, has determined me to inquire into this matter, nay, to sift it to the very bottom." "Your lordship can scarcely suppose that the contents of letters are violated by the sanction of the Postmaster General," said the minister, darting a keen glance upon the Earl. "I will not take it upon myself to accuse any individual directly," was the answer. "Nor is it worthwhile to scrutinize a matter which will probably terminate in the discovery that the impertinent curiosity of some clerk has led to the evil complained of," said the minister. "No, my lord, this violation of private correspondence has been conducted too systematically to be the work of a clerk, surrounded by prying eyes and hurried with the fear of detection every moment. Here are 2 distinct coats of wax on several of the letters, and yet the impressions of the original seals are retained. These impressions were not taken by official process in an instant, nor without previous preparation." "Then whom does your lordship suspect?" inquired the minister, with a trifling uneasiness at manner. "I come to ask your lordship to furnish me with a clue to this mystery, and not to supply one. Were I acquainted with the real truth, I should know what course to pursue." "And what course would that be?" "In the next session of Parliament, I would rise in my place in the House of Lords and proclaim to the whole nation, nay, to the entire world, the disgraceful fact that England, the land of vaunted freedom, possesses an institution where the most sacred ties of honour are basely violated and trampled underfoot." "But suppose, my lord, I only say suppose," cried the minister, "that Her Majesty's government should consider it vitally important to English interests to be acquainted with the contents of certain letters. I suppose, I say, my lord, that such were the case. Would you then think it necessary to publish your discovery, presuming that your lordship has made such discovery, of that necessary proceeding on the part of Her Majesty's government?" "I am afraid that your lordship has now offered me a clue to the mystery which has perplexed me," said the Earl of Warrington coldly. "And as a nobleman devoted to your country, your lordship must recognize the imperious necessity of adopting such courses at times as the one now made known to you." "As a nobleman devoted to my country," exclaimed the Earl of Warrington proudly, "I abhor and detest all underhand means of obtaining information which serves as a guide for diplomatic intrigue, but which in no wise affects the sterling interests of the state." "Your lordship speaks warmly," said the minister, "and were I in my place in Parliament, I should speak more warmly, far more warmly still. I am, however, here in your lordship's apartment, and the laws of courtesy do not permit me to express my feelings as I elsewhere should do, and as I elsewhere shall do."
"Your lordship will reflect," said the minister, now really alarmed. "Your lordship will reflect maturely, seriously. The peace of the country frequently depends upon the information we acquire in this manner."
"Then had the peace of the country better be occasionally menaced than that the sacred envelope of a letter should be violated?"
"Your lordship is too severe," said the minister.
"No, my lord, I am not, under the circumstances, severe enough. Behold the gross injustice of the system. The law forbids us to transmit sealed letters through any other medium than the post office, and yet that very post office is made the scene of a violation of those sacred missives. My lord, it is impossible to defend so atrocious a proceeding. Now, my lord, I have spoken as warmly as I feel. Really, my dear Earl, you must not permit this little business to go any further. You shall have for your friends every satisfaction they require. Their correspondence shall be strictly inviolate in future. And now, my lord, continued the minister with a smile whose deceptive blandness Mr. Greenwood would have envied, let me request attention to another point. The Premier has placed your lordship's name on the list of peers who are to be raised to a more elevated rank ere the opening of the next session, and your lordship may exchange your coronet of an earldom against that of a marquisate. Her Majesty's government, replied the Earl with chilling, freezing hauteur, would do well to reserve that honour in respect to me until it may choose to reward me when I have performed a duty that I owe my country, and exposed a system to express my full sense of which I dare not now trust my tongue with epithets. Good morning, my lord. And the Earl of Warrington walked proudly from the room. On the following day a cabinet council was held at the Home Office. End of section 28. Section 29 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Forger and the Adultress. It was evening, and Lady Cecilia Harborough was seated alone in the drawing-room of the house which she and her husband occupied in Tavistock Square. A cheerful fire blazed in the grate. The lamp upon the table diffused a soft and mellow lustre through the apartment. Lady Cecilia's manner was pensive. A deep shade of melancholy overspread her countenance, and at times her lips quivered and her bosom heaved convulsively. She was evidently attempting to struggle with feelings of a very painful nature. "Slighted, neglected, perhaps despised," she at length murmured. "Oh, what an indignity! To have yielded myself up entirely to that man, and now to be cast aside in this manner. For months past have I observed that his conduct grew more and more cool towards me. His visits became less frequent. He made appointments with me and did not keep them. He remonstrated with me for what he called my extravagances when I asked him for money. Oh, how I endeavoured to close my eyes to the truth! I forced myself to put faith in his excuses for absence. I compelled myself to be satisfied with his apologies for not keeping his engagements. Fool that I have been! Had I reproached, wept, stormed, and quarrelled as other women would have done, he would yet be my slave. But I was too pliant, too easy, too docile, and he has ended by contempting me. I wanted spirit. I was deficient in courage. I practised no artifice. I should have refused him my favours when he was most impassioned. I should have tantalized him, acted with caprice, set a high value upon the pleasures which he enjoyed in my arms. Oh, it is cruel, cruel! I have been the pensioned harlot of that man. He commanded the use of my person as he would that of the lowest prostitute in the street. I was too cheap, too willing, too ready to meet him halfway in the dalliance of love. I caught a fine bird, and by leaving his cage open have allowed him an opportunity to fly away. The indignity is insufferable. For weeks I had not asked him for a shilling. For weeks I had not spoken to him on the subject of money. And now, today, when I require 100 guineas for urgent matters, to be refused, to be denied that paltry sum. Oh, it is monstrous! And not to come himself to explain, but to send a cool note, expressing a regret that the numerous demands he has had upon him lately render it impossible for him to comply with my request. A worn-out excuse, a wretched apology, and for him, too, who absolutely rolls in riches. I never could have believed it. Even now it appears a dream. Oh, the ungrateful monster!
It is true that he has supplied me at times in the most generous manner, that he redeemed my jewels for me a second time, some months ago, when Rupert played me that vile trick by plundering me during my absence. But alas, the jewels have returned to their old place, and who is to redeem them now?"
Lady Cecilia paused and compressed her lips together. She felt herself slighted, perhaps for some rival. And whose sufferings are more acute than those of a neglected woman who experienced mental pangs more poignant? Lady Cecilia felt herself degraded. She now comprehended that she had been made the instrument of a heartless libertine's pleasures, and that he coolly thrust her aside when literally satiated with her charms. This was a most debasing conviction, debasing beyond all others for a patrician lady. Never did she seem so little in her own estimation. She felt polluted. She saw that she had sold herself for gold. She remembered how willingly, how easily she surrendered herself on the first occasion of her criminality. And she despised herself because she felt that Greenwood despised her also. She had no virtue, but she had pride. The highest bidder might enjoy her person. So voluptuous was she by nature, so ready also was she to make any sacrifice to obtain the means of gratifying her extravagance. Love, with her, was not a refinement. It was a sensuality. Still, she had her pride, her woman's pride, for even the most degraded courtesan has that. And it was her pride that was now so deeply wounded. She knew not what course to pursue. Should she endeavour to bring Greenwood back to her arms, or should she be revenged? If she resolved upon the former, what wiles was she to adopt? What artifices to employ? If she decided upon the latter, what point in her neglectful lover was vulnerable? What weapon could she use? A woman does not like to choose the alternative of vengeance, because such a proceeding implies the absence of all hope and of all power of recalling the faithless one. And yet, what was Lady Cecilia to do? That refusal of the money which she had requested appeared expressive of Mr. Greenwood's determination to break off the connection. In that case, nothing remained to her but vengeance. Such were her thoughts. Her reverie was interrupted by the sudden entrance of her husband, Sir Rupert Harborough. His face was flushed with drinking, for he had dined with his friend Chichester at a tavern, and his cares had forced him to apply with even more than usual liberality to the bottle. He threw himself into a chair opposite his wife and said,
"Well, Cecilia, I have got very bad news to tell you."
"Indeed, Sir Rupert," she said, in a tone which signified that she also had her annoyances and would rather not be troubled with his.
"I have, on my honour," cried the baronet. "In fact, Cecilia, I must find £1,000 tomorrow by 12 o'clock.
Lady Cecilia only laughed ironically.
"You make merry, madam, at my misfortunes," said Sir Rupert, "but I can assure you that the present is no laughing matter."
"And I, unfortunately, have no more diamonds and jewellery for you to rob me of," returned the lady.
"No, Cecilia, but you are my wife, and the disgrace that falls upon your husband would rebound on yourself."
"Oh, if you be afraid of rusticating in the Queen's Bench prison for a season, I would advise you to make yourself easy on that head, because—"
"Because what, Cecilia?"
"Because I can assure all your friends and acquaintances that you are merely passing the winter in Paris."
"Ridiculous!"
cried the baronet impatiently. "Not so ridiculous as you imagine," returned Lady Cecilia. "You are accustomed, you know, to leave home for weeks and months together."
"Lady Cecilia, this is no time for either ill feeling or sarcasm. If we have no love for one another, at least let us sit down and converse calmly upon the urgency of our present situation."
"Our situation?" ejaculated Cecilia.
"Yes, ours," repeated the baronet emphatically. "In one word, Cecilia, can you possibly raise £1,000?
To a person who had not the means of obtaining even the 10th part of that sum,
and who had herself been disappointed that very evening in her endeavour to procure 100 guineas, the question put by the baronet appeared in so ridiculous a light that, in spite of her own annoyances, Lady Cecilia threw herself back in her chair and burst into a loud and hearty laugh. Sir Rupert rose and paced the room in an agitated manner, for he was totally at a loss what course to pursue. His only hope was in his wife, and yet he knew not how to break the fatal news to her.
"My God, Cecilia!"
he exclaimed after a pause, during which he resumed his seat.
"You will drive me mad."
"You have become very sensitive of late, Sir Rupert, and yet I was not aware that you were so weak-minded as to tremble upon the verge of insanity. Certainly your conduct has never led me to suppose you were over-sane."
"My dear Cecilia, cease this raillery, in the name of everything sacred,"
cried the baronet.
"I tell you that ruin hangs over me, ruin of the most fearful nature, ruin in which your own name, as that of my wife, will be compromised."
"Then tell me at once what you dread, and I will tell you whether I can assist you, for I know perfectly well that you require me to do something."
"Do not ask me what it is, Cecilia, but say, can you procure from any quarter, mind, £1,000?
"Absurd, Sir Rupert," answered the lady. "I have no means of helping myself at this moment, much less of providing so large a sum to supply your extravagance. This is a debt of honour, I presume, a debt contracted at the gaming table."
"No, it is far more serious than that, Cecilia, and you must exert yourself. If I do not have that amount by 12 tomorrow, the consequences will be most fatal. I know you can borrow the money for me. You have resources, no matter where or how. I ask no questions. I do not wish to pry in your secrets."
"You are really very considerate, Sir Rupert. You do not wish to pry into my secrets, but you would not hesitate to pry into my drawers and boxes if you thought there was anything in them worth taking." And as she uttered these words, a smile of superb contempt curled her vermilion lips. Sir Rupert was maddened by this behaviour on the part of his wife, and with difficulty could he restrain his feelings of rage and hatred.
"Madam, I ask you to throw aside your raillery and converse with me for once in a serious manner."
"I am willing to do so, Sir Rupert," answered Cecilia, "but you really appear to be joking me yourself. You speak in enigmas about the ruin that hangs over you and will involve me. You refuse to entrust me with more of your secret than is necessary to serve as a preface for your demand, and that demand is £1,000. £1,000 are required in a few hours of a person who has no diamonds to pledge, no friends to apply to."
"Stay, Cecilia," cried the baronet. "You cannot be without friends. For the past year you have been well supplied with funds. You have redeemed your diamonds twice. You have satisfied many of our creditors. The servants' wages and the rent have been regularly paid."
"And all this has been done without the contribution of 1 shilling on the part of my husband towards the household expenses," added Lady Cecilia.
"I am glad that you have mentioned that point," exclaimed Sir Rupert. "It proves that you have friends, that perhaps your father and mother assist you in private. In a word, that you have some resources. Now, what those resources may be, I do not ask you. All I require is assistance, now, within a few hours, before 12 tomorrow."
"Even if I could raise the sum you require," said Cecilia, "I would not think of giving it to you without knowing for what destination it was intended."
"And can you procure the sum if I reveal to you, if I tell you—"
"I promise nothing," interrupted Lady Cecilia dryly.
"But you will do your best,"
persisted the baronet. "I will do nothing without being previously made aware of the real nature of your difficulties."
"I will then keep you in the dark no longer. The cause of my embarrassment is a bill of exchange for £1,000 now lying in Greenwood's hands and due tomorrow."
"That is but a simple debt. and methinks, Sir Rupert, that your acquaintance with bills is not so slight as to render you an alarmist respecting the consequences." "Were it only a simple matter of debt, I should care but little," said Sir Rupert, still compelled to support the biting raillery of his wife. "But unfortunately, in an evil hour, I know not what demon prompted me at the moment—" "Speak, Sir Rupert, tell me the truth at once," cried Lady Cecilia, now really alarmed. "I say that in an evil hour, in a moment of desperation, in an excess of frenzy, I committed a forgery." "A forgery?" repeated Lady Cecilia, turning deadly pale. "Oh, what a disgrace to the family! What shame for me!" "I told you that my ruin would rebound upon yourself, Cecilia. But there is more yet for you to hear. The acceptance that I forged, well, was that of Lord Tremorden." "My father? And now you know all, can you assist me?" "Sir Rupert, I have no means of raising 1/10th part of the sum that you need to cover this infamous transaction. And yet you seem to say that if I told you the nature of my difficulties, I was curious to learn your secret, and as you appeared resolved to keep it from me, I thought I would see if there were no means of wheedling it out of you." "And you, therefore, have no hope to give me?" said the baronet in a tone of despair. "None. Where could I raise £1,000? How am I to obtain such a sum? It is for you either to pacify Mr. Greenwood or to throw yourself at my father's feet and confess all." "Mr. Greenwood is resolute, and you know that your father will spurn me from his presence. So far from me being able to help myself, it is for you to help me. Perhaps Mr. Greenwood would listen to your representations. Or else Lord Tremorden would accord to you what he would never concede to me." "You cannot suppose that I can have any influence upon Mr. Greenwood," began Lady Cecilia. "On the contrary,"
said Sir Rupert, fixing his eyes in a significant manner upon his wife's countenance.
"I have every reason to believe that your influence over Mr. Greenwood is very great, and I will now thank you to exercise it in my behalf."
"What do you mean, Sir Rupert?" exclaimed Cecilia, a deep blush suffusing her face, and her eyes sinking beneath her husband's expressive look.
"Do not force me to explanations, Cecilia," returned the baronet. "I know more than you imagine. I have proofs of more than you fancy I could even suspect. But of that no matter. Relieve me from this embarrassment, and I will never trouble you about your pursuits."
"What would you have me do?" asked the guilty wife in a trembling voice.
"Go to Greenwood and settle this business for me,"
said the baronet in an authoritative tone.
"I cannot. I dare not. I have no right to demand such a favour of him. I should be certain to experience a refusal.
"Lady Cecilia,"
interrupted the baronet, speaking in a slow and emphatic manner,
"Mr. Greenwood is too gallant a man to refuse a mere trifle to a lady who has refused nothing to him."
"Sir Rupert, you cannot suppose you—"
"I mean what I say, madam," answered the baronet sternly. "Mr. Greenwood is your paramour, and you can surely use your influence with him to save your husband."
"My God, what do I hear?"
ejaculated Cecilia.
"What proof have you, Sir Rupert? What testimony? What ground?"
"Every proof, every testimony, every ground," interrupted the baronet impatiently. "But again I say, I do not wish to ruin your reputation, if you will save mine."
"Impossible!" cried Lady Cecilia. "I do not deny that Mr. Greenwood has accommodated me with an occasional loan, upon interest."
"Interest, indeed," said the baronet, whose turn to assume a tone of raillery had now arrived. "Interest paid from the bank of my honour."
"Upon legal and commercial terms has he lent me money," continued Lady Cecilia, "and this very evening has he refused to advance me another shilling."
"Is that true, Cecilia?"
demanded Sir Rupert.
"Nay, satisfy yourself," said the lady, and drawing a note from her bosom, she handed it to her husband. The correspondence that passed between Mr. Greenwood and Lady Cecilia was always of a laconic and most guarded nature.
There was consequently nothing in the letter now communicated to Sir Rupert Harborough to confirm his belief in his wife's criminality. Indeed, the epistle was neither more nor less than any gentleman might write upon a matter of business to any lady.
"I see that Mr. Greenwood is tired of you, Cecilia," said the baronet, throwing the note upon the table, "and that he is anxious to break off the connection. Now, I will tell you how you must be kind enough to act," he continued in a tone of command. "You must proceed at once to Mr. Greenwood. You must tell him that I have discovered all, that I have positive proofs, that since the day when Chichester discovered him with his arm round your neck in my drawing-room—"
"Oh, that villain Chichester!" murmured Lady Cecilia.
"That ever since that day," continued the baronet, "Chichester and myself have watched your proceedings, have seen you, Cecilia, repair to the appointments agreed upon with your paramour."
"But this is atrocious!" ejaculated the lady, now dreadfully excited.
"Nay, do not interrupt me," said Sir Rupert in an imperative manner. "You must tell Mr. Greenwood that I and my witness have followed you both to an hotel at Greenwich, that we have been in the next room and have overheard your conversation, that we have been aware of the moments of your amorous dalliance."
"Oh, Sir Rupert, do you want to kill me?" cried Cecilia, bursting into an agony of tears.
"Nonsense!" ejaculated the baronet. "I only want you to save me, and I will screen you. Go then to Greenwood, tell him all this, assure him that I know all, that for months I have been watching you, and that I should obtain from him damages far more important than the amount of this acceptance, but that I am willing to compromise the business by the destruction of that document."
"And why could you not have acquainted Mr. Greenwood with all this when you last saw him?" demanded Lady Cecilia, drying her tears and endeavouring to compose herself now that the worst was known.
"I did not intend to mention my knowledge of your criminality at all," said Sir Rupert, "and had you consented in the first instance to use your influence with Greenwood to obtain the money to settle the bill, you would not have forced me to these revelations."
"Say rather, Sir Rupert Harborough," exclaimed the lady, "that you would have me obtain for you the means to pay this forged bill, and when once you were freed from the power of Greenwood, you would have brought your action against him and exposed your wife. But as you have failed in making me, the wife whom you would thus expose, the instrument of procuring that sum, and as the danger now stares you in the face, you proclaim your knowledge of our connection, and use it as a means to compromise the forgery."
"Cecilia, you do not think me capable—"
"I think you capable of anything," interrupted his wife indignantly, "and it was singular to see that adulterous woman, that criminal wife, that profligate female, now putting her husband to the blush by exposing his base designs."
"Well, after all," exclaimed Sir Rupert, "recriminations will do no good. Go to Greenwood, settle the affair, and the past shall be buried in oblivion."
"And what guarantee do you offer to ensure eternal secrecy on your part, provided Mr. Greenwood will give up this forged bill?"
"I will sign any paper he may require," replied the baronet, "but time presses. It is now nearly 10 o'clock, and tomorrow morning—"
"I will go to Mr. Greenwood," said Lady Cecilia, rising from her seat. "I will go to him and endeavour to compromise this affair to the best of my power." Sir Rupert rang the bell and ordered wine to be brought up, while Lady Cecilia hastened to her boudoir to attire herself for going out, and in the meantime a servant was dispatched to procure a cab. The vehicle arrived, and Lady Cecilia was already upon the threshold of the front door of the house, when a servant in a handsome livery ascended the steps, presented a letter, and said, "For Sir Rupert Harborough." Lady Cecilia received the letter, and the servant who delivered it immediately took his departure. The lady was about to send in the letter by her own domestic to her husband, when the superscription on the envelope caught her eyes by the light of the hall lamp. The writing was in the delicate hand of a female, and without a moment's hesitation Cecilia consigned the epistle to her reticule. She then stepped into the vehicle and ordered the driver to take her to Spring Gardens. There were 2 bright lamps fixed in front of the cab, and by these means was Lady Cecilia enabled to examine the contents of the letter intended for her husband. Without the least hesitation she opened the letter, and to her ineffable surprise discovered that it contained a Bank of England note for £1,000. This treasure was accompanied by a letter, the contents of which were as follows. An individual who once received some kindness at the hands of Sir Rupert Harborough has learnt by a strange accident that Sir Rupert Harborough has a pressing need of a sum of money to liquidate a debt due to Mr. George Montague Greenwood. The individual alluded to takes leave to place the sum required at Sir Rupert Harborough's disposal. No name, no date, no address were appended to this mysterious note. The writing was in a delicate female hand, and a servant in a handsome livery had delivered the letter. These circumstances, combined with the handsome manner in which the money was tendered, refuted the suspicion that some female with whom Sir Rupert was illicitly connected had thus befriended him. Lady Cecilia was bewildered. The pain of conjecture and doubt was, however, absorbed in the pleasurable feelings excited by the possession of so large a sum of money. The cab now stopped at Mr. Greenwood's residence. End of section 29. Section 30 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Member of Parliament's Levee.
"You have doubtless called, my dear Cecilia," said Mr. Greenwood, as he handed the fair visitant to a seat in his elegant drawing-room. "You have doubtless called to remonstrate with me respecting my note of this evening."
"No," answered Cecilia coldly.
"I come on a more momentous affair than that. Sir Rupert knows all."
"Ah!" cried Greenwood.
"Is it possible that the villain Chichester
has betrayed us?" added the lady.
"Moreover, Sir Rupert and his inseparable friend have been watching and dogging all our movements for months past." "This is awkward, very awkward," observed Greenwood. "However, Sir Rupert will not dare show his teeth against me, nor venture to give publicity to the affair."
"Because you hold his bill with a forged acceptance for £1,000, said Lady Cecilia.
"Ah, he has told you that much, has he?" exclaimed Greenwood. "Well, you perceive, my dearest Cecilia, that he is completely in my power."
"The most remarkable part of the entire business," observed the lady,
"is that I am actually deputed by Sir Rupert to negotiate the amicable settlement of the affair with you." "Indeed," cried Greenwood, "he could not have chosen a more charming plenipotentiary."
"His proposal is this. You are to give up the acceptance, and he will sign any paper you choose to guarantee you against legal proceedings on his part."
"I do not see, fair ambassadress,"
said Greenwood, who did not treat the business with so much serious attention as Lady Cecilia had anticipated.
"I do not see that I should benefit myself by such an arrangement. So long as the bill remains in my possession, it is impossible for Sir Rupert Harborough to commence civil proceedings against me, because he knows full well that were he to have process issued against me, I should at that moment hand him over to the officers of justice."
"Then, for my sake, Mr. Greenwood," said Lady Cecilia, cruelly hurt by this cold calculation on the part of a man, the slave of whose passion she had so completely been, "for my sake, compromise this affair amicably."
£1,000 is a large sum to fling into the street, my dear Cecilia," observed Greenwood.
"And suppose that by some accident my husband should raise that amount and pay the bill?"
"It never was my intention to allow him to pay all," interrupted Greenwood. "I imagined that by threatening him I should obtain 500 or 600 on account, and I should still hold the bill for the balance. That balance I would not receive were he to offer it, because by retaining the bill I keep him in my power."
"Then once again, for my sake, repeated Lady Cecilia, consent to the proposal made to you this evening. Settle the affair in an amicable manner."
"To oblige you, my dear Cecilia, I will assent to Sir Rupert Harborough's proposal. Let him draw up and sign a document in which he acknowledges that he has discovered the
criminal conversation between his wife and Mr. George Greenwood," said Cecilia.
We will not mince words in a negotiation of this kind," she added ironically.
"Precisely,"
exclaimed Greenwood coolly.
"and that he has received full satisfaction for the same. In this manner the business can be disposed of to the satisfaction of all parties."
"Tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock I will call with the paper," said Lady Cecilia.
"I will give you up the forged bill," returned the Member of Parliament. "And now, my dear Cecilia, allow me to make an observation relative to the answer I sent you this evening to your little note. The truth is that, representing as I do an enlightened and independent constituency—"
"Pardon me," said Lady Cecilia, rising. "We will not talk of any other business until this most painful affair be settled." The fair patrician lady then took her leave and returned to her husband, who awaited Greenwood's decision in a state of the most painful suspense. Cecilia communicated to him the particulars of the interview, and ere he retired to rest, the baronet drew up the document which was to save himself by the compromise of his honour.
"So far, so good," said Sir Rupert, as he handed the paper to his wife. "I have now a proposal to make to you, Cecilia, and I have little doubt that you will accept it."
"Proceed," said Cecilia.
"After the explanation which has taken place between us this evening, it is impossible that we can ever entertain much respect for each other ever again. You know me to be a forger. I know you to be unfaithful to my bed. If it suits you, we will agree to live together beneath the same roof as hitherto, to have our separate apartments, to maintain an appearance of enjoying domestic tranquillity, and each to follow his own pursuits without leave or remonstrance on the part of the other. You will never interfere with me. I will never interfere with you. If you hear that I have a mistress, you will take no notice of it. If I know you have a lover, I shall be equally blind and dumb. Does this please you?"
"Perfectly," answered Lady Cecilia. "Shall we commit this compact to writing?"
"Oh, with much pleasure," returned Sir Rupert. "I will draw up 2 agreements embodying the conditions of our compact immediately. You can retain one, and I will keep the other."
The baronet set to work, and in a most business-like manner wrote out the compact. He then read it to Lady Cecilia, who signified her approval of its terms. A counterpart was written, and the husband and wife signed the papers that released them from all moral obligations of their marriage vows. Then they retired to their separate apartments, better pleased with each other, perhaps, than they had been for a long, long time. The reader need scarcely be informed that Lady Cecilia said nothing to her husband relative to the mysterious letter containing the banknote for £1,000. On the following morning, Lady Cecilia repaired to the abode of Mr. Greenwood. When she arrived in Spring Gardens, she found the street completely blocked up with a train of charity children, boys and girls, marshalled by the parish beadle, and accompanied by the schoolmaster and schoolmistress. The girls were attired in their light blue dresses, plain straw bonnets, white collars, and pepper and salt-coloured cloaks, and their arms, red with the cold, were only half covered with their coarse mittens. The boys wore their muffin caps, short coats, and knee breeches, and each was embellished with a large tin plate, or species of metal, affixed like a badge of honour to the breast. Their meagre countenances, their thin arms, and lanky legs did not speak much in favour of the quality of food which constituted their diurnal meals. Lady Cecilia was conducted to the drawing-room by the Italian valet, who informed her that Mr. Greenwood would wait upon her the moment he had dismissed the charity children. Lafleur, in the meantime, threw open the door of the mansion and admitted the procession into the spacious hall, after having kept the poor creatures shivering in the cold for nearly a quarter of an hour. The beadle took his station upon the steps with awful dignity, and watched the boys and girls as they defiled past him in military order into the hall. It was very evident from the timid glances which the little scholars cast towards the countenance of this functionary that they believed him to be one of the most important personages on the face of the earth, and perhaps they were even perplexed to decide in their own minds whether the parish beadle whom they saw before them, or Mr. Greenwood MP whom they were about to see, was the greater man of the two.
At length the procession had entirely cleared the threshold of the mansion, and then only did the beadle enter. He doffed his enormous cocked hat out of respect to the owner of the dwelling in which he now found himself, and made his long staff ring upon the marble pavement of the hall with a din that electrified the children and called looks of solemn importance to the countenances of the schoolmaster and mistress. In a few moments a side door opened, and Mr. Greenwood appeared. The beadle struck his stick upon the hall floor once more, and the children, duly tutored to obey the signal, saluted the great man. The girls with low curtsies, and the boys by doffing their muffin caps, bobbing their heads forward, and kicking back their left legs.
"These children, sir,"
responded Muffles in a self-sufficient and important tone, glancing at the same time in a patronizing manner upon the groups of juveniles around.
"These children, sir, has come, as in duty bounden, to offer up the hyacinths of their most gratefullest thanks to you, sir, as their kind patron, which supply them with pea soup, blankets, and religious tracts to keep their bodies and souls both warm and comfortable, as one may say."
"I am delighted, Mr. Muffles," replied the Member of Parliament in a most condescending manner, "to receive this little mark of gratitude on the part of those for whom I entertain a deep interest. And I am the more pleased because the visit on their part was quite spontaneous and on mine totally unlooked for."
Mr. Greenwood did not think it necessary to state his knowledge that the whole affair had been got up by Lafleur in obedience to his own commands.
"Representing, as I do," continued Mr. Greenwood, "an enlightened, independent, and important constituency, I cannot do otherwise than feel interested in the welfare of the rising generation. When I glance upon the happy countenances of these dear children, I thank God for having given me the means to contribute my mite towards the maintenance of the schools of the parish wherein I have the honour to reside."
Mr. Muffles' stick was here rapped upon the floor with tremendous violence, and the boys and girls immediately burst forth into shrill cries of "Hear, hear!" When silence was once more restored, the beadle in due form presented the schoolmaster and schoolmistress to Mr. Greenwood.
"This gentleman, sir," said the parish functionary, "is Mr. Twiggs, the parochial preceptor. As worthy a man, sir, as ever broke bread. He's been in his present situation 13 year come January."
"February, Mr. Muffles,"
said the schoolmaster, mildly correcting the beadle.
"Oh, February be it, Mr. Twiggs," exclaimed the parish authority. "And this, sir, is Mrs. Twiggs, a lady well known for her excellent qualities in teaching them blessed young girls and taking care of their linen."
"Delighted to see your scholars looking so well, Mr. Twiggs," said Greenwood, bowing to the master. "Quite charmed, Mrs. Twiggs, to behold the healthy and neat appearance of your girls," he added, bowing to the mistress.
"Would you be kind enough, sir,"
said Mr. Twiggs in a meek and fawning tone,
"to question any of them lads on any pint of education?"
"Perhaps I might as well, Mr. Twiggs," returned Greenwood, "in case I should ever have to allude to the subject in the House of Commons."
The mere idea of any mention of the parochial school being made in Parliament produced such an impression upon the beadle that he banged his staff most earnestly on the hall floor, and the children, taking it for a signal which they had previously been tutored to observe, again yelled forth, "Hear, hear!"
"Silence!"
thundered Mr. Muffles, and the vociferations instantly ceased.
"Now, my boy," said Mr. Greenwood, addressing the one who stood nearest to him, "I will ask you a question or two. What is your name?"
"Jem Blister, sir,"
was the prompt reply.
"James Blister, eh? Well, who gave you that name?"
"Father and mother, please, sir."
"Blister, for shame!"
ejaculated Mr. Triggs with a terrific frown. Then, by way of prompting the lad, he said,
"My godfathers and—"
"My godfathers and godmother in my baptism,"
hastily cried the boy, catching at the hint, and after a pause he added,
"I mean an outward and visible sign of an inward—"
"Blister, I am really ashamed of you," again exclaimed Mr. Twiggs.
Stand back, sir, and let the boy behind you stand forward.
Another urchin stepped forth from the rank and stood blushing up to his very hair and fumbling about with his cap in the presence of Mr. Greenwood.
"My good boy," said the Member of Parliament, condescendingly patting him upon the head, "what is your name?"
M-O-N, as the case may be, please, sir,
replied the boy.
"I should observe, sir," said the schoolmaster, "that this lad only began his catechism yesterday."
"Oh, very well, Mr. Twiggs," exclaimed Greenwood. "That accounts for his answer. I will ask him something else, then. My good lad, who was Adam?"
"The first man, sir."
"Very good, my boy. And who was Eve?"
"The first woman, sir."
"Very good indeed," repeated Mr. Greenwood. "Now, tell me, what is the capital of England?"
"This boy is not in geography, sir," said Mr. Twiggs. "He just began ciphering."
"Oh, very good. Can you say your multiplication table, my boy?"
"Twice 1's 2, twice 2's 3, twice 3's 8, twice 4's 10, twice 5's 14.
The boy was rattling on at a furious pace when the ominous voice of Mr. Twiggs ejaculated,
"Garlic, I am ashamed of you!"
and Master Garlic began to cry most piteously.
"Come, it's not so bad, though," said Mr. Greenwood,
by way of soothing the discomfited schoolmaster and restoring the abashed beadle to confidence.
"He evidently knows his Bible very well, and that is the essential."
The Member of Parliament then delivered himself of a long harangue in favour of a sound religious education and in praise of virtue. And thus ended the solemn farce. The great man bowed and withdrew. The beadle rapped his staff upon the floor, Lafleur opened the door, and the procession filed slowly out of the mansion. Mr. Greenwood, having thus gone through a ceremony, an account of which was to appear in the papers on the following morning, hurried up to the drawing-room, where Lady Cecilia awaited him.
"My dear Cecilia," he exclaimed as he entered the room, "1,000 pardons for keeping you, but the fact is that the position in which an intelligent and independent constituency has placed me entails upon me duties—" "A deuce to that absurdity with me," interrupted the baronet's wife, in a more peremptory tone than Mr. Greenwood had ever yet heard her use. "I am come, according to appointment, to settle a most unpleasant business. Here is my husband's acknowledgment, drawn up as you desired. Please to deliver up to me the bill." Mr. Greenwood ran his eye over the document and appeared satisfied. He then drew forth the bill from his pocket-book and handed it to Lady Cecilia. There was a flush upon the lady's delicately pale countenance, and her eyes sparkled with unusual vivacity. She was dressed in a very neat but plain and simple manner, and Mr. Greenwood fancied she had never seemed so interesting before. As he delivered the bill into her keeping, he took her hand and endeavoured to convey it to his lips. She drew back with an air of offended dignity, which would have well become a lady that had never surrendered herself to the pleasures of an illicit love. "Oh, Mr. Greenwood," she said in a firm and even haughty tone, "all that is ended between you and me. You are a heartless man who cannot appreciate the warmth with which a confiding woman yields herself up to you. You have treated me, the daughter of a peer, like a pensioned mistress. But I let that now pass. I have made you acquainted with the nature of my thoughts, and I am satisfied." "I am at a loss to understand how I should have deserved these harsh words, Cecilia," replied Greenwood, with a somewhat supercilious smile. "But perhaps my inability to supply you with the means of gratifying your extravagances has given you offence." "Your cool indifference of late has indeed given me a bitter lesson," said Lady Cecilia. "And yet I manifested every disposition to serve you, madam," rejoined Greenwood haughtily, "when I consented to compromise your husband's felony." "Yes, you generously abandoned your claim to £1,000, exclaimed Cecilia with cutting irony, "in order to hush up an intrigue with the wife of the man whom you had inveigled into your net. But think not, Mr. Greenwood, that I attempt to justify my husband's conduct. I know him to be a heartless, a bad, an unprincipled man. And yet, Mr. Greenwood, I do not conceive that you would shine the more resplendently by being placed in contrast with him. One word more. Had you refused to deliver up that bill, I was prepared to pay it. Some unknown friend had heard of this transaction, heaven alone knows how,
and that friend forwarded last evening the means wherewith to liquidate this debt. Here is the letter which contained a banknote for £1,000. It fell into my hands, and my husband knows naught concerning it. Can you say whose writing that is?" Greenwood glanced hastily at the letter and exclaimed, "Yes, I know that writing well. Mrs. Arlington is your husband's generous friend?" "Mrs. Arlington?" exclaimed Cecilia. "Oh, now I recollect that rumour points to that woman as having once been my husband's mistress." "The same," said Greenwood, struck by this noble act on the part of the fair one, who he himself had first seduced from the paths of virtue. "It would now be difficult to decide," observed Cecilia in a tone of profound contempt, "which has acted the more noble part, the late mistress of Sir Rupert Harborough or the late lover of his wife." Greenwood only answered with a satirical curl of the lip. Lady Cecilia rose from her seat, bowed coldly to the capitalist, and withdrew. Thus terminated the amours of the man of the world and the lady of fashion, ending as such illicit loves usually do, in a quarrel. But the reader must not suppose that the same sentiments of pride which had thus introduced Lady Cecilia to break off abruptly a connection which her paramour had been for some time dissolving by degrees, influenced her in the use to which she appropriated the handsome sum supplied for an especial purpose by Mrs. Arlington. The lady knew no compunction in this respect, and she therefore devoted the £1,000 so generously forwarded by her husband's late mistress to her own wants. The Italian valet had overheard the entire conversation between Lady Cecilia Harborough and Mr. Greenwood, which we have just described. In the course of the day, the whole details of that interview were communicated to Mrs. Arlington, who thus learned that Lady Cecilia had intercepted the money intended for Sir Rupert Harborough and had settled the forged bill without being compelled to disburse. End of section 30. Section 31 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Another New Year's Day. It was the 1st of January, 1840. The tide of time rolls on with the same unvarying steadiness of motion, wearing off the asperities of barbarism, as the great flood of ocean smooths the sharp edges of rugged rocks. But as the seasons glide away, vainly may we endeavour to throw a veil upon the past. Vainly do we lament when winter comes that our spring dreams should be faded and gone, too beautiful to endure. Vainly, vainly do we pray that the waves of a Lethean sea may overwhelm the memories of those years when time cast flowers from his brow and diamonds from his wing. Time looks down upon the world from the heights of the pyramids of Egypt, and as he surveys the myriad cities of the universe swarming with life, marks the mighty armies of all states ready to exterminate and kill, views the navies of great powers riding over every sea. As he beholds all these, time chuckles, for he knows that they are his own. For the day must come when the pyramids themselves, the all but immortal children of antiquity, shall totter and fall, and time shall triumph over even these. The strongest edifices crumble into dust, and the power of the mightiest nations fritters into shreds beneath the hand of time. The glories of Sesostris are now a vague dream. The domination of Greece and Rome has become an uncertain vision. The heroes of the Crusades have long since mouldered in the earth. The crescent of the Ottoman menaces Christendom no more. The armadas of Spain are extinct. The thrones that Napoleon raised are cast down. Of the millions that he led to conquest during his meteor-like career, what numbers have left this busy scene forever? And how varied are the climes in which they have found their graves? O time, what is there that can strive with thee, thou that art the expression of the infinite existence of God himself? Alas, if time were a spirit endowed with intellect to comprehend and feelings to sympathize,
how would he sorrow over the woes of that human existence which has now occupied nearly 60 centuries? Year after year rolls away, and yet how slowly does civilization accomplish its task of improving the condition of the sons and daughters of toil? For in the present day, as it was in the olden time, the millions labor to support the few, and the few continue to monopolize the choicest fruits of the earth. The rights of labor are denied, and the privileges of birth and wealth are dominant. And ever, when the millions, bowed down by care and crushed with incessant hardships, raise the voice of anguish to their taskmasters, the cry is, "Toil, toil!" And when the poor labourer, with the sweat standing in harp-drops upon his brow, points to his half-starved wife and little ones, and demands that increase of his wages which shall enable him to feed them adequately and clothe them comfortably, the only response that meets his ears is still, "Toil, toil!" And when the mechanic, pale and emaciated, droops over his loom, and in a faint tone beseeches that his miserable pittance may be turned into a fair remuneration for that hard and unceasing work which builds up the fortunes of his employer, the answer to his pathetic prayers is, "Toil, toil!" And when the miner, who spends his best days in the bowels of the earth, hewing the hard mineral in dark subterranean caves at the peril of his life, and in positions which cramp his limbs, contract his chest, and early prostrate his energies beyond relief, when he exalts his voice from those hideous depths and demands the settlement of labour's rights upon a just basis, the only echo to his petition is, "Toil, toil!" Yes, it is ever toil, toil for the millions, while the few repose on downy couches, feed upon the luxuries of the land and water, and move from place to place in sumptuous equipages. It was the 1st of January, 1840. Another New Year's Day, commemorated with feasting by those who had no reason to repine, but marked as the opening of another weary epoch of care and sorrow by those who had nothing for which to be grateful, either to heaven or to man. The first day of January 1840 was inclement and severe. The air was piercing cold, and the rain fell in torrents. The streets of the great metropolis were swept by a wintry wind that chased the poor houseless wanderers beneath the coverings of arches and doorways, and sent the shivering mendicants to implore an asylum at the workhouse. It was evening, and the lamps diffused but an uncertain light in the great thoroughfares. The courts and alleys of the poor neighbourhoods were enveloped in almost total darkness, for every shutter was closed, and where there were no shutters, blinds were drawn down, or rags were stretched across the windows to expel the bitter cold. We must now request our readers to accompany us to a district of London which is most probably altogether unknown to the aristocrat, even by name, and with which many of that class whose occupations lead them into an intimate acquaintance with the metropolis are by no means familiar. Situate to the east of Bethnal Green, bounded on the north by Bonner's Fields, on the south by the Mile End Road, and on the east by Regent's Canal, and intersected by the line of the Eastern Counties Railway, is an assemblage of narrow streets and filthy lanes, bearing the denomination of Globetown. When compared with even the worst districts of the metropolis, when placed in contrast with St. Giles or Saffron Hill, Globetown still appears a sink of human misery which civilization in its progress has forgotten to visit. The majority of the streets are unpaved, rugged and broken. The individual who traverses them in the summer is blinded by the dust, or disgusted by the heaps of putrescent offal, the rotting remains of vegetables and filth of every description, which meet the eye at short intervals. And in winter he wallows knee-deep in black mud and stagnant water. But even in the summer itself, and in the very midst of the dog days, there are swamps of mire in many of the streets of Globetown, which exhale a nauseating and sickly odour, like that of decomposing dead bodies. In the winter-time, Globetown is a complete marsh.
Lying low in the vicinity of the canal and on a naturally swampy soil, the district is unhealthy in the extreme. Nor do its inhabitants endeavour by any efforts of their own to mitigate the consequences of these local disadvantages. They seem, for the most part, to cling with a sort of natural tendency to their rags and filth. Perhaps their pinching indigence reduces them to a state of despair that allows them no spirit and no heart to do anything that may conduce to their comfort. Whatever be the cause, it is nevertheless a fact that, with the exception of one or two streets, Globetown is a district which necessity alone could compel a person of cleanly habits and domestic propriety to reside in. And yet Globetown contains streets delighting in aristocratic names. There is Grosvenor Place, in which a carriage and pair would have some trouble to turn. There is Parade Street, where a corporal's guard could not find space to manoeuvre. There is Park Street, whose most gorgeous establishment is the sign of a mangle. There is Chester Place, formed by 2 rows of miserable shops. And there are Essex Street and Digby Street, where single men may obtain lodgings at the rate of 3d a night. How strange is this affection for fine names to distinguish horrible neighbourhoods! In the lowest parts of Whitechapel we find Pleasant Row, Queen Street, Flower Street, Duke Street and Rose Lane. In Bethnal Green, a place inhabited by the poorest of the poor is denominated Silver Street, and in the same district a filthy thoroughfare is christened Pleasant Street. Globetown and its immediate vicinity abound in cemeteries. To the north there is the East London Cemetery, and to the south there are 2 Jews' burial grounds and 2 other places of sepulchre. With the exception of the first mentioned one, which has only been recently opened and is a large airy space neatly planted with shrubs, those cemeteries are so crowded with the remains of mortality that it is impossible to drive a spade into the ground without striking against human bones. When you once merge from the Cambridge Road, past the new church in Bethnal Green and plunge into Globetown, it seems as if you have left London altogether, as if you were no longer within the limits of the metropolis, but had suddenly dropped from the clouds into a strange village, strangely peopled. You encounter but few persons in the streets, and those whom you do meet are for the most part squalid, emaciated, pale and drooping. The only sounds of mirth which meet your ear emanate from the casements of the public houses or from the urchins that play half naked in the mud. With these exceptions, Globetown is silent, gloomy, and sombre. The shop windows are indicative of the poverty of the inhabitants. The butcher's shed displays a few slices of liver stretched upon a board, sheep's heads of no very inviting appearance, and hearts and lungs and lights all hanging together like a Dutch clock with its weights against the wall. The poor make stews of this offal. The fish stalls present, for public competition, as George Robins would say, nothing but the most coarse and the cheapest articles, such as huge Dutch plaice, haddocks, etc. In the season, the itinerant vendors of fresh herrings and sprats drive a good trade in Globetown. In a word, everything in that district denotes poverty. Poverty, nothing but pinching poverty. The inhabitants of Globetown are of 2 kinds, being weavers and persons who earn their livelihood by working at the docks or on the canal on the one hand, and thieves, prostitutes and vagrants on the other. When a burglar or pickpocket finds St. Giles's, Clerkenwell, the Mint or Bethnal Green too hot to hold him, he betakes himself to Globetown, where he buries himself in some obscure garret until the storms that menaced him be blown over. Globetown has thus acquired amongst the fraternity of rogues of all classes the expressive denomination of the Happy Valley. In one of the narrowest, dirtiest and most lonely streets at the eastern extremity of Globetown, there was a house of an appearance more dilapidated than the rest. It was only 2 stories high and was built in a very singular manner. From the very threshold of the front door, a precipitate staircase, more nearly resembling a ladder, led to the apartments. so that when anyone entered that house from the street, he had to thread no passage, no corridor, but immediately began to ascend these steep steps. The staircase led to a landing, from which 2 doors opened into small, dirty and dark chambers. These rooms had a door of communication pierced in the wall that separated them, but there were no stairs leading down into the lower apartments of the house. The only way of obtaining access to the rooms on the ground floor was by means of a door up an alley leading from the street and running along one side of the house into a court formed by other dwellings. Thus, the upper and lower parts of this strange building might be said to constitute 2 distinct tenements. The windows of the ground floor rooms were darkened with shutters, at the upper part of which holes in the shapes of hearts had been cut to admit a few straggling rays of light. The rooms on the upper floor were furnished in a tolerably comfortable manner, but every article was wretchedly begrimed with dirt. The front apartment served as a sitting room for the inmates of this strangely built house, and the back chamber was fitted up as a bedroom. It was evening, as we before said, and thick curtains were drawn over the 2 windows of the front room to which we have alluded. A candle with a long flaring wick stood upon the table. On a good fire, a kettle was just beginning to boil. The table was set out with glasses, bottles, sugar, lemons, pipes and tobacco. The inmates of that room were evidently preparing for a carouse, while the rain beat in torrents against the windows and the wind swept down the street like a hurricane. But who were the inmates of that room? We will proceed to inform our readers. Lolling in an armchair, the covering of which was torn in many places and spotted all over with grease, was a female, who in reality had scarcely numbered 25 years, but to whom the ravages of dissipation and evil passions gave the appearance of 35. She had once been good-looking, and her features still retained the traces of beauty, but there was a deep blue tint beneath the eyes, which joined the dark thick brows, and thus seemed to enclose the orbs themselves in a dingy circle. The faded cheeks were coloured with rouge, but the dye had been so clumsily plastered on that the effect could not deceive the most ignorant in such matters. This woman wore a faded light silk gown, cut very low in front and disclosing a considerable portion of a thin and shrivelled neck. In a word, she had the air of being what she really was, a faded courtesan of a low order. Her proper name was Margaret Flathers, but her acquaintances, for brevity's sake, called her Meg, and in addition to these appellations, the name of the rattlesnake had been conferred upon her, from the circumstance that she was fond of dressing in silks or satins, which she had a habit of rustling as much as possible when she walked. On the other side of the fireplace was seated a man of cadaverous countenance, which was overshadowed by a quantity of tangled black hair, and whose expression was vile and sinister to a degree.
8:30,
said the woman, glancing towards a huge silver watch which hung by a faded blue riband to a nail over the mantel.
Yes, they can't be long now,
returned her companion, who was none other than the Resurrection Man.
Because they're late, Meg, it's no reason why we shouldn't have a drop of blue rum. The night are precious cold, and the kettle just on the boil. Pour out the daffy, Meg.
The woman drew 2 tumblers towards her, and half filled each with gin. She then added sugar and lemon, and in a few moments the Resurrection Man poured the boiling element upon the liquor.
"Good, isn't it, Tony?"
said the Rattlesnake.
Capital, Meg. You're an excellent girl to judge of the proportions in a glass of lush.
"And I think, Tony,"
said the woman coaxingly,
"that you have had no reason to complain of me in other respects. 12 months, all but a few days that we've been together, and I've done all I could to make you comfortable."
"And so you ought,"
answered the Resurrection Man.
"Didn't I take you off the street and make an independent lady of you? Ain't you the mistress of this crib of mine? And don't you live off the fat of the land?"
"Very true, Tony," said the Rattlesnake. "But what would you have done without me? When that business took place down by the Birdcage Walk, and you was obliged to come and hide yourself in the Happy Valley, you wanted someone you could rely upon to go out and buy your things, take care of the place, and get information whether the blue bottles had fallen on any scent.
"All right, my girl," cried the Resurrection Man. "I did want such a person, and the moment after I escaped that night, when I blew the old crib up, I went to you and told you just what I required. You agreed to come and live with me, and I agreed to treat you well. We have both kept our bargain, and I am satisfied if you are."
"Oh, you know I am, Tony dear," exclaimed the Rattlesnake. "But sometimes you have been so cross and quarrelsome that I didn't know what to make of it."
"And was there no excuse, Meg?" cried the Resurrection Man. "Did I not see my old mother and the cracksman perish before my very eyes, and by my own hand too? But I do not accuse myself of having wilfully caused their death. There was no help for it. We should have all three been taken to Newgate and never have come out of the jug again but twice. Once to be tried, and the second time to be hung."
"Could they have proved anything against you?"
demanded the Rattlesnake.
"Yes, Meg," answered the Resurrection Man. "There was a stiff 'un in the front room at the very moment when the police broke into the house. We had burked him on the preceding evening, and he was still hanging head downwards to the ceiling."
"It was much better, then, to blow the place up as you did,"
observed the Rattlesnake.
"Of course it was, Meg. Don't you see?"
continued the Resurrection Man after a pause, during which he imbibed a considerable quantity of the exhilarating fluid in his glass.
"Don't you see that I was too old a bird not to be always prepared for such an event as that which happened at last? I had got together a great quantity of gunpowder in the back room of the crib, and had stowed it away in brown paper parcels in a cupboard. This cupboard stood between the fireplace and the back wall of the house. So I had made a hole through the wall and had introduced a long iron pipe into the cupboard. This pipe was 10 or 12 feet in length and ran all along the wall that divided my yard from the next. The pipe, so placed, was protected by a wooden cover or case, and anyone who saw it must have thought it was only a water pipe. It was, however, filled with excellent gunpowder, and there was nothing to do but put a match to the farthest end of the pipe to blow up the whole place."
"Capital contrivance!" exclaimed the Rattlesnake. "Had you put up that pipe long before the police broke into the house?"
"Ah, yes, some months," answered the Resurrection Man, "and very lucky it was, too, that the pipe was watertight, so that the rain had never moistened the powder in the least. Well, when the blue bottles broke in, I rushed into the back room, locked the door, leapt through the window, flew to the end of the pipe, tore out the plug, applied a match, and in a moment all was over."
"And for a long time, even your old pals at the boozing ken on Saffron Hill fancied you had been blown up with the rest," said the Rattlesnake.
"Of course they did, because the newspapers, which you always used to go and fetch me to read, said there was no doubt that every one of the gang in the house at the time had perished."
"And they also spoke of the way in which the police had followed you and the cracksman to the house," said the Rattlesnake.
"Yes, and that was how I came to learn that the man who had hunted me almost to death was Richard Markham,"
exclaimed the Resurrection Man, his countenance suddenly wearing an expression of such concentrated, vile, malignant rage as to render him perfectly hideous.
"Now, don't begin to brood over that,"
cried the Rattlesnake hastily,
"for I am almost afraid of you when you get into one of those humours, dear Tony."
"No, I shan't give way now," said the villain. "I've prepared the means for revenge, and then I shall be happy. Oh, Meg, you cannot conceive how I gloated over the wretch the other night when I denounced him in the theatre. That man had been the means of making me stay in this infernal prison, for it has been nothing better for weeks and months. He was the cause of the loss of my best friend, the cracksman, and of my old mother, who was very useful in her way, and he prevented me from getting that young fella into my power who went and explored the palace. When I think of all that I have suffered through this infernal Richard Markham, I am ready to go mad. And I should have gone mad too if it hadn't been that I always thought the day of vengeance would come."
"And my little attentions helped to console you, Tony,"
said the rattlesnake in a wheedling manner that seemed peculiar to her.
As for that, Meg, a man like me can be consoled by nothing short of revenge in such a case. I have told you the history of my life over and over again, and I think you must have learned from it that I am not a person to put up with an injury. I have often thought of doing to Markham as I did to the Justice of the Peace and the Baronet, setting his house on fire. But then he might not learn who was the incendiary, or he might even think it was an accident. My object is for him to know who strikes him, that he may writhe the more."
"Do you think that the buffer and mole are to be depended upon?"
asked Margaret Flathers.
"To the backbone,"
replied the Resurrection Man.
"How could the buffer possibly betray me when he was one of the gang, as the newspapers called it? Besides, wasn't he laid by the heels in Clerkenwell jail for making away with the bantling to cheat the burying society? And didn't he escape? How could he go and place himself in contact with the police by giving information against me? And what good would it be to him to deceive me? He knows that I have got plenty of tin and can pay him well. Indeed, how has he lived in the Happy Valley for the last 11 months and more since he escaped out of Clerkenwell? Haven't I been as good as a brother to him and lent him money over and over again?"
"Very true,"
said the Rattlesnake.
"I only spoke on your account."
I shall be able to let the buffer in for several good things now that I am determined to commence an active life again,"
continued the Resurrection Man.
"I've been idle quite long enough, and I'm not going to remain so any more. Why, Greenwood alone ought to be as good as an annuity to me. He can always find employment for a skilled and daring fellow like me."
"And he pays like a prince, doesn't he?"
demanded the Rattlesnake.
"Like a prince,"
repeated the Resurrection Man.
5 guineas the other night just for attending the carrying off of the young actress. That is the way to make money, Meg."
"And you have got plenty, Tony, I know,"
said the woman in a tone more than half interrogatively and only partially expressing a conviction.
"What's that to you?"
cried the Resurrection Man brutally, at the same time eyeing his mistress in a somewhat suspicious manner.
"Oh, only because you needn't have any secrets from me, Tony,"
returned the Rattlesnake, affecting a tone of indifference.
"You've been out every night lately, and only for a short time."
"Now, I'll tell you what it is, Meg,"
exclaimed Tidkins, striking his fist upon the table.
"You have asked me about my money a great many times lately, and I tell you very candidly I don't like it. It looks suspicious, but by heavens, if you attempt to play me false—"
"Why should you say that, Tony? Have I not given you every proof of fidelity?"
"Yes, you have, or else I should have known what to do in a very few moments. But why do you bother yourself about the money that I've got? It is very little, I can tell you, but where it is, it's safe enough, and if I ever catch you attempting to follow me or to spy upon me when I go into the rooms downstairs, I'll make you repent it."
"No, Tony, dear, don't put yourself into a passion,"
said the Rattlesnake, turning pale and assuming her usual wheedling tone.
"I didn't mean to annoy you. All that I wanted to know was whether there was a chance of running short or not."
"Don't frighten yourself, Meg," returned the Resurrection Man. "Whenever I run low, I know how to get more. And now that we mayn't have to talk on this subject again, recollect once and for all that I won't have you prying into anything that I choose to keep to myself. You know that I am not a man to be trifled with. And if anyone was to betray me, I don't mean to say that you ever had such an idea. I only mean you to understand that if anybody did—"
"Well, what?"
said the Rattlesnake in a tone of alarm.
"I would not be taken alive. added the Resurrection Man, and those who came to take me at all would probably travel the same road that the police, the cracksmen, and the mummy have gone already.
Tony,
exclaimed the woman, a deadly pallor overspreading her countenance.
you don't mean to say that this house is provided with a pipe like the one?
I don't mean to say anything at all about it, one way or another, interrupted the Resurrection Man coolly. All I want you to do is remain quiet, attend to my wishes, keep a close tongue in your head, and have no eyes for anything that I don't tell you to look at. And then we shall go on as pleasant as before. Otherwise...
At this moment a knock on the street door was heard. The Rattlesnake hastened to answer the summons and returned, accompanied by Buffer and his wife. End of section 31. Section 32 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. Dark Plots and Schemes. The Buffer was one of the most unmitigated villains that ever disgraced the name of man. There was no species of crime with which he was not familiar, and he had a suitable helpmate in his wife, who was the sister of Dick Flarer, a character that disappeared from the stage of life in the early part of this history. In person, the Buffer was slight, short, and rather well made, extremely active, and endowed with great physical power. His countenance was by no means an index to his mind, for it was inexpressive, stolid, and vacant. His wife was a woman of about 25, being probably 10 years younger than her husband. She was not precisely ugly, but her countenance, the very reverse of that of the Buffer, was so indicative of every evil passion that can possibly disgrace womanhood as to be almost repulsive. The two newcomers seated themselves near the fire, for their clothes were dripping with the rain, which continued to pour in torrents. The warmth of the apartment and a couple of glasses of smoking grog soon, however, put them into good humour and made them comfortable, and the Resurrection Man then proposed that they should proceed to business.
In the first place, Jack,
said the Resurrection Man, addressing himself to the Buffer,
what news about Markham?
He will attend to the appointment,
was the answer.
He will?
Exclaimed the Resurrection Man, as if the news were almost too good to be true.
You are sure?
As sure as I am that I've got this here glass in my Morley, said the Buffer.
Tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night he'll meet his big brother at Twig Folly,
answered the Buffer with a laugh.
Tell me all that took place, cried the Resurrection Man, and then I shall be able to judge for myself.
Well, as you told me, began the Buffer, I made myself particularly clean and tidy and went up to Holloway this morning at about 11 o'clock. I knocked at the door of the swell's crib, and an old butler-like looking fella with a port wine face and a white napkin under his arm came and opened it. He asked me what my business was. Well, I said I wanted to speak to Mr. Markham in private. He asked me to walk in, and he showed me into a library kind of place where I see a good-looking young fella sitting reading. He was very pale and seemed as if he'd been ill.
Fretting about that business at the theatre, no doubt, observed the Resurrection Man.
What business?
cried the Buffer.
No matter, go on.
Well, so I went into this library and see Mr. Markham. The old servant left us alone together. What do you want with me, my good man? Says Markham, in a very pleasant tone of voice. I have somewhat exceeding particular to say to you, sir, says I. Well, what is it? He asks. Have you heard from your brother lately, sir? Says I, throwing out the feeler you put me up to. If so, he had said he had, and I saw that he really knew where he was and everything about him, I should have invented some excuse and walked myself off. But there was no need of that, for the moment I mentioned his brother, he was quite astonished. My brother, he says in a very excited tone. Many years has elapsed since I heard from him.
Do you know what has become of him?" "Perhaps I know a trifle about him, sir," says I. "And what is very trifling indeed." "In a word," I says, "he wants to see you." "He wants to see me?" cries my gentleman. "Then why doesn't he come to me? But where is he? Tell me, that I may fly to him." So then I says, "The fact of the matter is this, sir. Your brother has got himself into a bit of a scrape and don't dare show. He's living down quiet in the east of London, close by the Regent's Canal. And he has sent me to say that if so be you'll meet him tomorrow night at 10 o'clock at Twig Folly, he'll be there." Then Mr. Markham cries out, "But why can I not go to him now? If he is in distress or difficulty, the sooner he sees me the better." "Softly, sir," says I. "All I know of the matter is this, that I am an honest man as earns his livelihood by running on messages and doing odd jobs. A gentleman meets me on the bank of the canal, close by Twig Folly, very early this morning, and says, 'Do you want to earn 5 shillings?' Well, of course I says yes. 'Then,' says the gentleman, 'go up to Markham Place without delay and ask to see Mr. Markham. He lives at Holloway. Tell him that you come from his brother, who is in trouble and can't go to him, but that his brother will meet him tomorrow night at 10 o'clock on the banks of the canal near Twig Folly.'"
"Well done!" cried the Resurrection Man, whose cadaverous countenance wore an expression of superlative satisfaction. "And you do not think that he entertained the least suspicion?"
"Not a atom,"
returned the Buffer. "Nor the old butler?" asked the Resurrection Man.
"Not a bit. But do just satisfy me on one point, Tony. How come you know that anything about this young fella's brother would produce such a powerful excitement?"
"Have I not before told you that this Richard Markham was a fellow prisoner with me in Newgate some 4 years and more ago? Well, I often overheard him talking about his affairs to another man that was also there, whose name was Armstrong. Markham and this Armstrong were very thick together, and Markham spoke quite openly to him about his family matters, his brother and one thing or another. That's the way I came to hear of the strange appointment made between the two brothers."
"Well, there's no doubt that the fish is bit and can be hooked tomorrow night," said the Buffer.
"Yes, he is within my reach, and now I shall be revenged," exclaimed the Resurrection Man, grinding his teeth together. "I will tell you my plans in this respect presently," he added. "Let us now talk about the old man that your wife nurses."
"Or did nurse, rather,"
cried Mole with a coarse laugh. Both the Resurrection Man and Margaret Flathers turned a glance of inquiry and surprise upon the butler's wife.
"The old fella's dead,"
she added after a moment's pause.
"Dead already?" exclaimed Tidkins.
"Just as I tell you,"
answered Mole.
"He seemed very sinking and low this morning, and so I was more attentive to him than ever."
"But the money,"
said the Resurrection Man.
"all a dream on her part,"
cried the Buffer, sulkily pointing towards his wife.
"Now don't you go to throw all that blame on me, Jack,"
retorted the woman.
"for you know as well as I do that you was as sanguine as me, and who wouldn't have taken him for an old miser? Here, you and me,"
she continued, addressing herself to her husband,
"go to hire a lodging in an house in Smart Street about 3 months ago, and we find out there's an old chap living overhead on the first floor who had been there 3 months before that time, and had always lived in the same regular, quiet way, never going out except after dusk, doing nothing to earn his bread, paying his way, and owing nobody a penny. Then he was dressed in clothes that wasn't worth 6pence, and yet he had gold to buy others if he chose, because he used to change a sovereign every week when he paid his rent. Well, all these things put together make me think he was a miser and had a store somewhere or another. And when I said to you—"
"I know what you said fast enough,"
interrupted the Buffer sulkily.
"What's the use of telling us all this over again?
just to show that if I was deceived, you was too. But it's always the way with you. When anything turns out wrong, you throw the blame on me. Didn't you say to me when the old fellow was took ill a month ago, 'Mole,' says you, 'going off a pair of services to nurse the old gentleman, and maybe if he dies he'll leave you something, or at all events you may worm out of him the secret of where he keeps his money, and we can get hold of it all the same.' That's what you said, and so I did go and nurse the old man. And he seemed very grateful, for at last he began to like me, almost as much as he did his snuff-box, and that's saying a great deal, considering the quantity of stuff he used to take, and the good it seemed to do him when he was low and melancholy."
"Well, what's the use of you and the buffer wrangling?" cried the Resurrection Man. "Tell us all about the old fellow's death."
"As I was saying just now," continued Mole, "the old gentleman was took very bad this morning, soon after Jack left to go up to Holloway, and the landlady, Mrs. Smith, insisted on sending for a doctor. Well, the old gentleman shook his head when he heard Mrs. Smith say so, and seemed very much annoyed at the idea of having a medical visit. But Mrs. Smith was positive, for she said that she had lost her husband and had been left a lone widow through not having a doctor in time to him when he was ill. Well, a doctor was sent for, and he said that the old gentleman was very bad indeed. He asked me and Mrs. Smith what his name was, and whether he had any relations, as they ought to be sent for. But Mrs. Smith said that she never knowed his name at all, and as for relations, no one never come to see him, and he never went to see no one himself. The doctor orders him to have mustard poultices put to his feet, but it wasn't of no use, for the old fellow gives a last gasp and dies at 20 minutes past 2 this blessed afternoon."
"Well," said the Resurrection Man, "and then I suppose you had a rummage in his boxes."
"Boxes indeed,"
cried Mole with an indignant toss of her head.
"Why, when he first come to the house, Mrs. Smith says that all he had was a bundle tied up in a blue cotton pocket handkerchief, a couple of shirts, and a few pair of stockings or so. She didn't like to take him in, she says, but he offered to pay a month's rent in advance, and so she was satisfied." "Then you found nothing at all?"
exclaimed the Rattlesnake.
"Not much,"
returned Mole.
"The moment we saw he was dead, we began to search all over the room to see what he had left behind him. For a long time we could find nothing but a dirty shirt, 2 pairs of stockings, and a jar of snuff. And yet Mrs. Smith said she knew there must be money, for she had heard him counting his gold one day before he was took ill. Besides, during his illness, whenever money was wanted to get anything for him, he never gave it at first, but sent me or Mrs. Smith out of the room with some excuse. And when we went back, he always had the money in his hand. Well, me and Mrs. Smith searched and searched away, and at last Mrs. Smith bethinks herself of looking behind the bed. We moved the bed away from the wall as well as we could, for the dead body lying upon it made it precious heavy. And then we saw that an hole had been made down in the corner of the room. Mrs. Smith puts in her finger and draws out an old greasy silk purse. I heard the gold chink, but I saw that the purse was not over heavy. Well, says Mrs. Smith, I'm glad I've got a witness of what the poor gentleman left behind him, or else I might get into trouble some day or other if any inquiries should be made. So she pours out the gold into her hand and counts 39 sovereigns.
"And that was all?" cried the Resurrection Man.
"Every farthing,"
replied the Buffer's wife.
Well, I asked Mrs. Smith what she intended to do with it, and she says, I shall bury the poor old gentleman decently. That will be £5. Then there is £1 for the doctor, as I must get him to follow the funeral. And here is £2 for you for your attention to the old gentleman in his illness. So she gives me the £2, and I asked her what is she going to do with the rest, because there was still £31 left. And what did she say to that?
demanded the Rattlesnake.
She began a long ditty about her being an honest woman, though a poor one, and that dead man's gold would only bring ill luck into her house.
"The old fool!" cries the Resurrection Man.
And then she said she should ask the parson, when she had buried the old man, what she ought to do with the £31.
"Why didn't you propose to split it between you and hold your tongues?" asked the Resurrection Man.
So I did, answered Mole. And what do you think the old fool said? She up and told me that she always thought that me and my husband was not the most respectable of characters, and she now felt convinced of it.
"Well, we must have those 30 yellow boys, old fella," said the Resurrection Man to the Buffer.
Yes, if we can get them, answered the latter, and I know of no way to do it but to cut the old woman's throat.
"No, that won't do," ejaculated the Resurrection Man. "If the old woman disappeared suddenly, suspicion would be sure to fall on you, and the old Happy Valley would be up in arms. Then the blue bottles might find a trace to this crib here, and we should all get into trouble."
But if you mean to put the kibosh upon young Markham tomorrow night, said the Buffer, won't that raise a devil of dust in the neighbourhood?
"Markham disappears from Holloway, which is a long way from the Happy Valley," replied the Resurrection Man.
And the old butler, who is certain to know that the appointment was made for Twig Folly, persisted the Buffer, won't he give information that will raise the whole valley in arms, as you call it?
"No such thing," said the Resurrection Man. "Markham falls into the canal accidentally and is drowned. There's no mark of violence on his body, and his watch and money are safe about his person. Now do you understand me?"
I understand that if you mean me to jump in the canal and help to hold him in till he's drowned, you're deucedly out of your reckoning, for I ain't going to risk drowning myself, 'cause I can't swim better than a stone.
"You need not set foot in the water," said the Resurrection Man somewhat impatiently. "But I suppose you could hold him by the heels fast enough upon the bank."
"Oh, yes, I don't mind that," replied the Buffer. "But how shall we get the 31 cooters from this old fool of a landlady unless we use violence?"
The Resurrection Man leant his head upon his hand, his elbow being supported by the table, and reflected profoundly for some moments. So high an opinion did the other villain and the two women entertain of the ingenuity, craft, and cunning of the Resurrection Man, that they observed a solemn silence while he was thus occupied in meditation, as if they were afraid of interrupting a current of ideas which they hoped would lead to some scheme beneficial to them all. Suddenly the Resurrection Man raised his head, and turning towards the Buffer's wife, said,
"Do you know whether the old woman has spoken to anyone yet about the funeral?"
"She said she would let it be till tomorrow morning, because the weather was so awful bad this afternoon."
"Excellent,"
ejaculated the Resurrection Man.
"Now, Mole, do you put on your bonnet, take the large cotton umbrella there, and go and do what I tell you without delay."
The woman rose to put on her bonnet and cloak, which she had laid aside upon first entering the room, and the Resurrection Man wrote a hurried note. Having folded, wafered, and addressed it, he handed it to the Buffer's wife, saying,
"Go down as fast as your legs will carry you to Banks, the undertaker, in Globe Lane, and ask to see him. Give him this, but mind and deliver it into his hand only. If he's not at home, wait till he comes in."
The woman took the note and departed on the mysterious mission entrusted to her.
"What's in the wind now?"
demanded the Buffer, as soon as the door had closed behind his wife.
"You shall see," replied the Resurrection Man. "Now, let us fill our glasses and blow a cloud till Mole comes back."
The Rattlesnake mixed fresh supplies of grog, and the two men lighted their pipes.
"How the rain does beat down,"
observed the Buffer after a pause.
"And the wind sweeps along like a hurricane," says the Resurrection Man. By the by, this is New Year's Day. What different weather is it from when it was last New Year's Day?"
"Do you recollect what sort of weather it was last New Year's Day?" demanded the buffer.
"Perfectly well," answered the Resurrection Man, "because it was on that evening that I and the poor cracksman helped young Alfred over the palace wall."
"And that venture turned out no go, did it?"
asked the buffer. "It failed because the young scamp either turned funky or played us false. I never could make out which. But I have an account to settle with him too, and the first time I meet him, I'll teach him what it is to humbug a man like me."
There was a pause, during which the two men smoked their pipes with all the calmness of individuals engaged in virtuous and innocent meditation. And the rattlesnake added fresh fuel to the fire, the flames of which roared cheerfully up the chimney.
"Come sing us a song, Meg,"
cried the buffer, breaking a silence which had lasted several minutes.
"I have got a cold and can't sing,"
replied the woman.
"Well then, Tony," said the buffer, "tell us some of your adventures. They'll amuse us until Moore comes back."
"I am quite tired of telling the same things over and over again," answered the Resurrection Man. "We've never heard your practices in that line yet, so the sooner you begin the better. Come, tell us your history."
"Well, isn't much to tell,"
says the buffer, refilling his pipe.
"But such as it is, you're welcome to it."
With this preface, the buffer commenced his autobiography, in the record of which we have taken the liberty of correcting the grammatical solecisms that invariably characterize this individual's discourse, and we have also improved the language in which the narrative was originally clothed. End of section 32. Section 33 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Dave Wills. The Buffer's History.
You are well aware that my name is really John Wicks, although very few of my pals know me by any other title than the Buffer. My father and mother kept a coal and potato shed in Great Suffolk Street Borough. I was their only child, and as they were very fond of me, they would not let me be bothered and annoyed with learning. For decency's sake, however, they made me go to the Sunday school, and there I just learned to read, and that's all. When I was 12 years old, I began to carry out small quantities of coals and potatoes to the customers. Well, we used to supply a great many of the prisoners in the bench, and whenever I went into that place, I generally managed to have a game of marbles and sometimes rackets with the young blackguards that lurked about the prison, to pick up the racket balls, run on messages and so on. At length, I got to play for money, and as I generally lost, I had to take the money which I received from the customers to pay my little gambling debts. I was obliged to tell my father and mother all kinds of falsehoods to account for the disappearance of the money. Sometimes I said that I'd lost a few halfpence. Then I declared that a beggar in the street had snatched a sixpence out of my hand and run away, or else I swore that the customers had not paid me. This last excuse led to some serious misunderstandings, for sometimes my father went himself to collect the debts owing to him, and then, when the prisoners declared they had paid me, I stuck out that it was false, and my father called them rogues and swindlers. Now, at length, he began seriously to suspect that his son was robbing him, and one day he found it out in a manner which I could not deny. I was then 14 and pretty well hardened, I can tell you. So I turned round and told my father that he had brought it all on himself, 'cause he had instructed me how to cheat the customers in weight and measure, and had, therefore, brought me up in wrong principles. You must understand that the usual mode of doing business in coal sheds is this. All the weights only weigh 1/2 of what they are represented to weigh. For instance, the one which is used as the £50 weight is hollow, and is therefore made as large in outward appearance as the real £50 weight, whereas in consequence of being hollow, it actually only weighs £25. This is the case with all the weights. The pound weight really weighs only half a pound, and so on. You may ask why the weights are thus exactly 1/2 less than they are represented to be, neither more nor less than 1/2. I will tell you. When the late jury comes round and points, for instance, to the weight used for £50, the answer is, "Oh, that is the £25 weight," and upon being tested, the assertion is found to be correct. So there's never any danger of being hauled over the coals by the late jury. But if the weights were each an odd number of ounces or pounds short, they could not be passed off to the jury as weights of a particular standard, and then the warehouseman would get into a scrape. It is just the same with the measures. The bushel contains a false bottom and is really half a bushel, and when the late jury calls, it is stated to be the half-bushel measure, whereas to customers it is passed off as the bushel. This will also account to you for the way in which the costermongers in the streets are able to sell fruit, cherries particularly, and peas in the season for just 1/2 of the price at which they can be bought at respectable dealers. The poor dupe who gives 2pence for a pound of cherries of the costermonger in the street only obtains half a pound, and the housewife, who thinks that she can save 100% by buying her peas in the same way, only gets half a peck instead of a peck. My father had 30 barrows, which he let out to the costermongers at the rate of 18p a day each, and some of those men could clear 8 or 10 shillings a day by their traffic. But they are so addicted to drinking that they spend all they get, and in the winter season they starve. Now and then a costermonger would disappear with the barrow, for the loan of which my father never required any security, as the poor souls had none to give, and then my father offered a reward for the apprehension of the absentee. He was generally caught, and my father always had him taken before the magistrate and punished, as a warning, he said, to the rest. I used to think he behaved very harshly in this respect, as the poor wretch whom he thus got sent to the treadmill had most probably paid for the barrow over and over again. But to return to my story, when my father discovered that I had robbed him, I threw in his teeth the use he made of false weights and measures. He was alarmed at this because I had threatened to inform the neighbours, and so he did not give me the thrashing which he had at first promised. He, however, resolved to send me away from home, and in the course of a few days got me a place at a friend's of his, who kept a sweetstuff shop in Friar Street, Blackfriars. There I was initiated into all the mysteries of that trade. I found that the white sugar articles were all largely adulterated with plaster of Paris, and that immediately accounted to me for the pernicious, often fatal effects produced by this kind of trash upon children. If parents who really care for their children were only commonly prudent, they would never allow them to eat any white sugar stuff at all. Then I discovered that the articles passed off as burnt almonds really contained the kernels of fruits, for the kitchen maids in wealthy families and hotels collect and sell the stones of the peaches, apricots and nectarines eaten at the tables of their masters as regularly as cooks dispose of their bones and grease. In fact, the most deleterious ingredients enter into the composition of sweetstuff. The sugar refiners sell all their scum to the sweetstuff makers, and this scum is composed of lime, alum, bullock's blood, charcoal, acetate of soda, and other things used for fining sugar. Oxide of lead is also mixed with the small proportions of sugar used in making sweetstuff, and thus you may perceive what filthy and poisonous substances are given to children in the shape of sugar plums. I hope that I do not weary you with this description,
And if you should be surprised that I can now recollect the chemical names of the ingredients used, I must tell you that I went so often to the sugar refiners and to the chemists for my master that I soon became familiar with everything at all relating to the business. I now came to more interesting matters. I'd been with my master about 6 years and was then going on for 21 when my father died. My mother sent for me home to help her in the business, and I now had the command of money. The taste for gambling, which I had imbibed in my boyhood, returned with additional force, and I sought every opportunity of gratifying my inclination in this respect. I frequented a notorious public house in Suffolk Street, where gaming was carried on to a great extent, and all my ill luck seemed unvaried. My mother did all she could to check the progress of this infatuation, but it was invincible, and in the course of 3 years I had completely ruined both my mother and myself. An execution was put into the house for rent, and my mother died of a broken heart. I shed a few tears, and then looked around me for some occupation. One of the persons who frequented the public house in Suffolk Street offered to recommend me to a friend of his, who kept an auction room in the city. I gladly accepted the proposal and was engaged as a bidder at that establishment. I will tell you what I had to do. The auction was carried on in an open warehouse in a great thoroughfare. The articles put up for sale were all of the most worthless description. Razors, made like Peter Pindars to sell and not to cut, penknives that would inflict no damage upon a piece of wood, decanters that would scarcely resist the pressure of the most delicate lady's hand, candlesticks made of a metal that would melt if held too close to the fire, urns that sprang a leak the moment hot water was poured into them, watches that were never known to go beyond the first 24 hours, scissors that would not sever a thread, snuffers that merely crush without diminishing the wick, teapots made of polished pewter and warranted as silver. In a word, every species of domestic rubbish of this kind occupied the counters and tables in the auction room. Myself and 3 others were hired as bidders. Our duty was to offer a price for every article put up and buy it in if it appeared to go to a stranger at too low a price, although indeed few prices were too low for the articles on which they were put. Then, when a greenhorn entered the mart, we were to puff up the articles amongst ourselves in his hearing, never talking to him but talking at him. The master was perched up behind a high desk, using his hammer with exemplary alacrity, in knocking down article after article to the flat that came in and bid. Sometimes the dupes would come back the following day and demand a return of their money, as they had ascertained that the goods for which they had parted with it were worthless. It was then our duty to hustle such obstreperous claimants, bonnet them, or in extreme cases knock them down, and then give them into custody for creating a disturbance. In this situation I remained for 3 years. The master was very good to us and gave us a present every time he effected large sales by our means. One afternoon an elderly gentleman entered the mart and stood bidding for some cut decanters. They had been invoiced to the proprietor of the establishment for 6 shillings, and the lowest price at which they were to be knocked down was £2 10s. The bidding was rather slow, and I retreated a pace or 2 behind the old gentleman to avoid having the appearance of being anxious to make myself conspicuous. In that position I observed the corner of a red pocket-book peeping out of his coat tail. I glanced around, no one noticed me, and in a moment I abstracted the inviting object. This was the first theft I ever committed, and bad as I already was, the moment I had that pocket-book safe in my possession, I would have given the world for it to have been back again in its former place. The deed was, however, done, and I evaporated from the auction mark with the rapidity of thought. I was not such an idiot as to return to my lodgings, but I hastened into the vicinity of Smithfield and entered a public house in Chick Lane. The parlour, a little slip with a single window looking upon the street, was fortunately empty, and I immediately examined my treasure. And true enough, it was a treasure. It contained £800 in Bank of England notes, together with bills of exchange to the amount of £3,000. There was also letters and cards of address which showed me who the old gentleman was. He was a rich landholder in the county of Hants. I enclosed the bills of exchange and the letters in a sheet of paper and returned them through the post to their owner. The bank notes I kept, but I was now at a loss how to act, for I fancied that if the notes had been stopped, there would be danger in attempting to pass them. After I had put the letter in the post, I returned to the public house in Chick Lane and meditated upon the best course to pursue. While I was sitting in the parlour, over a glass of brandy and water, pondering upon this very difficult matter, a man entered, sat down, called for some liquor, and got into conversation with me, and he let me know that he was a member of the swell mob. I opened my heart to him, and he immediately offered to take me to a place where I could change my notes. I thankfully accepted his proposal, and he led me into Field Lane. There he entered a shop where they sold salt fish, herrings, haddocks, and oysters. He asked a dirty-looking girl if Israel Moses was at home, and receiving an affirmative answer, led the way up a narrow, dark and dirty staircase to a room where an old Jew with a face almost completely concealed by grizzly white hair was sitting at a table covered with papers. My guide immediately communicated to him the object of my visit, and the old Jew questioned me closely relative to the way in which I had obtained the banknotes. My companion advised me to tell him the exact truth, which I did, and the Jew then offered me £600 in gold for my £800 worth of notes. He explained to me that he should be compelled to send them to his agents in Paris, Hamburg and Amsterdam to get rid of them, and that he could therefore afford to give me no more. I accepted his proposal, received the gold and departed, accompanied by my new friend, who was no other than Dick Flera. I made him an handsome present for his counsel and assistance, and was about to part from him when he told me that I'd better take care of myself for a few days until the hue and cry concerning the pocket-book should be over. He asked me to accompany him to his lodgings in Castle Street, Saffron Hill. I agreed, and there I first met his sister Mary. In the evening, Dick went out to ascertain, as he said, how the wind blew. He came back at a late hour and brought me a copy of an handbill that had been printed and circulated, and which gave not only a full description of the robbery, but also a most painfully accurate account of my person. Dick assured me that I was not safe in his lodgings, as he himself was a suspicious character in the neighbourhood, and he advised me to hide myself in a certain house which he knew in Chick Lane. I followed his advice and proceeded to the old house, where I lay concealed in that horrid dungeon underground for a mortal fortnight. Mary brought me my food every other day and gave me information on what was going on outside. She told me that the newspapers had published an account of the return of the bills of exchange and letters by post, and that the same organs stated that the old gentleman who had been robbed was unwilling to proceed any further on that very account. At length Dick came himself and assured me that I might leave the dungeon, but that it would be better for me to remain quiet in some snug place for a few weeks. I proposed to him a trip into the country. He agreed, and Mary accompanied us. We went down to Canterbury and took lodgings on the Herne Bay Road, close by the barracks.
Dick and I used to visit all the neighbouring towns and see what we could pick up. But we led a jovial life, spending much more than we got, and thus making desperate inroads into my funds. My old habits of gambling returned, and the gold which I had received from the Jew was disappearing very rapidly. We had left London for upwards of 8 months when we thought of returning to our old haunts. Mary seemed quite averse to the proposal and was most anxious to remain a short time longer where she was. To this Dick agreed, and he and I came up to town. We went to the boozing ken on Saffron Hill, and there took up our quarters. Dick introduced me to Bill Bolter, and as it happened that our funds were all low, we resolved upon adopting some means to replenish our purses. Happening to take up the Times, I saw an advertisement according to which a wealthy jeweller and goldsmith in the Strand required a porter. I made a remark which led Dick Flarer to observe that if I chose to take the situation, he could get me a reference, as he knew one of the largest linen drapers in Knowlton Folgate who was in the habit of buying stolen goods of the cracksman of Dick's gang and would not dare refuse to perform the part required. The plan was settled. I applied for the situation, gave the reference, and in 2 days entered the service of the rich goldsmith. In less than a fortnight I had obtained all the information I required, and stepping out one evening, I hastened to the boozing ken, where I met the pals and appointed the following night for the enterprise. I then returned to my master's residence. On the ensuing night, precisely as the clock struck 12, I stole softly down from my bedroom and entered the shop by means of a skeleton key. I then cautiously opened the front door and admitted Dick Flarer and Bill Bolter. We immediately set to work to pack up all the most valuable and most portable articles, in which occupation we were engaged when a cry of "Fire! Fire!" was heard in the street outside, and almost at the same moment a tremendous knocking at the front door began. For an instant we were paralysed. But the noise of steps descending the stairs hurried us into action, and opening the doors, we darted from the house with the speed of wild animals, leaving all the booty behind us. The cry of "Fire!" was instantly succeeded by that of "Thieves!" and several persons began to pursue us hotly. We gained Wellington Street and hastened towards Waterloo Bridge, intending to get into the borough with the least possible delay. On we went through the great gate without waiting to pay the toll at the entrance of the footway, the pursuers gaining upon us. Suddenly I recollected that the cornice along the outside of the parapet was very wide, and without hesitating a moment I sprang over the parapet, alighting on the cornice, and only saved myself from falling into the river by catching hold of a gas pipe which runs along the outer side of the bridge. Scarcely had I thus accomplished a most dangerous feat when I distinctly saw a man, a few yards ahead, mount the parapet and precipitate himself into the river. Then arose the sound of voices on the bridge crying, "He is over! He has leapt in! He will be drowned! They have all 3 escaped! But where the devil could the other 2 have got to?" and such like exclamations, which convinced me that my companions were safe. There I remained, a prey to 1,000 painful reflections and horrid ideas for upwards of an hour, until at length I grew so dizzy that I was every moment on the point of falling into the river. The bridge was now completely silent, and I ventured to leave my hiding place. I passed over the bridge to the Surrey side without molestation, and proceeded by a circuitous route to the old house in Chick Lane, where, to my astonishment, I found Bill Bolter. I then learned that it was Dick Flarer who had leapt into the river, and was no doubt drowned, and that Bolter had only escaped by concealing himself in the deep shade of one of the recesses of the bridge, when totally overcome by fatigue, until his pursuers had passed, when he retraced his steps and quietly gained the Strand. We were greatly grieved to think that our enterprise in the jeweller's house should have failed, and that we had lost so excellent a fellow as Flora. But in the midst of our lamentations, the door opened and Dick himself entered the room. Pale, dripping and exhausted, he fell upon a seat and would most probably have fainted, if not died, had we not forced some brandy down his throat. He then revived, and having changed his clothes, was soon completely recovered from the effects of his bath and the desperate exertions he had made to swim to a wharf communicating with the commercial road. We stayed for the remainder of the night at the old house, and on the following morning Dick Flera went up to the Boozing Ken, where he procured a newspaper. He then returned to us, and we perceived by the journal that the curtains of the bedroom which I had occupied at the jeweller's house had caught fire and created the alarms, which had interrupted us in the midst of our employment in the shop. I moreover ascertained that I was of course suspected of having admitted the thieves into the premises, and that a reward was offered for my apprehension. I was accordingly compelled to remain concealed for some weeks in the old house, while Bill Bolter and Flera, being unsuspected, were enabled to go abroad. I did not on this occasion conceal myself in the dungeons of the old house, for I could not bear the solitude of that living tomb, and as Bolter and Flera were constantly visiting me, the time did not hang so very heavily on my hands. At length I left the old house, and I and Dick returned to Canterbury. When we arrived there, after an absence of 2 months, we made a most unpleasant discovery. Unpleasant to Dick as the brother, and to me, who was enamoured of Mary. She was in a way to become a mother. Well, our situation was too palpable to be concealed. Well, Dick flew into a most ungovernable rage, and Mary tried to deny it, but the fact was glaring, and she was obliged to confess that she had been seduced by a sergeant of the regiment stationed at Canterbury. Her attachment to that man, and the hope that he would do her justice, were the reasons that had induced her to remain at Canterbury when we went to London. The sergeant had recently treated her with neglect and indifference, and she longed for revenge. Dick and I swore that she should have it. She told us that the sergeant was very fond of angling, and that every morning early he indulged in his favourite sport in the River Stour, which flowed close by the barracks. Next morning Dick and I went down to the river, and there we saw the sergeant preparing his tackle. From the description we had received of him, we knew him to be the man we wanted, but there was a large watermill close by, and we dared not attack him in a spot that was so overlooked. We accordingly returned home and consulted together how we should proceed. At length we resolved that Mary should endeavour to get him to grant her an interview on the banks of the river. She sent him a note saying that she was to leave Canterbury in a few days, and that she wished to see him once more. She concluded by begging him to meet her that evening or the next between 9 and 10 o'clock, close by the bridge of Kingford's watermill. He consented, and appointed the evening of the next day for the interview. The hour drew nigh, and Mary went to the place agreed upon. Dick and I followed her at a little distance. The night was dark. It was in the month of April, and the air was very cold. As we drew near the bridge, as noiselessly as we could, we distinguished the forms of 2 persons standing upon the bridge and leaning in earnest conversation upon the low railing that overhung the huge wheel which was revolving beneath, the torrent pouring over it through the sluices of the dam upon the top of which the bridge stood. We advanced closer, and could then perceive that the 2 forms were those of Mary and her seducer. We proceeded to the bridge. When we reached the middle,
Dick went up to the sergeant and said, "This is my sister. Do you mean to do her justice?" "No," cried Mary. "He has just told me that I need have no hope in that respect." "Then there is nothing more to be said," exclaimed Dick Flairer, and at the same moment we precipitated ourselves upon the sergeant. Dick Flairer pressed his hand upon his mouth, but the poor wretch struggled violently, but in an instant we hurled him over the bridge railing. He fell upon the wheel. The roar of the torrent and the din of the ponderous machine drowned his last cry of agony, and the crushing of his bones. "Now, Mary," says I, "you are revenged." She pressed my hand convulsively, without uttering a word, and we returned to our lodgings. Next day, the body of the sergeant was found, fearfully crushed and mutilated, a mile below the mill, entangled in a bed of osiers. It was carried to the barracks, an inquest was called, and a verdict of "found drowned" was recorded. Not a suspicion was entertained that the man had been murdered, it being evident from the surgical examination that he had been crushed by the wheel of the mill, upon which it was supposed he had accidentally fallen over the bridge railing, which was only about 3 feet high. The moment the verdict was returned, and we saw that no suspicion attached to anybody in reference to the murder, we left Canterbury and repaired to London. In the course of a few weeks, Mary became the mother of a stillborn child, and in due time I assured her that I would overlook her fault and marry her, if she would have me. She was pleased with the proposal, and Dick readily agreed to it. But before we could be spliced, I one day met the goldsmith of the Strand in the street, and he gave me into custody. I was taken before the magistrates and fully committed for an attempt to rob my employer. While I was in Newgate waiting for my trial, I was greatly alarmed lest the old gentleman whom I had robbed at the auction mart should prefer an indictment against me. But my fears in this respect were unfounded. At length the sessions commenced, and I was put on my trial. The sheriffs had supplied me with counsel, for I was completely without funds when I was arrested. The barrister, thus retained in my behalf, advised me to plead guilty, as I should then stand a good chance of escaping transportation. I followed his recommendation, and expressed my contrition for the offence. The recorder read me a long lecture and condemned me to 7 years' transportation, which sentence was commuted to 2 years' imprisonment in Newgate. During that time, I seriously thought of mending my ways when I should once more be at liberty, but I could not conceive what on earth I should do for a livelihood if I did not steal. I knew that I should be turned adrift without a penny in my pocket, and I had no friends but those with whom I could only pursue my old career. When a chaplain spoke to me upon the errors of my past life and the necessity of reformation, I used to say to him, "Show me, Reverend Sir, how I am to obtain an honest living when I leave these walls, and I never shall sin again." But he always gave an evasive reply. In fact, what could he say? If he had required a manservant, a groom, an errand boy, or a menial scrub to black his boots and brush his clothes, would he have taken me? No. If he had known any friend who wanted a man to take care of his hounds, never enter his house, but sleep in the kennels along with the dogs, would the chaplain have recommended me? No. If the governor of Newgate had needed a man to sweep the dirt away from the front of the prisons, would the reverend gentleman have spoken a kind word in favour of me? No. Of what use, then, is it for these jail chaplains to preach penitence and reformation, when by their very actions they say, "We do not believe that you can possibly change for the better"? Of what benefit is it for these salaried moralists to declaim upon the advantage of a virtuous course when they know perfectly well that the old maxim is invariably correct?
give a dog a bad name and hang him. Virtue must be fed. But virtue, upon the leaving the walls of a criminal prison, can obtain no food. Must virtue then die of starvation? Human nature revolts against this self-destruction, this systematic suicide, and sooner than submit to it, virtue will allow itself to be changed by circumstances into vice. Virtue in this case has no option but to become vice. I often thought, when I was in prison, that if there was a workshop established by the government to receive persons whom the criminal jails daily vomit back into society, many a miserable creature would in reality reform and be saved from a replunge into the sea of crime. But all that the government does is to punish. I mentioned these thoughts to the chaplain, and what did he say? He endeavoured to get rid of the necessity of giving a decisive opinion by throwing himself headlong into a mass of argument and reasoning, half religious and half political, which I could not understand. Thus do those men invariably extricate themselves from perplexing topics. In my opinion, there is no mockery more abominable, no hypocrisy more contemptible, no morality more baseless than the attributes of a jail chaplain. If good and pious men attended criminal prisons of their own free will and talked in a plain, homely manner to the inmates, a manner which those inmates would understand, how much benefit might result. But when you think that the chaplain only troubles himself about you because he is paid, that he doles out his doctrine in proportion to the income which he receives, and that he says the same to you today which he said to another yesterday and will say to a third tomorrow, his office is mean, contemptible, and degrading. It does not do for me to hold forth in this manner, I know that, but I cannot help expressing the thoughts that occupied me when I was in Newgate. They are often present in my memory, and sometimes, when I am dull and in low spirits, I console myself by the conviction that if I am bad now, it is because there is no door open for me to be good. So adduced to these ideas. They do not often come from my lips, and even now I scarcely wish to recall them. Well, I passed my 2 years in Newgate, and when I was released, I stood still by the lamp-post at the top of the Old Bailey, thinking which way I should go. I had not a penny in my pocket, and I knew that in the course of a few hours I should be hungry. As true as I am sitting here, tears rolled down my cheeks as I contemplated the necessity of returning to my old pursuits. Yes, burning tears, tears of agony, such tears as I've never shed before and shall never shed again. Suddenly a thought struck me. I would go to the workhouse. The idea consoled me, and fearful lest my good intentions should grow cold, I turned back past the door in Newgate again and directed my steps down the Old Bailey towards Blackfriars Bridge. In the course of an hour, I knocked at the door of the workhouse with an order for admission from the overseer. It was about 12 o'clock in the day when I entered the workhouse. The porter conducted me into the office, where the master took down my name and age, etc. He then sent me to the bathroom, where I was cleansed. When I came from the bath, I put on the coarse linen grey suit and thick shoes which constitute the workhouse garb, the livery of poverty. The dress differed but little from the one I had worn in Newgate. So small is the distinction in this blessed country between a felon and a pauper. My old clothes were put up together in a bundle, labelled with my name and conveyed to the storeroom to be returned to me when I chose to leave the place. As soon as I was dressed, I was allotted to the able-bodied men's department of the workhouse. The scale of food for this class of persons was just this. Monday, 14 ounces of bread, 1.5 pints of gruel, 1.5 pints of soup, and 2 ounces of cheese. Tuesday, 21 ounces of bread, 1.5 ounces of gruel, 4 ounces of cheese. Wednesday, 14 ounces of bread, 1.5 pints of gruel, 1.5 pints of soup, 2 ounces of cheese. Wednesday, 14 ounces of bread, 1.5 ounces of gruel, 1.5 pints of soup, and 2 ounces of cheese. Thursday, 14 ounces of bread, 1.5 pints of gruel, 4 ounces of bacon, 8 ounces of potatoes, 2 ounces of cheese. Friday, 14 ounces of bread, 1.5 pints of gruel, 2 ounces of cheese, and 14 ounces of suet pudding. Saturday, 14 ounces of bread, 1.5 pints of gruel, 1.5 pints of soup, 2 ounces of cheese. Sunday, 14 ounces of bread, 1.5 pints of gruel, 8 ounces of potatoes, 1.5 pints of soup. Total weekly allowance. Bread, 105 ounces. Gruel, 10.5 pints. Meat, 5 ounces. Bacon, 4 ounces. Potatoes, 16 ounces. Soup, 6 pints. Cheese, 14 ounces. And suet pudding, 14 ounces. So you see that we only had 5 ounces of cooked meat and 5 ounces of bacon in the shape of animal food in the course of each week. And yet we had to work to keep the grounds in order, to do various jobs in the establishment, and to pick 4 pounds of oakum each every day, the Sabbath excepted. Felons are better off, for in the prison one has more meat, more bread and more gruel, which is certainly nourishing, than in the workhouse. We had nothing to drink with our dinners and suppers but water, and of that they could not very well stint us, 'cause it cost nothing. The able-bodied women had much less than the able-bodied men. The infirm paupers had each 1 ounce of tea and 7 ounces of sugar weekly instead of gruel for breakfast. Fancy 1 ounce of tea for 7 meals. We were divided into messes or tables of 10 each, and each mess elected a carver. The duty of the carver was to go to the kitchen and fetch the provision allotted to the individuals at his particular table, and then to distribute it in equal proportions. What fighting and wrangling always took place at meal-times. On meat days, one had too much fat, and another's morsel was too underdone. On bacon days, one had too much lean, and another had the rind given to him. Then one declared that he had been cheated out of a potato, and so on. It was a scene of perpetual selfishness, of human beings quarrelling for a crumb. But who can wonder? A potato or a cubic inch of bread was a considerable proportion of a meal, and where all were ravenous, who could afford to lose even a potato or a crumb?
The dietary table of Clerkenwell New Prison, already quoted at page 190, is as follows. Monday, gruel 2.5 pints, bread 20 ounces. Tuesday, gruel 1.5 pints, meat 6 ounces, bread 20 ounces. Wednesday, gruel 2.5 pints, bread 20 ounces. Thursday, gruel 2.5 pints, bread 20 ounces. Friday, soup 1 pint, gruel 1.5 pints, bread 20 ounces. Saturday, gruel 1.5 pints, meat 6 ounces, bread 20 ounces. Sunday, soup 1 ounce, gruel 1.5 ounces, bread 20 ounces. Total weekly allowance, 2 pints of soup, 13.5 pints of gruel, and 140 ounces of bread. It is too frequently the habit to throw the blame of the diabolical nature of some of the clauses of the new poor law upon the masters of workhouses, whereas the whole vituperation should be levelled against the guardians who issue the dietary tables, from the conditions of which the masters dare not deviate. We have no doubt that there are many masters of workhouses who are humane and kind-hearted men. Indeed, having inspected several of those establishments for the purpose of collecting information to aid us in the episode to which this note is appended, we have been enabled to ascertain that such is really the fact. Amongst others, we must signalise the Edmonton and Tottenham Union House, the master of which is Mr. Barraclough. This gentleman is a man of a most benevolent heart, and exerts himself in every way to ameliorate the condition of those entrusted to his charge. The guardians of that particular union are, moreover, worthy, liberal-minded, and considerate men, who sanction and encourage Mr. Barraclough in his humane endeavours to make the inmates of the workhouse as little sensible of their degraded condition as possible. Would that all boards of guardians merited the same encomium.
Neither of you two have ever been in a workhouse, I know, and therefore you cannot imagine the change it produces in its inmates. They grow discontented with the world and look upon their superiors with abhorrence. An army of able-bodied men recruited from all the unions in the kingdom would make the finest Republican soldiers imaginable. They would proceed with a good heart to level throne, aristocracy, and every institution which they believed oppressive to the industrial classes. But that is no business of mine, and I care nothing for politics of any kind. Of an evening we used to gather round the fire till bedtime and talk of our past lives. Many of my companions had, like myself, seen better days, and it actually made one's heart ache to hear them compare their former positions with their present ones. And after all, what can be more inhuman, what more cruel than the very principles of the workhouse system? Old couples who have lived together for years and years are separated when they go into the workhouse. Mothers are debarred from the society of their little ones. No ties of kindred are respected there. I remember one man. He was about 60 and much better behaved than the rest, who had been a writer or something of that kind in his time. The men used to get him now and then, when he was in the humour, to recite poems, some of which he had composed in better days, and others since he had been in the Union. Those of his balmy years were all about love and friendship and sweet spring and moonlight scenes and so on. But from the moment that he set foot in the workhouse, he bade farewell to love and friendship, and he never more was destined to know the enjoyments or charming seasons and tranquil hours. One of his late poems made such an impression on me that I learnt it by heart. It was a workhouse scene. I remember it now and will repeat it. The Song of the Workhouse. Stooping over the ample grate, where burnt an ounce of fuel that cheered not the gloom of the workhouse room, an aged and shivering female sat, sipping a pint of gruel. And as she sopped a morsel of bread in that liquid, thin and poor, with anguish she shook her aching head and thought of the days that were o'er. Through the deep mists of years gone by, her mental glances wandered, and the warm blood ran to her features wan, and a fire for a moment lighted her eye, as o'er the past she pondered. For she had once tripped the meadow green with a heart as blithe as May, and she had been crowned the village queen in times that were far away. She'd been the pride of parents dear, and plenty banished sorrow.
and her love she gave to a yeoman brave, and a smiling offspring rose to cheer hearts that feared not for the morrow. Oh, why should they fear? And they thought the earth will o'er yield as now the fruits whereon we're fed. But when their hair grew silvery white, sorrow their cot invaded, and ravaged it then as armies of men sack the defenceless town by night. Thus all hope's blossoms faded. From their little farm the stock was swept by the owner of their land, and the very bed on which they slept was snatched by the bailiff's hand. One hope, one fond hope, now was all each tender heart dared cherish, that they might remain still linked by one chain, and midst the sorrows that might befall, together live or perish. But want drove them on to the workhouse gate, and when the door was passed, they found themselves doomed to separate at last. And he fell sick. She prayed in vain to be where he was lying. She poured forth her moan unto hearts of stone. Never admittance could she gain the room where he was dying. Then into her brain the sad thought stole, that brain with anguish reeling, that the great ones, judging by their own soul, think that paupers have no feeling. So, thus before the cheerless grate, watching the flickering ember, she rocked to and fro, her heart full of woe. For into that heart the arrow of fate pierced like the cold of December, and though she sapped a morsel of bread, she could not eat for crying. 'Twas hard that she might not support the head of her much-loved husband dying. I stayed in the workhouse 6 weeks and could stand it no longer. I had to labour and was half-starved. So one morning I went to the master, demanded my clothes, and was speedily retracing my steps towards my old haunts. That evening I supped with Dick Flairer at the boozing ken on Saffron Hill, and the same night we broke into a watchmaker's shop in the city. We got £17 in money and a dozen watches and other trinkets, which was sold to the fence in Field Lane for 30 guineas. That was a good bargain for him. I then went and took up my quarters with Dick Flairer at his lodgings, and in a few weeks I married his sister Mary. 6 or 8 months afterwards, poor Dick was killed and...
End of section 33. Section 34 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Dave Wills. The Mysteries of the Ground Floor Rooms. The buffer was interrupted at this point by the return of his wife, who, in spite of the protection of the Resurrection Man's umbrella, was dripping wet. We must observe that we have taken the liberty of altering and improving the language in which the buffer delivered his autobiography to the utmost of our power. We have, moreover, embodied his crude ideas and reduced his random observations into a tangible shape. We should add that the man was not deficient in intellectual sharpness, in spite of the stolid expression of his countenance. And thus the observations which he made relative to prison discipline and the neglect of government to adopt means of preventing crime in preference to punishing it when committed need excite no astonishment in those who peruse them. But to return to the thread of our narrative. When the buffer's wife had taken a warm seat by the fire and comforted herself with a tolerably profound libation of steaming gin and water, she proceeded to give an account of her mission.
I went down to Globe Lane, she said, and a miserable walk it was, I can assure you. The rain falls in torrents and the wind blows enough to carry the monument into the Thames. By the time I got down to the undertaker's house, I was drenched. Then Banks wasn't at home, but his wife asked me to stop till he came in. And as I thought that the business was pressing, I agreed. I waited and waited till I was tired. 1 hour passed, then half an hour more, and I was just coming back when Banks walks in.
And so you gave him the note?
Said the Resurrection Man, who had listened somewhat impatiently to this prelude.
Yes, I gave him the note, continued Molwix, and he put on a pair of spectacles with round lenses as big as the bottoms of wine glasses. When he had read it, he said he would attend to it and should call himself on you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Well and good,
exclaimed the Resurrection Man.
What are you going to do, Tony?
Demanded the Rattlesnake.
Never do you mind now, answered the Resurrection Man. I will tell you all tomorrow.
But I haven't quite done yet,
cried the Buffer's wife.
Just as I came out of the undertaker's shop, I met the surgeon that attended upon the old gentleman at Mrs. Smith's. He beckoned me under an archway and asked when the old gentleman was going to be buried. Well, I told him that I knew nothing about it. He hesitated and was going away, and then he turned round suddenly and said, "Do you think your husband would mind a job that will put £10 into his pocket? I don't know whether he'd ever seen Jack or not." "To be sure he has," interrupted the Buffer. "Didn't I go to him when I cut my hand with a hatchet chopping wood one day?" "Ah, I forgot that," said Moll. "Well, so I told him that my husband wasn't at all the man to refuse a £10 note, and even then he didn't seem to like to trust me. But after a little more hesitation, he says he, I should like to know what the old gentleman died of. I can't make it out at all. I wonder whether his friends would have any objection to my opening the body, for I spoke to Mrs. Smith and she won't hear of it. I told him that the poor old fellow had no friends, but I saw very well what the sawbones wanted, and so I says, why don't you have him up again, if so be you want so particular to know what he died of? That's just the very thing, he says. Do you think your husband would do the job? I once knew a famous fella, he says, one Anthony Tidkins.
And so do I know him, interrupted the Resurrection Man. Doesn't he live in the Cambridge Road, not far from the corner of Bethnal Green Road?
The same, answered the Buffer's wife.
Well, what took place then?
He told me to tell my husband to call upon him, and that was all.
Here's more work, you see, Jack, said the Resurrection Man. Leave this business to me. I'll take care and manage it. When we meet tomorrow night, I'll explain all my plans about the money this old fella has left behind him, and then I'll tell you what arrangement I've made with this surgeon. You must mind and be with me at 9 tomorrow night, Jack, because we won't keep young Markham waiting for us.
These last words were uttered with a low chuckle and an expression of countenance that indicated but too well the diabolical hopes and intentions of the Resurrection Man. The Buffer and his wife then took leave of their friends and departed to their own abode.
Now, Meg, said the Resurrection Man, it's nearly 12 o'clock, and you may get ready to go to bed. I am just going out for a few minutes.
As usual, Tony,
cried the Rattlesnake impatiently.
Why do you always go out now every night?
I have told you over and over again not to pry into my secrets, returned the Resurrection Man furiously. You mind your own business and only meddle in what I tell you to take apart, or else.
Well, Tony, don't be angry now, said the Rattlesnake in her most wheedling tone. I will never ask you any more questions. Only I thought it strange that you should have gone out every night for the last 3 weeks, no matter what weather.
And you might think it strange a little longer if you like,
once more interrupted the terrible Resurrection Man, with a sinister lowering of his countenance, which checked the reply that was rising to the lips of his companion. The Rattlesnake lighted a candle and passed into the adjoining apartment. The Resurrection Man poured some raw spirits into a wine-glass, tossed it off, and putting on his hat, left the room. He descended the precipitate staircase leading to the front door of the house, and in another moment reached the street. Simply closing without locking the door behind him, he turned sharply round into the dark alley which ran beneath a sombre and narrow arch along one side of the house. But his footsteps on this occasion were closely followed by the rattlesnake. Unable to restrain her curiosity any longer, and perhaps influenced by other motives of a less superficial nature, Margaret Flathers had determined to follow her paramour this night, and scarcely had he closed the street door when she was already at the bottom of the staircase. The moment she stepped into the street, she saw the dark form of the Resurrection Man turn down the alley above mentioned, and she muttered to herself,
I thought so, and now perhaps I shall find out why he never would allow me to set foot in the rooms of the lower story.
The Resurrection Man passed halfway up the alley and, taking a key from his pocket, proceeded to open a door that communicated with the ground floor of his singularly built house. He entered, and the rattlesnake hurried up to the door. She applied her ear to the keyhole, listened, and heard his footsteps echoing upon the boarded floor of the back room. In a few moments the grating of a lucifer match upon the wall met her ear, and applying her eye for a moment to the keyhole, she saw that there was now a light within. Impelled by an invincible curiosity, or other motives of a powerful nature, if not both, the rattlesnake cautiously raised the latch and opened the door to the distance of nearly a foot. With the utmost care, she now ventured to look into the interior of that part of the house in respect to which a species of Bluebeard restriction had existed for her ever since she first became the companion of the Resurrection Man in that mysterious abode. Glancing cautiously in, she saw a small passage communicating with the two rooms, one at each end, front and back. The door of the front room was closed, that of the back one was open. She accordingly directed all her attention to the back room. Against the wall, facing the door, was a candle, burning in a bright tin shade or reflector, and in the middle of the room, between the door and the light, stood the Resurrection Man. He had his back towards the rattlesnake, but she could watch all his proceedings with the greatest facility. And how strange were those proceedings! The Resurrection Man enveloped himself in a large dark cloak, and fixed a black cloth mask over his countenance. He then advanced towards a cupboard, which he opened, and whence he took several articles, the precise nature of which the rattlesnake could not ascertain, in consequence of the position in which her paramour was then standing. She, however, observed that he placed those articles in a basket at his feet, and when this task was accomplished, he lifted the basket in his hand and turned so abruptly round to leave the room that the rattlesnake trembled from head to foot lest he should have caught a glimpse of her head protruded through the opening of the door. She drew herself back and pulled the door towards her. For a moment she felt inclined to beat a precipitate retreat to her own quarters, but curiosity compelled her to remain. What could mean that strange disguise? Why that cloak? Wherefore that mask? And what were the objects which the Resurrection Man had consigned to his basket? Lastly, whither was he going? With the most extreme caution, she again pushed the door partly open, and again did she glance into the interior of that mysterious division of the house. But all was now dark. The light had disappeared, or was extinguished, and the place was enveloped in total obscurity. Nevertheless, all was not silent. The measured tread of receding footsteps fell upon the woman's ear. Those sounds seemed to come from heavy feet descending stone stairs. Fainter and fainter became the sounds, until at length they merged into the low wind which whistled gloomily and monotonously through the lower part of the house. Margaret Flathers felt alarmed. She scarcely knew why. Was it that, being aware of the diabolical character of the Resurrection Man, she naturally associated his present strange proceedings with some deed of darkness whose very mystery made her shudder? Was it that she trembled at the idea of being in the power of a miscreant whose ability to work evil seemed as unbounded as his inclination? Suddenly her thoughts received an interruption which was by no means calculated to tranquilize her mind. A scream, apparently coming from the very bowels of the earth, echoed through the lower part of that house. A scream expressive of an agony so intense, an anguish so acute, that it smote even her hardened and ruthless heart. That scream was not repeated, but its echoes ran long throughout the place, and vibrated in a strange and terrible manner on the ears of the rattlesnake. Then followed low mutterings in a hoarse and subdued tone, but as they gradually grew louder, she could recognize the menacing voice of the Resurrection Man. Fear now completely triumphed over the motives which had induced the woman to seek to penetrate into the secrets of her paramour. The dark cloak, the black mask, the basket, the piercing scream, and the threatening voice all combined to bewilder her imagination and fill her with vague but not less terrible alarms. Hastily closing the door, she retreated with precipitate speed from the dark alley and ascended the steep staircase leading to the upper rooms of the house. To throw off her clothes and betake herself to rest was the occupation of but a few minutes. Nevertheless, as she laid aside her garments, she cast timid and furtive glances behind her, as if she were afraid that her eyes would encounter some horrible spectre or some masked figure of appalling aspect. In a quarter of an hour after she had returned from the contemplation of those mysterious proceedings that had filled her mind with such ineffable horror, the Resurrection Man entered the bedroom. A light was burning upon the table, and when the door opened, the rattlesnake glanced with profound terror in that direction, for she feared lest he should appear in his long dark cloak and black mask. She was inured to crime, but it was that crime which she could contemplate face to face, and thus the idea that she was in a house where deeds of unknown horror and machinations of an undefined degree of blackness were the business of the terrible man with whom her fortunes were now linked, prostrated all her courage and filled her with alarms, the more profound because so ominously vague. In order to avoid the risk of betraying her trepidation to the Resurrection Man, she soon affected to fall asleep, and when at length slumber really overtook her, her dreams were filled with gaunt forms clad in long black cloaks and wearing upon their countenances dark masks, through the holes of which their eyes glared with fearful brightness. End of section 34. Section 35 of The Mysteries of London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. The Widow. The cold January morning struggled into existence amidst rain and sleet, and seemed cradled in dense masses of clouds of tempestuous blackness. It appeared as if the sun had taken leave of the earth for ever, and it would not have been surprising had the ignorant inquired whence came the gloomy light that just seemed to guide them to their toil. Miserable indeed was the aspect of the eastern district of the metropolis. Emaciated women, wrapped in thin and scanty shawls, crept along the streets through the pouring rain to purchase at the chandler's shops the morsel that was to serve for the morning's meal, or perhaps to pledge some trifling article on their way ere they could obtain that meal. Half-starved men, poor wretches who never made a hearty meal, and who were yet compelled to work like horses. Unhappy beings who flew to the public houses in despair, and then they were reproached by the illiberal and intolerant for their immorality. Black sheep of fortune's flock, to whom verdant pastures were unknown. Friendless outcasts who in sickness knew no other consolation than that of the hospital, and in destitution no asylum save the workhouse. Luckless mortals who cursed the day they knew the power of love, and execrated on that on which they pronounced their marriage vows. because therefrom had sprung children who pined for want before their face. Such men as these were seen dragging themselves along to their labours on the railroad, the canal, or at the docks. It was about 8 o'clock on this miserable morning when a man, dressed in a shabby suit of black and wearing a very dirty white neckcloth, the long ends of which hung damp and lanky over the front of his closely buttoned bodycoat, walked slowly along Smart Street, a thoroughfare in the eastern part of Globetown. The individual was in reality verging upon 60, but as he dyed his hair and whiskers in order to maintain an uniform aspect of funereal solemnity, he looked 10 years younger. His manner was grave and important, and although the rain was descending in torrents, he would not for the world depart from that measured pace which was habitual to him. He held an old umbrella above his head to protect a battered hat, round which a piece of crape was sewn in 3 or 4 clumsy folds. But the torrent penetrated through the cotton tegement, and 2 streams poured from the broad brims of his hat, adown his anti-laughter-looking and rigidly demure countenance. When he arrived at about the middle of Smart Street, he halted, examined the numbers of the houses, and at length knocked at the door of one of them. An elderly woman dressed in a neat and very homely garb responded to the summons.
"Does Mrs. Smith live here, ma'am?" demanded the individual in black.
"My name's Smith, sir,"
answered the widow.
"Very good, ma'am. I'll have a little conversation with you, if you please."
And the stranger stepped into the passage. Mrs. Smith conducted him into her little parlour and inquired his business.
"Mine, ma'am,"
was the answer,
"is a professional visit. Entirely a professional visit, ma'am."
"Alas, ma'am,"
continued the stranger, casting his eyes upwards in a most dolorous manner, and taking a dirty white handkerchief from his pocket.
"Alas, ma'am, I understand you have had a sad loss here."
"A lodger of mine, sir, is dead," said Mrs. Smith, somewhat surprised at the display of sorrow which she now beheld, and very naturally expecting that her visitor would prove to be a relation of the deceased.
"Ah, ma'am, we are all mortal,"
exclaimed the stranger with a mournful shake of the head and a truly pitiful turning up of the whites of his eyes.
"We're all mortal, ma'am, and howsoever high and mighty we may be in this life, the grave at last must have our carcasses."
very true, sir," said the good woman, putting the corner of her apron to her eyes, for the reflection of the stranger called to her mind the loss she had experienced in the deceased Mr. Smith.
"Alas, it's too true, ma'am,"
continued the stranger, applying his handkerchief to his face to suppress, as the widow thought, a sob.
"But it is to be hoped, ma'am, that your lodger has gone to a better sphere, where there's no cares to vex him and no rent to pay."
"I hope so too, most sincerely, sir,"
said Mrs. Smith, wondering when the gentleman would announce the precise terms of relationship in which he stood to the deceased.
"But might I inquire—"
"Yes, ma'am, you may inquire anything you choose,"
said the stranger with another solemn shake of his head, in consequence of which a great deal of wet was thrown over Mrs. Smith's furniture.
"For I know you by name, Mrs. Smith. I know you well by reputation, as a respectable, kind-hearted and pious widow, and I feel convinced that your treatment to the poor lamented deceased—"
Here the stranger shook his head again and groaned audibly.
"Oh, was everything that it ought to be in this blessed land of Christian comfort."
Mrs. Smith now began to suspect that she was honoured with the visit of a devout minister of some particular sect to which the deceased had probably belonged. But before she had time to mention her supposition, the stranger resumed his highly edifying discourse.
"My dear madam,
he said, turning up his eyes.
The presence of death in this very house, ought to make us mindful of the uncertain leasehold of our own lives. It ought to make us prayerful and church-loving. But, madam, my dear madam," continued the stranger, apparently on the point of bursting out into a perfect agony of grief, "there are attentions to be paid to the body as well as cares to entertain for the soul, and the least we can do is to show a feeling of veneration for our deceased friends by consigning them in a decent manner to the grave."
"On that point, sir," said Mrs. Smith, "I think as you do. And I suppose you've come to superintend a funeral. If so, I am sure I'm very thankful, for it is a great tax on a poor lonely body like me to have such an undertaking to attend to."
"I'll undertake the undertaking, out of respect to the poor deceased, ma'am," observed the stranger in a tone of deep solemnity. "And now, ma'am," he continued, rising, "I must request you to command those feelings which is so natural under such circumstances, and show me into the room where the blessed departed lays."
Mrs. Smith, thinking within herself that the visitor must have some legitimate authority for this present proceeding, and presuming that he would condescend to impart to her the nature of that authority ere he took his leave, conducted him with very little hesitation to the room where the deceased lay stretched upon the bed. The corpse was covered with a clean white sheet, for everything, though excessively homely, was still neat and decent in the widow's dwelling.
"I see that you know how to pay proper respect to the last remnants of mortality. Ah, ma'am, it's all vanity and vexation of spirit."
With these words, the extraordinary stranger drew a rule gravely from his pocket and proceeded to measure the corpse, saying at the same time,
"Ah, my dear madam, Heaven will reward you for all your goodness towards our deceased friend."
Was he a friend of yours, then, sir?
demanded the widow, somewhat astounded at the process of measurement which was now going on before her eyes.
"Are we not all friends and brethren, ma'am?" said the stranger. "Are we not all Christian friends and Christian brethren?" "Yes, ma'am, we are. We must be."
"May I ask, sir, why?"
"Yes, ma'am, ask anything. I implore you to ask anything. I am so overcome by the idea of your goodness towards the blessed defunct, and by the sense of the duty which my profession—"
"What profession, sir?"
asked Mrs. Smith point-blank.
"Ah, my dear madam,"
answered the stranger with a shake of the head more solemn than any he had yet delivered himself of,
"I exercise the profession of undertaker."
"Undertaker?"
ejaculated the widow, a light breaking in upon her as she thought of the systematic measurement of the body.
"Undertaker and furnisher of funerals, ma'am, on the most genteel and economic principles."
"Well, I rarely took you for a minister,"
said Mrs. Smith, somewhat disappointed.
"Excellent woman. Your goodness flatters me,"
ejaculated the undertaker.
"But here is my card, ma'am. Edward Banks, you perceive, Globe Lane. Ah, my dear madam, I knew your deceased husband well. Often and oft have we chanted the same hymn together in the parish church, and often have we drunk together out of the same pewter at the Spotted Dog."
Mournful indeed was the shake of the head that accompanied this latter assurance, and the undertaker once more had recourse to his dingy pocket handkerchief. The widow used the corner of her apron. Mr. Banks saw the advantage he had gained and hastened to clench the object of his visit.
"Yes, my dear madam, no man respected your dear husband more than me. In fact, I venerated that man, poor dear Thomas Smith."
Matthew, sir,
said the widow mildly.
"Oh, so it was, ma'am. Matthew Smith. Good fellow, charming companion, excellent man. Gone, never to come back no more."
And Mr. Banks sobbed audibly.
"Well,"
observed the widow, wiping her eyes,
"it's very strange that poor dear Matt never should have mentioned your name to me, considering you were so intimate."
"Our friendship, ma'am, was a solemn compact, too solemn to be made a matter of idle conversation. But since I have made myself known to you, my dear madam, do pray let me take this unpleasant business off your hands and conduct the funeral of your lamented lodger."
"Well, sir," said the widow after a moment's reflection,
"since you are in the undertaking line, and as you've called so polite and all, I shall be very much obliged."
"Say no more, my dear Mrs. Smith,"
exclaimed Mr. Banks.
"I will do the thing respectable for you, and very moderate charges. You need not bother yourself about it in any way. We will bury the dear departed in one of the Globe Lane grounds, and I will even provide the clergyman."
"Do you know a good, pious, sincere minister that you can recommend, Mr. Banks?"
asked the widow.
"I do, ma'am. A godly, devout, prayerful man, meek and humble,"
answered the undertaker.
I rather want a little advice in one way, quite private," continued Mrs. Smith, "and I shall take it as a favour if your friend the minister would just step round, or shall I call upon him?"
"No, Mrs. Smith, certainly not. He shall pay his respects to you. Gentlemen always waits upon ladies."
Though he uttered a compliment, he did not smile, but Mrs. Smith was flattered, and leading the way downstairs to her little parlour, she invited Mr. Banks to take a thimbleful of something short to keep out the damp that cold morning. Mr. Banks accepted the civility, and the costs of the funeral were duly settled. The undertaker engaged to inter the deceased lodger for £5 and pay all expenses. At length he took his leave, and Mrs. Smith felt quite relieved from any anxiety respecting the obsequies of the deceased. From Mrs. Smith's humble abode, the respectable Mr. Banks proceeded to the dwelling of the Resurrection Man, who had just returned from a visit to the surgeon that had attended upon the deceased. The success of this visit will be related hereafter. For the present, let us hasten to inform our readers that Mr. Banks acquainted his friend, Mr. Tidkins, with every particular respecting his call upon the widow in Smart Street. End of section 35. Section 36 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. The Reverend Visitor. When Mr. Banks had taken his leave of the widow in Smart Street, Globe Town, the latter seated herself in her little parlour to reflect on what had passed during the interview.
"Well,"
she said to herself,
"that certainly is a very singular man. To have known my husband so well, and for me never to have known him. Perhaps, after all, my poor Matt was fond of the public-house and didn't like to speak of the acquaintances he met there. That accounts for his never mentioning Mr. Banks's name. But for a man like Mr. Banks to come here whimpering and crying over a corpse which you never see living shows an excellent heart. Mr. Banks must be a very amiable man, and yet I always heard say that butchers and undertakers was the most unfeelingest of men. They never let butchers sit on jewelries, but I'm sure if undertakers is so milk-hearted, they may sit on jewelries or up in pulpits or anywhere else for my part. Mr. Banks is a very respectable man, and a very pious one too. I'm sure I thought he was going to sing a hymn, especially after the dodger of gin he took. The minister that he said he'd send to me must be a holy man. I shall put confidence in him and follow his advice.
A tap at the parlour door interrupted Mrs. Smith's reverie, and the buffer's wife entered the room.
I thought I heard that you had company just now. Only Mrs. Banks, the undertaker, Mrs. Wicks. Oh, Mr. Banks, was it?
Ejaculated the buffer's wife, who now began to comprehend a part of the resurrection man's plan.
And an highly respectable individual he is too.
Do you know anything of him, Mrs. Wicks?
Certainly I do, ma'am. He buried my grandfather and grandmother, my great-uncle and my lame aunt, and never took no more than expenses out of pocket.
Although, be it well remembered, she had never seen nor heard of Mr. Banks before the preceding evening.
"Ah, well, I thought I couldn't be wrong," observed the widow, extremely satisfied with this information.
And so I suppose, ma'am, you've made the arrangements with him for the funeral? Just so, responded Mrs. Smith, and in the course of the day I expect a very pious minister of Mr. Banks's acquaintance.
Scarcely were these words uttered when a modest double knock at the front door was heard, a summons which Mrs. Wicks volunteered to answer. The moment she opened the door, an ejaculation of surprise was about to issue from her tongue. But the individual she saw upon the threshold put his finger to his lips to impose silence. The buffer's wife responded with a significant nod, and introduced the visitor into the widow's parlour. Moll Wicks then withdrew to her own room. Meantime, the visitor stood in the presence of Mrs. Smith, who beheld before her a short man, with a pale face, dark piercing eyes, shaggy brows, and long straggling black hair. He was dressed in a respectable suit of mourning, and wore a clean white cravat.
"Pardon me, ma'am, if I intrude," said the visitor, "but my friend Mr. Banks—"
"Oh, sir, you are quite welcome," ejaculated the widow. "Pray sit down, sir. I presume you are the Reverend Minister."
"I am a humble vessel of the Lord," answered the visitor, casting down his eyes with great meekness. "I am come to see in what way I can be useful to a respectable widow of whom my friend, the excellent Mr. Banks, has spoken so very highly."
"The truth is, Reverend Sir," said the widow, sinking her voice and drawing her chair closer up to her sanctified visitor, "I want some good advice how to act in a very particular matter."
"It is my business to give good advice," was the reply.
"I thought so, Reverend Sir, and if Matt had been alive, I should have told him that I thought so. Howsoever, this is what I want to know about. An old gentleman dies yesterday morning in my house, and he leaves a little money, £30 or £40 or so, behind him. He always paid his way with me, and so I don't start no claim to a farthing of it. He has no name, no friends, no relations, no nothing. Now, the question is, sir, what am I to do with this here money that he's left behind him?"
"You are a very honest woman, Mrs. Smith," answered the reverend gentleman, "and you conduct yourself in a most credible way in this respect. Many people would have put the money into their own pockets."
"And that's just just what a female lodger of mine wanted me to do, Reverend Sir," exclaimed the landlady. "But I know myself better. Dead man's money never did no one no good unless it was properly left, as the saying is. Mrs. Wicks would have had me keep it all quiet, and I must say that I was surprised at the proposal. But between you and me, sir, I don't think overmuch of my lodgers, although they do pay their rent pretty regular. The man doesn't seem to have any work or employment, and yet they live on the best boiled beef one day, steaks the next, bacon and greens the next, and so on. I know that I can't do it on nothing. And then they have their ale at dinner and their gin of an evening. For my part, I can't understand it. The man keeps late hours too, and the woman swears like a trooper when she's got a drop too much. But then, as I said, they pays their way, and a lone widow like me doesn't dare ask no questions."
"Of course not," said the reverend gentleman. "I think you stated that the name of the lodgers you allude to is Wicks."
"Yes, sir, Wicks."
"I know them by reputation only. They have an annuity of £80 a year, and are very respectable people. Their only fault is that they are rather fond of company, and that perhaps makes them stay out late now and then."
"Well, sir, if a pious gentleman like you thinks well on them, it isn't for a poor ignorant creature like me to say black's the white of their eye. They pays their way, and that's all I ought to bother myself about. But, as I was saying, the old gentleman which lodged with me dies and leaves some money behind him. There ain't kith or kin to claim it. Now, what had I better do with it?"
"The ecclesiastical law,
"Sir?"
the law of Doctors' Commons, I mean, is very particular on this head," said the Reverend Visitor. "There are only two things to do."
"And which be they, sir?"
asked the widow.
"Either go and put the money into the Chancery Court, or bury it in the coffin along with the deceased."
"And suppose I put it into the Chancery Court, sir?"
"Then no one will ever get it out again, that's all."
"But if some relation comes forward?"
"Then he'll just have to pay £2 cost for every pound he draws out."
"Luck daisy me, I really think it would be best to bury the money in the poor old gentleman's coffin."
"I am sure it would be," said the reverend adviser. "And although you would be giving up a treasure in this life, you would be laying up for yourself a treasure in heaven."
"Oh, well a day, sir, we must all think of that. I shall follow your advice and bury the money with the poor man in his coffin."
"Without mentioning the business to a soul except Mr. Banks,"
said the saintly man in an impressive tone.
"Or else his rest might be disturbed, eh, sir?"
demanded the widow, sinking her voice to a whisper.
"But do you think there are such people as resurrection men nowadays?"
"Resurrection men!"
ejaculated the Reverend Visitor, bursting out into a laugh.
"No, my dear madam, society has got rid of those abominations."
"Then where do surgeons get corpses from, sir?"
"From the hulks, the prison, and the workhouses," was the answer.
"What? Poor creatures which goes to the workers?"
cried Mrs. Smith, revolted at the idea.
"Yes, ma'am, but the surgeons don't like them subjects, because they're nothing but skin and bone."
"Well, for my part,"
exclaimed the widow, wiping away a tear,
"I think it very hard if, after paying rates and taxes for a many, many year, I should be obliged to go to the workers and then be cut up in a surgeon's slaughterhouse at last."
"Ah, my dear ma'am, these are sad times, very sad times," said the sanctified gentleman, "but a woman who does her duty to her fellow creatures as you do need fear nothing. Heaven will protect you."
With these words, the holy man rose from his seat and prepared to depart.
"I hope Mr. Banks has engaged you to perform the service over my poor deceased lodger, sir,"
said the widow as she conducted him to the door.
"He has, ma'am,"
was the reply, and the Reverend Minister took his leave of Mrs. Smith, from whose mind a considerable load was removed by the suggestion that she had received relative to the disposal of the money of her defunct lodger, a suggestion which she now determined to follow to the very letter. In the meantime, the rattlesnake had been left alone at the mysterious dwelling which she and her terrible paramour inhabited. Before the Resurrection Man went out, after the call of Mr. Banks, he threw aside his everyday garb and put on a complete suit of black. He performed the ceremony of his toilet somewhat hurriedly, and the rattlesnake perceived with the most unfeigned delight that he forgot to transfer the contents of the pockets of his old garments to those of his new ones. At length he went out, and the rattlesnake instantly commenced a strict examination of the clothes which he had just put off. There were a few papers and dirty letters, but of those the woman took no notice. Neither did her fingers clutch greedily the 3 or 4 sovereigns which were contained in her greasy purse. A bunch of keys, the principal objects of her search, riveted all her attention, engrossed all her interest. Without a moment's delay, she descended the stairs and issued from the house. She darted up a narrow alley, paused at the side door, and tried the lock with the different keys. The last of all was the one which opened the door. The heart of the rattlesnake beat with joy as she entered the passage and closed the door carefully behind her. She first peeped into the front room, and by the faint light that was admitted through the heart-shaped holes in the shutters, she beheld only the implements peculiar to the avocation of a resurrection man, namely flexible iron rods to sound the depths of graves, and long poles with hooks at the ends to drag up bodies, together with saws, spades, pickaxes, trowels, ropes, skeleton keys, etc., etc. The rattlesnake then entered the back room, which was small, damp, and in a dilapidated condition. The plaster of the walls had given way in several places, and the whole appearance of the chamber seemed to indicate that it had not been inhabited for many years. A table, a chair, and a cupboard were all the furniture which the room contained. On the table lay the mask, and over the chair hung the cloak in which the Resurrection Man had disguised himself on the preceding night. The basket which she had seen him use on the same occasion, and which was of the kind that housewives take to market to hold their purchases, lay upon the floor. The contents and appearance of the room were visible by means of the light admitted through the shutters. The door of the cupboard was locked, but one of the keys which the rattlesnake had with her speedily unlocked it. There, however, was nothing either to excite or allay her curiosity, for it was empty. She now proceeded to examine the chamber more carefully, expecting to find some secret communication with the subterranean excavation, for she was still impressed with the idea that she had heard the steps of the Resurrection Man descend a flight of stairs on the preceding evening, and she was also convinced that the scream she had then heard had proceeded from a greater distance or lower depth than the small black chamber in which she now found herself. But all her attempts to penetrate this mystery were unavailing, and fearful that the Resurrection Man might return and detect her proceedings, she hastened away from the ground floor of this strange house. Carefully locking the doors after her, she succeeded in reaching the upper story and replacing the keys where she had found them, some time ere she heard the steps of the Resurrection Man ascending the staircase. When he entered the bedroom to change his clothes once more, he found her busily engaged in some domestic occupation, and, as she welcomed him in her usual manner, not a suspicion of devious proceedings entered his mind.
"Well,"
he said, as he assumed his common garb,
"I have managed this business. I've played the parson to some purpose, and the old woman has consented to bury the yellow boys along with the old fella. I shall now sit down and write a letter to a certain Mr. Chichester, which letter you must take to the post yourself. That being done, I can remain quiet until the evening. And then," he added with a ferocious leer, "then for Richard Markham."
End of section 36. Section 37 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. Hopes and Fears. We must now go back to the preceding day and introduce our readers to Markham Place, immediately after the buffer had called upon Richard in the manner already described. Richard had received him in the library and had there heard the exciting news of which the buffer was the bearer. Dismissing the man to the kitchen to partake of some refreshment, Richard hastened to the parlour, where Mr. Munro and Ellen were seated. The past sorrows and anxieties which the young man had experienced were now all forgotten. Forgotten also was the dread exposure which he had so recently received at the theatre, an exposure which had deprived him of the honourable renown earned by his own talent, an exposure, too, which had induced Ellen to abandon that career wherein she excelled so preeminently. The idea of meeting his well-beloved brother now alone occupied his mind. The hope of seeing and even succouring the wanderer banished every other consideration. His cheek, lately so pale, was flushed with a glow of animation, and his eyes glistened with delight as he rushed into the room where Ellen and her father were seated.
"Eugene is returned. My brother has come back at last," he exclaimed.
"Your brother?" repeated Ellen, a deadly pallor overspreading her countenance.
"Eugene?"
cried Mr. Munro, in a tone of deep interest.
"Yes, Eugene is in London, is returned,"
answered Richard, not noticing the strange impression which his words had made and still produced upon Ellen, who now sat incapable of motion in her chair, as if she was suddenly paralyzed.
"Eugene is in London. A man has just been to tell me this welcome news, and I am to see my brother tomorrow evening."
"Tomorrow evening?" said Mr. Munro. "And why not now, at once?"
"Alas, my brother is in some difficulty, and dares not appear at the dwelling of his forefathers. I am not aware of the nature of that dilemma, but I am assured that he has need of my help."
"Where are you to meet him?"
inquired Munro, somewhat surprised by the singularity of this announcement.
"At the eastern extremity of London, on the banks of the canal, near some place called Twig Folly."
"And at what hour?"
demanded the old man.
"Tomorrow night, at 10 precisely," was the reply. "Do you know the man who brought you this message, or have you received a letter?"
asked Ellen, who now began to breathe more freely.
"No, I never saw the man before, nor have I any letter. But surely you cannot suppose that anyone is deceiving me in so cruel a manner?" "I feel convinced of it," said Ellen, with peculiar emphasis on her words and warmth in her manner.
No, impossible,"
cried Markham, unwilling to allow the hope which had, a moment ago, appeared so bright, to be obscured by the mists of doubt. Then, acting upon a sudden impulse, he rang the bell violently. Whittingham speedily made his appearance.
"The man I have just sent below," said Richard hastily, "has come to inform me that my brother is in London."
"Mr. Eugene in London?"
ejaculated the old butler, forgetting his gravity and literally beginning to dance with joy.
"And he has appointed to meet me tomorrow evening in a very distant and lonely part of London," continued Markham. "This circumstance seems suspicious and strange. At least so Miss Munro thinks."
"Nay, I do not think, Richard, I am sure,"
exclaimed Ellen, with the same emphasis which had marked her previous declaration.
"At all events, Whittingham," said Markham, "do you return to the kitchen, get into conversation with the man, and then give us your opinion."
The old butler withdrew to execute these orders. Markham then began to pace the room in an agitated manner.
"I cannot think who could be cruel enough to practise such a vile cheat upon me," he said, "if a cheat it really be. No one would benefit by so doing."
Besides, the man spoke of the appointment which my brother made when we parted on yonder hill. He spoke of that appointment as a token of his sincerity, as a proof of the veracity of his statement, as an evidence that he came direct from Eugene. Many persons are acquainted with the fact of that appointment, said Ellen. There is not an individual in this neighbourhood who is ignorant of the meeting that is named for the 10th of July, 1843, between the ash trees on that hill. True, exclaimed Markham. The mere mention of that appointment is scarcely a sufficient evidence, and yet my brother might deem that it would prove sufficient. Eugene may not know how the deceits of this world are calculated to render the mind that has been their victim. I have no doubt that Eugene is by this time as well acquainted with the world as you can be, Richard, persisted Ellen, and I am also convinced that if he were to send such a message to you as this stranger has brought, making an appointment at a strange place and at a very lonely hour, he would have been careful to accompany it with some undeniable token of its genuineness. You reason sensibly, Ellen, said Markham, and yet I am by no means inclined to surrender up the hope that was just now so consoling to my heart, wounded as that heart is by many misfortunes. I reason consistently with your interests, returned Ellen. Nothing could persuade me that your brother would fail to write a line to you in such a case as this is represented to be. What say you, Mr. Munro? Inquired Richard.
I am hesitating between the two arguments, answered the old man. I know not whether to encourage the hope to which you cling, or to suffer myself to be persuaded by the reasoning of Ellen.
At this moment Whittingham returned to the parlour.
The envoy, plenipotent and hairy, is gone, said Whittingham, and, although he didn't show his credentials, my firm compression is that he was rarely the representation of the court he said he come from.
You questioned him closely, answered Markham.
You know, Master Richard, I can put a poser or two now and then, and if this man has been a composter, I should have circumvented him pretty soon, I can assure you.
He answered your questions in a straightforward manner, then, persisted Richard.
He couldn't have been more straightforward, replied Whittingham. I am sure he's an honest, simple, well-meaning man.
Then it is decided, ejaculated Richard. I will go to this appointment. Who knows in what peril my poor brother may be? Who can say from what dangers I may save him? Who can explain what powerful motives he may have for the nature of the appointment he has made, and the caution he has adopted in making it? I should be wrong to allow a suspicion to interfere with the duty. Were anything serious to happen to Eugene through the want of a friend at this moment, how should I ever reproach myself? I will not incur such a chance. I will go tomorrow evening to the spot named and to the hour appointed. Whittingham withdrew, and Ellen once more endeavoured to deter Richard from his resolution.
In the name of God, reflect!
She exclaimed with an earnestness which, had he not been otherwise preoccupied, would have struck him by its peculiarity, for it seemed rather the impassioned expression of a conviction based on indisputable grounds than a doubt which might be based on truth or error.
In the name of God, reflect, Richard, ere you endanger your life, perhaps, by going at a suspicious hour to a lonely place. Remember, you have enemies. Recollect how nearly you met your death at the hands of one villain in the neighbourhood of Birdcage Walk, the narrative of which occurrence and your miraculous escape you have so often related to us. Reflect that that was not the only occasion on which the same miscreant has sought to injure you. I know to what you allude, Ellen, said Markham significantly, and I thank you sincerely for your interest on my behalf. But believe me, there is no resurrection man in the present matter. All is straightforward. I feel convinced of it.
Markham uttered these words in a tone which left no scope for further argument or remonstrance, and Ellen threw herself back in her chair, a prey to reflections of the most painful nature. At length she retired to her chamber to meditate in secret upon the incident of the morning.
"What can I do?"
she mused aloud, to convince Richard Markham that he is nursing a delusion. I tremble lest some enemy should meditate treachery against him. Perhaps even his life may be threatened. Oh, the plots, the perfidies, the villainies which are engendered in this London! But how to warn him? How prove to him that he is deceived? Alas, that is impossible. Unless, indeed— But she shook her head impatiently, as if to renounce as impractical the idea which had for a moment occupied her mind. "No," she continued, "that were madness indeed. And yet what can be done? He must not be allowed to rush headlong and blindly into danger, for that danger awaits him, I feel convinced. Perhaps that terrible man from whose power he once escaped, and who denounced him at the theatre, may be the instigator of all this. And if such be the fact, then who knows where the atrocity of that miscreant may stop? Murder, cold-blooded, ruthless murder, may be the result of this mysterious appointment." "And the murder of whom?" said Ellen, a shudder passing like a cold chill over her entire frame. "The murder of my benefactor, of the noble-minded, the generous-hearted young man who gave us an asylum when all the world forsook us. Oh, no, no, it must not be. I dare not tell him all I know, but I can do something to protect him." She smiled in spite of the unpleasant nature of the emotions that agitated her bosom. She smiled because a wild and romantic idea had entered her imagination. Without further hesitation, and acting under the sudden impulse of that idea, she sat down and wrote a short note. When she had sealed and addressed it, she rang the bell. In a few moments Marian answered the summons. "My faithful friend," said Ellen, "I am about to put your goodness to another test. But before I explain what I require of you, I beseech that you will not now endeavour to penetrate my motives. You shall know all the day after tomorrow."
"Speak, miss. I am always ready to do anything I can for you," said Marian.
"In the evening," continued Ellen, "you must find a pretence to go out for 2 or 3 hours. In the first instance, you must call at Mr. Greenwood's house."
"Mr. Greenwood's?"
ejaculated Marian. "Yes, but your business is not this time with him. On the contrary, he must not know the real motive of your visit, which is to deliver this note into the hands of his Italian valet, Filippo. You have never seen Filippo, for he entered the service of Mr. Greenwood since you called there some months ago. You cannot, however, mistake him. He is a tall, dark man, with long black curling hair. Moreover, he speaks English with a strong foreign accent." "The description is sufficient, miss," said Marian. "I shall not be mistaken." "This note is to be delivered into his hand, and his only," continued Ellen. "Should you meet Mr. Greenwood by accident, you may say, 'I come from Miss Munro to inform you that your child is well and thriving.' This will be an excuse. I must leave the rest to you, but I implore you to do all you can to obtain an interview with Filippo."
"I will follow your wishes, miss, to the utmost of my power,"
returned Marian. "And when you know the motives of my present proceeding," said Ellen, "you will be satisfied with the part you have taken in it."
"I do not doubt you, miss," observed Marian. "Have you seen the dear little baby lately?"
"I saw him yesterday," answered Ellen. "I called at Mr. Wentworth's. The excellent man's wife was nursing my little Richard. I took him in my arms and fondled him, but alas, he cried bitterly. Of course he does not know me, and he will learn to look up to a stranger as his mother. Oh, Marian, that idea pierced like a dagger to my very heart."
"Cheer up, miss," exclaimed Marian in a kind tone. "Better days will come."
"But never the day, Marian," added Ellen solemnly, "when I can proclaim myself the mother of that child, nor blush to mention its father's name." End of section 37. Section 38 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Dave Wills. Female Courage.
Holywell Street was once noted only as a mart for second-hand clothing and booksellers' shops dealing in indecent prints and volumes. The reputation it thus acquired was not a very creditable one. Time has, however, included Holywell Street in the clauses of its Reform Bill. Several highly respectable booksellers and publishers have located themselves in the place that once deserved no better denomination than Rag Fair. The unprincipled vendors of demoralizing books and pictures have, with few exceptions, migrated into Wych Street or Drury Lane, and even the 2 or 3 that pertinaciously cling to their old temples of infamy in Holywell Street seem to be aware of the incursions of respectability into that once notorious thoroughfare, and cease to outrage decency by the display of vile obscenities in their windows. The reputation of Holywell Street has now ceased to be a byword. It is respectable, and, as a mart for the sale of literary wares, threatens to rival Paternoster Row. It is curious to observe that while butchers, tailors, linen drapers, tallow manufacturers, and toy vendors are gradually dislodging the booksellers of Paternoster Row, and thus changing the once exclusive nature of this famous street into one of general features, the booksellers, on the other hand, are gradually ousting the old clothes dealers of Holywell Street. As the progress of the American colonists towards the far west drives before it the aboriginal inhabitants, so do the inroads of the bibliophiles menace the Israelites of Holywell Street with total extinction. Paternoster Row and Holywell Street are both towing their primitive features. The former is becoming a mart of miscellaneous trades. The latter is rising into a bazaar of booksellers. Already has Holywell Street progressed far towards this consummation. On the southern side of the thoroughfare scarcely a clothes shop remains, and those on the opposite side wear a dirty and miserably dilapidated appearance. The huge masks which denote the warehouse where masquerading and fancy attire may be procured on sale or hire seems to grin horribly a ghastly smile, as if they knew that their occupation was all but gone. The red-haired ladies who stand at their doors, beneath a canopy of grey trousers with black seats and blue coats with brown elbows, a distant imitation of Joseph's garment of many colours, seem dispirited and careworn, and no longer watch with the delighted eyes of maternal affection their promising offspring playing in the gutters. Their glances are turned towards the east, a sure sign that they meditate an early migration to the pleasant regions which touch upon the minorities. Holywell Street is now a thoroughfare which no one can decry on the score of reputation. It is, however, impossible to deny that, were the southern range of houses pulled down, the Strand would reap an immense advantage, and a fine road would be opened from the new church to St. Clement Danes. It was about 7:30 in the evening that Ellen Munro, dressed in the most simple manner and enveloped in a large cloak, entered Holywell Street. Her countenance was pale, but its expression was one of resolution and firmness. She walked slowly along from the west end of the street towards the eastern extremity, glancing anxiously upon the countenances of those traders who stood in front of the second-hand clothes shops. At length she beheld a female, one of the identical ladies with red hair above alluded to, standing on the threshold of one of those warehouses. Ellen looked upwards and perceived all kinds of articles of male attire suspended over the head of this female and swinging backwards and forwards, like so many men hanging upon the shop front. Ellen paused, glanced wistfully at the Jewess, and appeared to hesitate. Her manner was so peculiar that although the clothes vendors do not usually solicit the custom of females, the Jewess immediately exclaimed in a sharp undertone,
"Sell or buy, madam?"
Ellen turned, without another moment's hesitation, into the shop.
"I wish to purchase a complete suit of male attire for myself," said Miss Munro. "Serve me quickly, and we shall not dispute about the price."
These last words denoted a customer of precisely the nature that was most agreeable to the Jewess. She accordingly bustled about her, ransacked drawers and cupboards, and spread such a quantity of coats, trousers, and waistcoats before Ellen that the young lady was quite bewildered.
"Select me a good suit which you think will fit me," said Miss Munro, after a moment's hesitation, "and allow me to try it on in a private room."
"Certainly, ma'am,"
answered the Jewess, and having looked out a suit, she conducted Ellen upstairs into her own sleeping apartment.
"And now I require a hat and a pair of boots," said Ellen. "In a word, everything suitable to form a complete male disguise. I am going to a masquerade," she added with a smile. The Jewess made no reply. It did not concern her if her customer chose to metamorphose herself so long as she was paid, and she accordingly hastened to supply all the remaining apparel necessary to complete the disguise. She then left Ellen to dress herself at leisure, and soon that charming form was clothed in the raiment of the other sex. Those delicate feet and ankles were encased in heavy boots. Thick blue trousers hampered the limbs lately so supple in the voluptuous dance. A coarse shirt and faded silk waistcoat imprisoned the lovely bosom. A collar and black neckcloth concealed the swan-like neck and dazzling whiteness of the throat, and a capacious frock-coat concealed the admirable symmetry of the faultless figure. The hair was then gathered up in a manner which would not betray the sex of the wearer of those coarse habiliments, especially when the disguise was aided by the darkness of the night, and when that luxuriant mass was covered with the broad-brimmed and somewhat slouching hat which the Jewess had provided for the purpose. Ellen's toilette was thus completed, and she then descended to the shop. The Jewess, perhaps not altogether accustomed to such occurrences, made no comment, and took no impertinent notice of the metamorphosed lady. She contented herself with asking a handsome price for the clothes and accommodation afforded, and Ellen paid the sum without a murmur, merely observing that she should send for her own apparel next day. Miss Munro then left the shop and issued from Holywell Street just as the church clocks in the neighbourhood struck 8. The reader has doubtless seen enough of the character to be well aware that she had acquired a considerable amount of fortitude and self-possession from the various circumstances in which she had been placed. She was not therefore now likely to betray any diffidence or timidity as she threaded in male attire the crowded streets of the metropolis. She threw into her gait with as much assurance as possible, and thus, without exciting any particular notice, she pursued her way towards the eastern districts of the great city. The weather was cold and damp, but the rain which had fallen in torrents the day before had apparently expended its rage for a short interval. A sharp wind, however, swept through the streets, and Ellen pitied the poor, shivering, half-naked wretches whom she saw huddling upon the steps or crouching beneath the archways as she passed along. Ellen walked rapidly, and having gained Bishop Street, proceeded as far as the terminus of the Eastern Counties Railway. There she halted and glanced anxiously around her. In a few minutes a tall man, wrapped up in a large cloak, came up to the spot where she was standing. "Is that you, Filippo?" said Ellen.
"Yes, miss, I am here in obedience to your commands,"
returned Mr. Greenwood's Italian valet.
"I promised your servant yesterday evening that I would be punctual to the hour 8:30 tonight, and I have kept my word."
"I owe you a debt of gratitude which I shall never be able to repay," said Ellen. "Your generous behaviour towards me on a former occasion emboldened me to write to you when I required a friend. I told you in my note not to be surprised if you should find me disguised in male attire. I moreover requested you to arm yourself with pistols. Have you complied with this desire on my part?"
"I have, miss," answered Filippo, "conceiving it to be impossible that you could wish me to aid you in any dishonourable service. I have attended to your commands in every respect. I mentioned to you when we last met that my mission in England is from a lady now enjoying a sovereign rank, and that it is devoted to good and liberal purposes. Under those circumstances, I am ready to assist you in any manner consistent with my own principles and with the real objects of my mission."
You will this night be the means of rendering an essential service to a fellow creature, said Ellen in an impressive tone. A foul conspiracy against him, whether to take his life or for other purposes of villainy, I know not, has been devised, and he has blindly fallen into the snare that has been spread for him. At 10 o'clock he is to attend an appointment on the banks of the canal at a place called Twig Folly. We must proceed thither. We must watch at a little distance, and if need be, we must interpose to save him.
A more simple plan, miss, said the Italian, would be to warn this individual of his danger.
I have done so, but he will not believe that treachery is intended, returned Ellen.
Then another effectual manner to counteract the designs of villains in such a case is to obtain the assistance of the police.
No, Filippo. Such a proceeding would lead to inquiries and investigations, whence would transpire circumstances that must not be made known. Miss Monroe, this proceeding on your part is so mysterious that I hesitate whether to accompany you further, said the Italian.
While thus conversing, they had pursued their way, Ellen being the guide, along Church Street into the Bethnal Green Road.
"Come with me. Do not hesitate, I implore you," exclaimed Ellen. "If you persist in penetrating my motives for acting in this strange manner, I will tell you all, rather than you should retreat at a moment when it is too late for me to obtain other succour. And be your resolve as it may," added Ellen hastily, "nothing shall induce me to turn back. Desert me, abandon me if you will, Filippo, but in the name of everything sacred, lend me the weapons which you carry with you."
The Italian made no reply for some moments, but continued to walk rapidly along by the side of the disguised lady.
"I will believe, Miss Monroe," he said at length, "that your motives are excellent, but are you well advised?" "Listen," exclaimed Ellen. "The individual whose life we may perhaps this night save is Richard Markham, the generous young man who's been a son to my father and a brother to myself."
"I have heard Mr. Greenwood mention his name many times," observed Filippo.
"He believes that he is to meet his brother, from whom he has been for many years separated, this night on the banks of the canal," continued Ellen. "For certain reasons I know most positively that the idea of such an appointment can only be a plot on the part of some enemies of Richard Markham, and yet I dared not communicate those reasons to him." "Oh, no," added Ellen with a shudder. "That was impossible, impossible."
"I do not seek to penetrate further into your secrets, miss," said Filippo, struck by the earnestness of the young lady's manner, and naturally inclined to admire the heroism of her character, as demonstrated by the proceeding in which she was now bearing a part.
"And the necessity of keeping those certain reasons a profound secret," continued Ellen, "has prevented me from procuring the intervention of the police. In the same way, should the result of our present expedition introduce you to the notice of Mr. Markham, it would be necessary for you to retain as a profound secret who you are, how you came to accompany me, and especially your connection with Mr. Greenwood. Not for worlds must the name of Greenwood be mentioned in the presence of Richard Markham. If it should be necessary to enter into explanations with him, leave that task to me, and contradict nothing that you may hear me state. I have my motives for all I do and all I say, motives so grave, so important, that did you know them all, you would applaud and not doubt me. And now are you satisfied?"
"Perfectly," returned Filippo. "I will not ask another question, nor hesitate another moment."
"My everlasting gratitude is your due," said Ellen. "And now one more favour have I to ask."
"Name it," answered the Italian.
"Give me one of your pistols."
"But, Miss Monroe—"
"Pray do not refuse me. I am not a coward, and I must inform you that I learned to fire a pistol at the theatre."
The Italian handed the young lady one of his loaded weapons. She concealed it beneath the breast of her coat, and her heart palpitated with pride and satisfaction. Ellen and the Italian then quickened their pace and proceeded rapidly towards Globetown. End of section 38. Section 39 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. The Combat. In spite of the suspicions entertained by Mr. Munro and Ellen concerning the genuineness of the appointment for which Markham was engaged, the young man was too devotedly attached to the memory of his brother not to indulge in the most wild and sanguine hopes. Thus, as he proceeded to the place of meeting near Twig Folly, he communed with himself in the following manner. If my brother be involved in pecuniary difficulties, or if he have committed any imprudence, from the results of which money may release him, how gladly will I dispose of the remainder of my small income! How joyfully will I devote all I possess to aid him! And then, when I have no other resources, I will open the mysterious document which Thomas Armstrong placed in my hands ere he breathed his last, and I feel convinced that I shall at least receive therefrom good advice, if not pecuniary succour, to guide me in future. Oh, Eugene, is it possible that I am now about to meet you once more? On the 10th of July, 1831, did we part on the summit of the hill which overlooks the mansion of our ancestors. This is the 2nd of January, 1840. 8 years and a half have now elapsed since the day of our separation. I know the proud, the haughty, the independent disposition of my brother. Were he prosperous, were he successful in his pursuits, and be those pursuits what they may, he would not seek me now. He would wait until the accomplishment of the 12 years. He would not seek me until the 10th of July, 1843. Then should we compare notes, ascertain who was the more prosperous. Yes, this would be my brother's mode of conduct, and therefore he is unhappy. He is unfortunate that he seeks me ere the time be elapsed. He is perhaps poor, in want, who knows? Oh, how sincerely I hope that this is no delusion, that my unfortunate star will not pursue me even unto the point of so terrible a disappointment. No, I feel that this is no deception, that Eugene indeed awaits me. Who could wish to injure me? Who would desire to take my life? Who could hope to obtain a treasure by laying a plot to rob me? The idea is preposterous. Yes, the appointment is a genuine one. I am about to meet my brother Eugene. Such were the meditations of Richard Markham as he proceeded towards the place of appointment. He was considerably before his time, for hope cannot brook delay. When he reached the banks of the canal, he was struck by the lonely and deserted nature of the spot. The sward was damp and marshy with the late heavy rains. The canal was swollen and rolled muddy and dark between its banks, the pale and sickly moon vainly wooing its bosom to respond to the caresses of its beams by a reflective kiss. The bank on which Markham now walked backwards and forwards, and which constituted the verge of the region of Globetown, was higher than the opposite one, and the canal, swollen by the rains, had deluged many parts of that latter shore. In the place where Markham now found himself, several ditches and sluices had been cut, and these, added to the uneven and swampy nature of the soil, rendered his ramble in that quarter not only unpleasant, but even dangerous. Nevertheless, Markham continued to pace backwards and forwards on the bank where he expected to meet one who was so dear to him. He had been at his post half an hour when footsteps suddenly fell upon his ears. He stopped and listened. The steps approached, and in a few moments he beheld, through the obscurity of the night, a person advancing towards him.
"True to your appointments, huh?"
said the individual when he came up to the spot where Richard was standing. "I told you that I should not fail," answered Markham, who had immediately recognized the voice of the man that had borne him the message making the present appointment. "But what of my brother? Will he come? Is he near? Speak."
"Ah, he will be here in a few moments,"
said the man, who, as our readers well know, was none other than the Buffer. "Are you sure?" demanded Markham. "Why has he sent you first? Could he suspect treachery from his own brother?"
"Not a bit of it,"
replied the Buffer.
But here he comes, sure enough."
Approaching footsteps were heard, and in a minute or two another form emerged from the gloom of the night. Markham's heart palpitated violently.
"Here is your brother, sir,"
said the buffer.
Eugene! Dear Eugene!
cried Richard, springing forward to catch his brother in his arms.
Brother indeed,
muttered the ominous voice of the Resurrection Man, and at the same moment Richard was pinioned from behind by the buffer, who skilfully wove a cord around his arms and fastened his elbows together.
Villains!
ejaculated Richard, struggling with all his might, but vainly, for the Resurrection Man, whose voice he had immediately recognized but too well, threw him violently upon the damp sod.
"Now, my lad,"
cried the Resurrection Man,
"your fate is decided. In a few minutes you'll be at the bottom of the canal, and then—"
He said no more, for at that moment another person appeared upon the scene, and, quick as thought, the Resurrection Man was felled by the butt end of a pistol. But the instant the miscreant touched the ground, he caught a desperate hold of the person who had so suddenly and unexpectedly appeared upon the spot, and Filippo, for it was he, also rolled on the damp sward. The Resurrection Man leapt upon him and caught hold of his throat with such savage violence that the Italian would have been suffocated in a few moments had not the flash of a pistol close by the head of the Resurrection Man turned the fortune of the combat. The pistol so aimed only flashed in the pan, but the sudden flare singed the Resurrection Man's hair and caused him to abandon his victim and spring upon his feet with an alacrity that resembled a galvanic effect. The buffer, alarmed by the first attack on the part of Filippo, had relinquished hold of the rope that confined Richard's arms, and Markham, encouraged by this sudden and unexpected assistance, disengaged himself from the coil with the rapidity of lightning. He then sprang upon the buffer, hurled him to the ground, and placing his knee upon the ruffian's chest, kept him fast in that prostrate condition, on the very verge of the canal. The Resurrection Man, with eagle glance, beheld the situation of affairs. He saw his confederate powerless, and desperate odds leagued against himself, for in the darkness of the night he could not observe that one of his opponents was a female in disguise. The moment he sprang from the ground, in consequence of the flash of the pistol close by his ear, he cast his comprehensive look over the field of action. There was no time for hesitation. Pushing Ellen violently aside, and dashing Filippo furiously back again upon the ground from which he was rising, the Resurrection Man darted upon Richard Markham. In another moment there was a splash of water. A cry of horror issued from the lips of Ellen. The Resurrection Man shouted, "Run, run!" But neither the young lady nor Filippo thought of interrupting the flight of the miscreants.
"The villains! They have drowned him!"
exclaimed Filippo, and without an instant's hesitation he plunged into the canal.
"Brave man!" cried Ellen. "Save him! Oh, save him!"
As she uttered these words, she stumbled over the coil of rope which had been used to confine Markham's hands, and which the miscreants had left behind them. Instantly twining one end round her delicate wrist, she cast the other into the canal, and creeping so far down the bank as nearly to touch the water, she exclaimed,
"Here is a rope, Filippo! Richard, try and catch the rope! Speak, Filippo, can you save him? If not, I will myself plunge into the stream, and—" "He is lost, he is gone," said Filippo, who was swimming about on the surface of the water as skilfully as if it were his native element. "Oh, God, do not say that, do not!"
I see him, miss, yonder, down the stream, struggling desperately."
At that moment a faint cry for help echoed over the bosom of the canal. Ellen scrambled up the bank and darted along the margin with the speed of the fawn, dragging the long coil of rope after her. In a few moments she beheld a black object appear on the surface of the water, then disappear again in an instant. But Filippo had already gained that part of the stream, and Ellen directed him with her voice to the spot where the object had sunk. The brave Italian, though well nigh exhausted, dived fearlessly, and to the infinite joy of Ellen, reappeared upon the surface, exclaiming,
"He is saved! He is saved!"
Supporting Markham's head above the water, Filippo swam to the bank, and, aided by Ellen and the rope, succeeded in landing his burden as well as himself. Markham was insensible, but Filippo placed his hand upon the young man's breast and said,
"He lives.
Heaven be thanked!" ejaculated Ellen solemnly. She then chafed his temples while the Italian rubbed the palms of his hands. In a few minutes Richard moaned. The attentions of those who hung over him were redoubled, and Filippo was about to propose to convey him to the nearest dwelling when he gasped violently and murmured, "Where am I?" "Saved," answered Ellen. "None but your friends are near you." A quarter of an hour had not elapsed from the moment that he was rescued from the water when he was so far recovered as to sit up on the bank, and all fears on the part of Ellen relative to his complete resuscitation had vanished. "Ellen, is that you? Can this be you? Was it your voice that I heard?" he said in a faint tone, "or is it a vision?" "It is no vision, Richard. It is indeed Ellen, who owes you so much, and who has been the humble instrument, aided by this brave man, of saving your life." "And who is this brave man?" asked Markham. "Tell me his name, that I may pour forth my gratitude to him, as well as to you, kind Ellen, my sister." "His sister?" murmured Ellen, while an emotion like an electric shock agitated her to the very heart's core. But those words, "his sister," were not heard by either Markham or Filippo. "Do not fatigue yourself by speaking now," said Ellen, after a moment's pause. "Suffice it for the present to tell you that I was afraid of treachery towards you. I had my misgivings. A presentiment of evil haunted me. I owed you so much that I was determined to watch over your safety, weak and powerless as I am. Hence this strange attire. Fortunately, I met this brave man, a total stranger to me, near the spot, and when I communicated my object to him, he generously offered to bear me company." "Excellent girl! Generous stranger!" cried Richard. "I owe you my life. Oh, how can I ever express my gratitude?" "We must not speak on that subject now, sir. The chief point to be considered is how to get you home." "And he lives so far from here, too!" hastily exclaimed Ellen, laying her hand at the same time, but unseen by Markham, on Filippo's arm. The Italian took the hint, which was to remind him that he must not seem to know the place of residence, or indeed any other particular concerning the affairs of Richard Markham. "Oh, this bitter disappointment, this vile treachery!" cried the young man, whose thoughts were now reflected back to the cause of the perils from which he had just escaped. "Compose yourself," said Ellen, with peculiar and touching kindness of manner. "Compose yourself, Richard, and do not excite yourself by unpleasant reflections. Let us rather think how we are to convey you home. There is no vehicle to be obtained in this neighbourhood." "I feel myself able to walk," said Markham, "at least as far as the nearest place where we can procure conveyance." "Wrap yourself up in my cloak," cried Filippo. "It is close to hand. I took it off and concealed it under yonder tree before the conflict began." Filippo hastened to fetch the cloak in which Markham enveloped himself. Then, leaning on the arms of those to whom he was indebted for his rescue from the murderous designs of his enemies, he walked slowly away from the spot where he had hoped to meet a brother, but where he had encountered fiends in human shape. In this manner they traversed Globetown and reached Bethnal Green New Church. In that neighbourhood they procured a cab, into which Markham and Ellen stepped. "I shall now take a leave of you, sir," said Filippo, "and I most sincerely hope that you will soon recover from the effects of this nice maltreatment." "Generous man!" cried Markham. "Tell me your name, that I may—" But Filippo had already disappeared. "How strange," said Markham. "That noble-hearted foreigner makes light of his own good deeds. He has left me no opportunity of expressing my gratitude more fully than by mere words." "He is evidently a man of lofty feelings and generous disposition," observed Ellen calmly. "It was fortunate that I happened to encounter him in that lonely spot." She then informed the driver whither he was to proceed, and the vehicle rolled quickly away. End of section 39. Section 40 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Gravedigger. 3 days after the events related in the preceding chapter, and at that hour in the cold wintry morning, when the dawn breaks in fitful gleams through a dense atmosphere of a dark neutral dye, a labouring man with a shovel and pickaxe upon his shoulder entered one of the cemeteries in the immediate vicinity of Globe Lane. This cemetery was only partly enclosed by houses. On the remaining sides there was a low wall. The soil was damp, and a nauseous odour emanating from it impregnated the air. When the sun lay for several days upon the place, even in the depth of winter, and invariably throughout the summer, the stench was so intolerable that not a dwelling in the neighbourhood was seen with a window open. Nevertheless, that sickly, fetid odour penetrated into every house, and every room, and every inhabited nook and corner in that vicinity, and the clothes of the poor inmates smelt, and their food tasted, of the damp grave. The cemetery was crowded with the remains of mortality. The proprietors of the ground had only one aim in view, namely, to crowd the greatest possible quantity of corpses into the smallest space. But even this economy of room did not prevent the place from being so filled with the dead that, in a given quantity of the soil, it was difficult to say whether earth or decayed human remains predominated. Still, the cemetery was kept open for interments, and when there was no room for a newcomer, some recently buried tenant of a grave was exhumed to afford the required space. In one part of the ground was a rude brick building, denominated a bone house. This hovel was provided with a large fireplace, and seldom did a day pass without smoke being seen to issue from the chimney. On those occasions when the furnace was lighted, the stench from the cemetery was always more powerful than at other times. Some of the poor inhabitants of the adjoining houses had remonstrated with the parochial authorities on the subject of this nuisance being tolerated. But the only reply the applicants could obtain was, "Well, prefer an indictment at the session, if you don't like it." The idea of men in the receipt of 8 or 10 shillings a week preferring an indictment! Such a process is only accessible to those possessed of ample means, for the legislature has purposely rendered law, that is, the power of obtaining justice, enforcing rights, or suppressing nuisances, a luxury attainable only by money. The poor, indeed! Who ever thought of legislating for the poor? Legislate against them, and it is all well and good. Heap statute upon statute, pile act upon act, accumulate measure upon measure, encumber the most simple forms with the most intricate technicalities, diversify readings, and expand in verbiage until the sense becomes unintelligible. Convert the whole legal scheme into a cunning web, so that the poor man cannot walk 3 steps without entangling his foot in one of those meshes of whose very existence he was previously unaware, and whose nature he cannot comprehend even when involved therein. Do all this, and you are a wise and sound statesman, for this is legislating against the poor, and who, we repeat, would ever think of legislating for them? But to continue. The gravedigger entered the cemetery and cast a glance around him. That glance well expressed the man's thoughts, for he mentally asked himself,
"Whose grave must I disturb now to make room for the new one?"
At length he advanced towards a particular spot, considered it for a moment, and then struck his spade into the soil, as much as to say, "This'll do." The place where he had now halted was only a few yards from the bone house. Taking a key from his pocket, he proceeded to unlock the door of that building. Entering the bone house, he took from amongst a quantity of implements in one corner a long, flexible iron rod, similar to those which we have already described as being used by the body snatchers. Returning to the grave, he thrust the rod into the ground. It met with a little resistance from some substance a little harder than the soil, but the man pushed it downwards with a strong arm, and it sank at least 12 feet into the ground. Satisfied with this essay of the nature of the spot, the gravedigger drew back the rod, and from the deep but narrow aperture thus formed issued a stench more pestiferous than that which ever came from the lowest knacker's yard. The man retreated rapidly to the bone-house. That odour was too powerful even for one who had passed the greater portion of his life in that very graveyard. He now proceeded to light a fire in the bone-house, and when he saw the huge logs which he heaped on the grate blazing brightly, he covered them with coke. The current of air from the open door fanned the flames which roared up the chimney, and the gravedigger felt invigorated and cheered by the genial warmth that issued from the ample grate. After lingering for a few minutes in the bone-house, the gravedigger returned to the spot which he had previously marked for excavation. Baring his brawny arms to the very shoulders, he now set himself vigorously to work to dig the grave which was to receive a newcomer that afternoon. Throwing the earth up on either side, he had dug to a depth of about 2 feet, when his spade encountered a coffin. He immediately took his pickaxe, broke the coffin into pieces, and then separated with his shovel the pieces of wood and the human bones from the damp earth. The coffin was already so soft with decay that the iron rod had penetrated through it without much difficulty, and it therefore required but little exertion to break it up altogether. But the odour which came from the grave was now of the most nauseating kind, fetid, sickly, pestiferous, making the atmosphere heavy and the human breath thick and clammy, as it were, and causing even that experienced grave-digger to retch, as if he were about to vomit. Leaping from the grave, he began to busy himself in conveying the pieces of the broken coffin and the putrid remains of mortality into the bone-house, where he heaped them pell-mell upon the fire. The flesh had not completely decayed all away from the bones. A thick, black, fatty-looking substance still covered those human relics, and the fire was thus fed with a material which made the flames roar and play half up the chimney. And from the summit of that chimney came a smoke, thick, dense and dark, like the smoke of a gasometer or a manufactory, but bearing on its sable wing the odour of a pestilence. The man returned to the grave and was about to resume his labour when his eyes caught sight of a black object, almost embedded in the damp clay heaped up by the side. He turned it over with his spade. It was the upper part of the skull, with the long dark hair of a woman still remaining attached to it. The gravedigger coolly took up the relic by that long hair, which perhaps had once been a valued ornament, and carrying it in this manner into the bone-house, threw it upon the fire. The hair hissed for a moment as it burnt, for it was damp and clogged with clay. Then the voracious flames licked up the thin coat of blackened flesh which had still remained on the skull, and lastly devoured the bone itself. The gravedigger returned to his toils, and at a depth of scarcely 1 foot below the coffin thus exhumed and burnt, his shovel was again impeded for a moment, and by another coffin. Once more was the pickaxe put into requisition. A second coffin was broken up. Another decomposing, but not entirely decomposed corpse was hacked and hewed and rent into pieces by the merciless implement which was wielded by a merciless arm. And in a few moments the fire in the bone-house burnt cheerfully once more, the mouth of the chimney vomiting forth its dense and pest-bearing breath, the volume of which was from time to time lighted with sparks and flakes of fire. Thus was it that this gravedigger disposed of the old tenants of the cemetery in order to make room for new ones. And then fond, surviving relations and friends speak of the last home and the quiet resting-place of the deceased. They talk with affectionate reverence of those who sleep in the grave, and they grow pathetic in their eulogies of the tranquil slumber of the tomb. Poor deluded creatures! While they are thus engaged in innocent discourse, a discourse that affords them solace when they ponder upon the loss which they have sustained, the last home is invaded,
The quiet resting-place is rudely awakened with sacrilegious echoes. The sleep of the grave is disturbed by the thunder of a pickaxe, and the corpse is snatched from the tranquil slumber of the tomb to be cast into the all-devouring furnace of the bone-house. The gravedigger proceeded in his task, and a third coffin was speedily encountered. Each successive one was more decayed than that which had preceded it, and thus the labour of breaking them up diminished in severity. But the destination of one and all was the same, the fire of the bone-house. No wonder that the cemetery continued to receive so many fresh tenants, although the neighbours knew that it must be full. No wonder that the stench was always more pestiferous when the furnace of the bone-house was lighted. And that man, that gravedigger, performed his task, his odious task, without compunction and without remorse. He was fulfilling the commands of his employers. His employers were his superiors, and surely his superiors must know what was right and what was wrong. And so the gravedigger worked and toiled, and the fire in the bone-house burnt cheerfully, and the dark, thick smoke was borne over the whole neighbourhood like a plague cloud. 2 hours had passed away since the man had commenced his work, and he now felt hungry. Retiring to the bone-house, he took a coffee-pot from the shelf and proceeded to make some coffee, the material for which was in a cupboard in a corner of the building. Water he took from a large pitcher, also kept in that foul place, and bread he had brought with him in his pockets. He drew a stool close to the fire, and when the coffee boiled, commenced his meal. The liquid cheered and refreshed him, but he never once recollected that it had been heated by flames fed with human flesh and bones. While he was thus occupied, he heard footsteps approaching the bone-house, and in a few moments Mr. Banks, the undertaker, appeared upon the threshold.
"Morning, sir," said the gravedigger. "Come to have a look at the size of the grave, I suppose. You've no call to be afeard. I'll be bound to make it big enough."
"I hope it won't be a very deep one, Jones," returned the undertaker. "Somehow or other the friends of the blessed defunct are averse to a deep grave."
"My orders is to dig down 16 feet and shore up the sides as I deepens,"
said Jones.
"Don't you see that I shall throw the earth on very light, so that it will take scarcely no trouble to shovel it out again? Course, the next 7 as comes to this ground must all go into that there grave."
16 feet, ejaculated the undertaker in dismay. "It will never do, Jones. The friends of the dear deceased wouldn't sleep quiet in their beds if they thought he had to sleep so deep in his'n. It won't do, Jones, it won't do."
"My orders is sich from the proprietor, sir,"
answered the gravedigger, munching and drinking at intervals with considerable calmness.
"Now, I'll tell you what it is, Jones," continued the undertaker, after a moment's pause. "Not another grave will I ever order on this ground, and not another carcass that I undertake shall come here unless you choose to comply with my wishes concerning this blessed old defunct."
"Well, Mr. Banks, there isn't a gentleman what undertakes in all Globetown or from Bonner's Fields down to Mile End Gate that I'd sooner oblige than yourself,"
said Jones the gravedigger.
"But if so be I transgresses my orders—"
"Who will know it?" interrupted Banks. "You have all and sole charge of the ground, and it can't be often that the proprietors come to trouble you."
"Well, sir, there is something in that."
"And then, instead of 5 shillings for yourself, I should not hesitate to make it 10.
"That's business, Mr. Banks. How deep must the grave be?"
"How deep is it already?"
"A matter of 9 feet, sir,"
said Jones.
"Then not another hinge must you move," cried the undertaker emphatically. "And here's the 10 bob as an earnest." Mr. Banks accordingly counted 10 shillings into the hands of the gravedigger.
"When's the funeral a-coming, sir?"
asked Jones after a pause. "At 2 precisely," replied Mr. Banks.
"Rail parson or one of your men as usual?"
continued the gravedigger inquiringly. "Oh, a friend of mine, a very pious, savoury, soul-loving Whistle Jones, a man that it'll do your heart good to hear. But I say, Jones," added the undertaker, "you're getting uncommon full here."
"Yeah, full enough, sir, but I make through."
"I see you do," said Banks, glancing towards the fire. "What an offensive smell it makes!"
"And would you believe that I can scarcely support it myself sometimes, Mr. Banks?"
returned Jones.
"But after all, our ground isn't as bad as some others in London."
"I know it isn't," observed the undertaker.
"Ain't it an odd thing, sir,"
continued the gravedigger,
"that persons which dwells up in decent neighbourhoods like, and seems exceeding proud of their fine houses and handsome shops, shouldn't notice the foul air that comes from places only hid by a low wall or a thin paling?"
"It is indeed odd enough," said Mr. Banks.
"Well, I knows the diggers in some of the yards more west," continued Jones, "and I've heard from them and over again that they pursues just the very same course as we does here, as a bone house or some such convenient place, and burns the coffins and bones that is turned up."
"I suppose it is necessary, Jones," observed Mr. Banks.
"Necessary, sir? Of course it be,"
exclaimed the gravedigger.
"Only fancy what a lot of burials takes place every year in London, and room must be made for 'em somehow or other."
"Ah, I know something about that," said the undertaker. "Calculations have been made which proves that the average life of us poor, weak, human creatures is 35 years. So, if London contains 1.5 million of people, 1.5 million of persons dies and is buried in the course of every 35 years. Isn't that a fine thing for them that's in the undertaking line? 'Course it's quite clear that there's 1.5 million of funerals in every 35 years in this blessed city."
"There's 1.5 million of graves, all waltz required," said Jones. "Well then, who the deuce can blame us for burning up the old uns to make room for the new uns?"
"Oh, indeed," echoed Mr. Banks. "T'other day I had an undertaking which was buried in Enon Chapel, St. Clement's Lane, down there by Lincoln's Inn, you know. The chapel's surrounded by houses, all occupied by poor people, and the stench is horrid. The fact is that the chapel's divided into 2 stories. The upper one is the preaching place, and the underneath one is the burial place. There's only one common boarded floor to separate them. You go down by a trapdoor in the floor, and pits is dug below for the coffins. Why, at one end the place is so full that the coffins is piled up till they touch the ceiling, that is, the floor of the chapel itself, and there's only a few inches of earth over them. The common sewer runs through the place, so what with that and the coffins and carcasses, it's a nice hole."
"Worse than this?"
said Jones. "Of course it is," returned Banks. "'Cause, at all events, this is out in the open air, while t'others shut up and close. But I tell you what it is, Jones," continued the undertaker, sinking his voice as if he were afraid of being overheard by a stranger. "The people that lives in that densely populated quarter about St. Clement's Lane exist in the midst of a pestilence. Why, they breathe nothing but the putrid stench of the Enon burial place, the green ground in Portugal Street, and the almshouse burying ground down at the bottom of the lane."
"Oh, all hell breeding a plague one of these days in the very middle of London," observed Jones.
"Not a doubt of it," said the undertaker. But I haven't done yet all I had to say about that quarter. Very soon after a burial takes place at Enon Chapel, a queer-looking, long, narrow, black fly crawls out of the coffin. It is a production of the putrefaction of the dead body. But what do you think? Next season this fly is succeeded by another kind of insect, just like the common bug, and with wings. The children that go to Sunday school at the chapel calls them body bugs. Them insects is seen all through the summer, flying or crawling about the chapel. All the houses that overlooks the chapel is infested with rats, and if a poor creature only hangs a bit of meat out of his window in the summer-time, in a few hours it grows putrid.
"Well, Mr. Banks, sir,"
said Jones, after reflecting profoundly for some moments,
"it's very lucky that you ain't one of them chaps which writes books and nonsense."
"Why so, Jones?"
"'Cause if you was to print all that you've been telling me, you'd make the fortunes of them new cemeteries that's opened all round London. And the consequence would be that the grounds in London would have to shut up shop."
"Very true, Jones. But what I am saying to you now is only in confidence and by way of chat. Why, do you know that the people round about the burying grounds in London, this one as well as any other, have seen the walls of their rooms covered at times with a sort of thick, fatty fluid, which produces a smell that's quite horrid? Look at that burying place in Drury Lane. It's so full of blessed carcasses that the ground is level with the first-floor windows of the houses around it."
"Well, it's a happy thing to know that the world don't trouble themselves with these here matters,"
said Jones.
"Thank God, in my ground I clears and clears away coffins and bodies both alike as quick as I turns them up. Lord, what a sight of coffin nails I sells every month to the marine store dealers, and yet people passes by them shops and sees second-hand coffin furniture put out for sale, and never thinks of how it got there and where it come from."
"Of course they don't," cried Banks. "What the devil do you think would become of many traders if people always wondered how they supported themselves?"
"You speaks like a book, Mr. Banks, sir,"
said Jones.
I've often thought what a fool I am not to sell the coffin wood for fuel, as most other grave diggers does in grounds that's obliged to be cleared of the old uns to make room for the new ones. But I say, Mr. Banks, sir, I've often been going to ask you a question about summit, and I've always forgot it. But talking of these things puts me in mind of it."
What's the reason, sir, that the gentleman in the undertaking line very often bores holes right through the coffins? That's what we call tapping the coffin, Jones, answered Mr. Banks. And we do it whenever a body's going to remain at home 2 or 3 days with the coffin lid screwed down before the funeral takes place. Poor people generally buries on Sunday, and, well, perhaps the coffin's took home on Wednesday or Thursday, and then the body's put in and the lid's screwed tight down at once to save the trouble when Sunday comes. Then we tap the coffin to let out the gas. 'Course there is a gas formed by the decomposition of dead bodies.
Note: the products of ordinary combustion are sufficiently poisonous. The gases produced by the decomposition of the dead are partially soluble in water, and a fatty pellicle is instantly formed in large quantities. The wood, saturated with these dissolved gases and used as a fuel, a frequent occurrence in poor neighbourhoods and in the vicinity of metropolitan graveyards, must diffuse, in addition to the exhalations constantly given off from the bodies in vaults and on the earth's surface, vast volumes of gaseous poisons. Hence, many of those maladies whose source, symptoms, and principles defy medical experience either to explain or cure.
Well, that's all the cut above me, said Jones. No, I must get back to work. Not in that grave, mind, interrupted the undertaker. It mustn't be another inch deeper. Not a bit, sir. I ain't going to touch it. But I've got another place to open, so here goes.
With these words, the gravedigger rose from his seat and walked slowly out of the bone house.
At 2 o'clock, Jones, I shall be here with the funeral, said Mr. Banks. Very good, sir, returned Jones.
The undertaker then left the burial ground, and the gravedigger proceeded to open another pit. End of section 40. Section 41 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. A Discovery. At 2 o'clock precisely, the funeral entered the cemetery. 4 villainous-looking fellows supported a common coffin, over which was thrown a scanty pall, full of holes, and so ragged at the edges that it seemed as if it were embellished with a fringe. Mr. Banks, with a countenance expressing only a moderate degree of grief, attended as a mourner, accompanied by the surgeon and the buffer. The truth is that Mr. Banks had a graduated scale of funereal expressions of countenance. When he was uncommonly well paid, his physiognomy denoted a grief more poignant than that of even the nearest relatives of the deceased. When he was indifferently paid, as he considered himself to be in the present case, he could not afford tears, although he was not so economical as to dispense with a white pocket-handkerchief. In front of the procession walked the Resurrection Man, clad in a surplice of dingy hue, and holding an enormous prayer-book in his hand. This miscreant performed one of the most holy, one of the most sacred of religious rites. Start not, gentle reader, this is no exaggeration, no extravagance on our part. In all the poor districts in London, the undertakers have their own men to solemnize the burial rites of those who die in poverty, or who have no friends to superintend their passage to the grave. The Resurrection Man, a villain stained with every crime, a murderer of the blackest dye, a wretch whose chief pursuit was the violation of the tomb, the Resurrection Man read the funeral service over the unknown who was now consigned to the grave. The ceremony ended, and Jones hastened to throw the earth back again into the grave. The surgeon exchanged a few words with the Resurrection Man, and then departed towards his home. Mr. Banks and the buffer accompanied the Resurrection Man to his own abode, where they found a copious repast ready to be served up to them by the Rattlesnake. The buffer's wife was also there, and the party sat down with a determination to enjoy themselves. To accomplish this most desirable aim there were ample means. A huge round of beef smoked upon the board, flanked with sundry pots of porter, and on a side table stood divers bottles of Booth's best.
"Well," said Mr. Banks, "the worst part is now over. We have got the body underground."
"And we must soon get it up again,"
added the Resurrection Man dryly.
"You are sure the old woman put the money in the coffin?"
"I see her do it,"
answered the undertaker.
"She wrapped it up in an old stocking which belonged to the blessed defunct."
Blessed defunct, indeed,
said the Rattlesnake with a coarse laugh.
"You see, ma'am, I can't divest myself of my professional lingo," observed Mr. Banks. "It comes natural to me now. But, as I was saying, I see the old woman wrap the 31 quids up in the toe of a stocking and put it on his breast."
"On the shroud or underneath?"
demanded the Resurrection Man eagerly.
"Underneath," replied Banks. "I took great care of that. I knowed very well that you'd want to draw the body up by the head, and that the money must be so placed as to come along with it."
of course, or else we should have to dig out all the earth and break open the lid of the coffin, and that takes twice as long to do as the job the other way.
"At what time is the Sawbones coming down to the graveyard?" asked Banks.
"He isn't coming at all," returned the Resurrection Man. "But I promised that we would be at his place at 1:30 tonight."
"Too early,"
exclaimed the Buffer.
We can't think of beginning the work afore 12. The place ain't quiet till then.
"Well, in an hour we'll do the business," said the Resurrection Man. "Besides, the Sawbones will set up for us. Now then, Meg, clear away, and let's have the Blue Ruin and hot water. I must just write a short note to a gentleman with whom I have a little business of a private nature, and you can run and take it to the post presently."
The Resurrection Man seated himself at a little side table and penned a hasty letter, which he folded, sealed, and addressed to Arthur Chichester, Esquire, Cambridge Heath, near Hackney. Margaret Flathers took it to the post office, which was in the immediate neighbourhood. On her return, the Resurrection Man said,
"Now, you and Moll try your hands at some punch, and make it pretty stiff too, just as you like it yourselves."
This command was obeyed, and the three men betook themselves to their pipes, while the women set to work to brew a mighty jorum of gin punch in an earthenware pitcher that held about 1.5 gallons. The potent beverage was speedily served up, and the conversation grew animated. Even the moroseness of the Resurrection Man partially gave way before the exhilarating fluid, and he narrated a variety of incidents connected with the pursuit of his criminal career. Then the women sang songs, and Mr. Banks told a number of anecdotes, showing how he was enabled to undertake funerals at a cheaper rate than many of his competitors, because he had always taken care to league himself with body snatchers, to whom he gave information of a nature serviceable to them, and for which they were well content to pay a handsome price. Thus, whenever he was entrusted with the interment of a corpse which he fancied would make a good subject, he communicated with his friends, the resurrectionists, and in a night or two the body was exhumed for the benefit of some enterprising surgeon. In this manner the time slipped away. Hour after hour passed. Supper was served up. Another glass and another pipe was the order of the evening, and although these three men sat drinking and smoking to an immoderate degree, they rose from their chairs at 11:30, but little the worse for their debauch. The Resurrection Man filled a flask with pure gin and consigned it to his pocket.
"We must be now off," he said. "You, Banks, can go home and get the cart ready. The Buffer and me will go our way."
"At what time shall I come with the cart?"
demanded the undertaker.
at 1:15 to a second, neither more nor less," answered Tidkins. Banks then took his departure.
"Are you going to stay here with Meg or what?"
asked the Buffer of his wife.
"I shall go to bed," said the Rattlesnake hastily. "Tony can take the key with him." "Then I shall be off home," observed Meg. "Besides, Mrs. Smith may think it odd if we both remain out so late."
The Buffer's wife accordingly took her leave.
"Now, come, Jack," said the Resurrection Man. "We have no time to lose. There's the tools to get out."
The two men descended the stairs and issued from the house. They hastened up the little alley. The Resurrection Man opened the door of the ground-floor rooms, and they entered that part of the house together.
"Bustle about,"
said Tidkins, when they found themselves in the front room, and having lighted a candle, he hastily gathered together the implements which they required. Laden with the tools, the two men were about to leave the room, when the Buffer suddenly exclaimed,
"What the devil was that? I could have sworn I heard someone moaning."
"Nonsense,"
said the Resurrection Man. But as he spoke, he observed by the glare of the candle that the countenance of his companion had suddenly become ashy pale.
"Well, I was never more deceived in my life,"
observed the Buffer.
"You certainly never was,"
answered the Resurrection Man. Then, hastily extinguishing the light, he pushed the Buffer into the alley and locked the door carefully behind himself. The two body-snatchers then proceeded to the scene of their midnight labour. We take leave of them for a short space, and follow the movements of the Rattlesnake. It was not without an object that this woman had got rid of the company of the Buffer's wife by declaring that she was about to retire to rest. She permitted 10 minutes to elapse after the Resurrection Man and his companion had left the room. Then, deeming that sufficient time had been allowed for them to provide themselves with the implements necessary for their night's work, she started from her chair, involuntarily exclaiming aloud,
"Now for the great secret!"
From an obscure corner on a shelf in the bedroom, she drew forth a bunch of skeleton keys which she had procured on the preceding day. She then provided herself with a dark lantern and descended to the alley. In 5 minutes she lighted upon a key, after many vain attempts with the others, which turned in the lock. The door opened, and she entered the ground floor. Having closed the door, she immediately proceeded into the back room, the appearance of which was the same as when she last visited it. The mysterious cloak and mask were there, but in the cupboard, which was before empty, were now a loaf and a bottle of water.
"Then there is a human being concealed somewhere hereabouts," she said to herself, "or else why that food? And it must have been the supply of bread and water that I saw him put into his basket the other night."
She listened, but no sound fell upon her ear. Then she carefully examined the room to discover any trapdoor or secret means of communication with a dungeon or subterranean place. She knew by the situation of the house, in respect to those on either side of it, that there could be no inner room level with the ground floor. She therefore felt convinced that if there were any secret chamber or cell connected with the premises, it must be underneath. She scrutinized every inch of the floor and could perceive no sign of a trapdoor. The boards were all firm and tight. She advanced towards the chimney, which was divested of its grate, and suddenly she felt the hearthstone move with a slight oscillation beneath her feet. Her countenance became animated with joy. She felt convinced that her perseverance in examining that room was about to be rewarded. She placed the lantern on the floor and endeavoured to raise the stone, but it seemed fixed in its setting, although it trembled as she touched it. Still, she was not disheartened. She scrutinized the boards in the immediate vicinity of the stone, but her search was unavailing. No evidence of a concealed lock, no trace of a secret spring met her eyes. Yet she was confident that she was on the right scent. As she turned herself round, while crawling upon her hands and knees the better to pursue her examination, her rustling silk dress disturbed a portion of the masonry in the chimney where the grate had once been fixed. A brick fell out. The heart of the Rattlesnake now beat quickly. She approached the lantern to the cavity left by the dislodged brick, and at the bottom of the recess she espied a small iron ring. She pulled it without hesitation. The ring yielded to her touch and drew out a thick wire to the distance of nearly a foot. The rattlesnake now tried once more to raise the stone, and succeeded. The stone was fixed at one end with stout iron hinges to one of the beams that supported the floor, and thus opened like a trapdoor. When raised, it disclosed a narrow flight of stone steps, at the bottom of which the most perfect obscurity reigned. The rattlesnake now paused, in alarm. She longed to penetrate into those mysterious depths. She panted to dive into that subterranean darkness, but she was afraid. All those terrible reminiscences which were associated with her knowledge of the Resurrection Man rushed into her mind, and she trembled to descend into the vault at her feet for fear she would never return. These terrors were too much for her. She, moreover, recalled to mind that nearly an hour had now elapsed since the Resurrection Man and the Buffer had departed, and she knew not how speedily they might conclude their task. Besides, some unforeseen accident or sudden interruption might compel them to retreat homeward, and she knew full well that if she were discovered there, death would be her portion. She accordingly determined to postpone any further examination into the mysteries of that house until some further occasion. Having closed the stone trap-door and replacing the brick back in the chimney, she hastened back to the upper floor, where she speedily retired to bed. We may as well observe that during the time she was in the lower room, no sound of a human tongue met her ears. Perhaps the victim slept. End of section 41.